Dzień dobry. Good morning, guests. So good to see you. Welcome to the Warsaw Global Investors Summit, held here at the Warsaw Stock Exchange, a symbolic and strategic venue at the very heart of Poland's financial landscape. My name is Agata Konarska, and today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's interconnected yet increasingly fragmented world, are crucial. This summit is more than just a meeting of investors. It's a platform for dialogue, action, and long-term thinking. Our goal here in Warsaw is to explore how strategic investment and international solidarity can collectively drive sustainable peace and shared prosperity across borders. Through open discussion and collaboration, we believe we can create the conditions for inclusive growth and resilient economies. Hosting this conversation within the historic walls of Warsaw Stock Exchange serves as a reminder of the power of open markets, cross-border capital, and the institutions that support economic resilience in times of uncertainty. We'll ask difficult questions, we will challenge assumptions, and most importantly, debates will be conducted in English, but of course everything will be translated. Plenary debates will be supported by simultaneous interpretation as well as the debates in simultaneous translation. You can find it on my left, your right at the entrance here to the center hall. Before we begin, I would like to extend our gratitude to all the organizers, strategic partners, and supporting institutions who made this event possible. Your vision and dedication brought us all here today. A very big thanks to the co-organizers of the summit, the European Financial Congress, Harvard Club of Poland, Warsaw Stock Exchange. We have also the honorary patronage of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Poland, and Polish Investments and Trade Agency. Hosts of the panels are Bank Pekao S.A., Google, and Google Cloud. Partners of the panels are American Chamber of Commerce in Poland, European Investment Bank, and Institute of International Finance. And media partner is TVP World. So please give now a big round of applause for all the partners of an international dialogue initiated in cooperation with President Lech Wałęsa. The publication entitled Profits and Principles When Global Finance Meets Democratic Values. This work poses a fundamental question. Should global financial flows actively support the development of young democracies? And if so, how? With contributions from 32 authors across sectors and continents, this publication demonstrates that capital is not just about numbers. It is a force that can either strengthen or erode the foundations of democracy. The decision made by investors, institutions,
and this success, which we all observe right now, is at a moment that many questions will be raised. How to support, how to conduct a successful economic policy in such turbulent times as we have right now, with the war behind our borders, and with the turbulent trade and economic policies at our major economic partners. These questions will be raised here today at the panels, in the discussions, and I believe that we'll have very many fruitful observations, recommendations, which also will be used in the shaping of economic policy, not only in this country, but also in whole Europe and perhaps also for other regions. I wish you a great day. I wish you very inspiring conversations. And once again, thank you very much to the organizers of this event, the European Financial Congress, to my friends from Harvard Club of Poland, but also to the host, Bank Pekao S.A., also to the American Chamber of Commerce of Poland, European Investment Bank, and our new friends from Institute of International Finance, which I had the pleasure to meet today for a breakfast meeting in the morning. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomasz Bardziłowski, the real host of this venue. And now let me invite to the stage Agata Mazurowska-Rozdejczar, president of Harvard Club of Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my greatest honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Warsaw Global Investors Summit 2025. It is the second time that we meet. Last year, we convened in Gdańsk, the symbolic city of the Solidarity movement, where, sparked by the words of Lech Wałęsa, we focused on the links between democracy and investments. This year, doubled in size. Yes, we grew from 250 participants to 500 today. We will focus on three areas of major interest for Poland and the world: investment, technology, and peace, responsible for our prosperity, development, and, we will focus on defense, responsible for our peace today. Well, with focusing on these three values and having in mind the Harvard motto, Veritas, let's grow intellectually and discuss, and also not forget to enjoy each other's company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now Maciej Grabowski, CEO, Center for Strategic Mindset, will take the floor. Please feel free to say a few words.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am third in these opening speeches. I believe this is very well opened already, so I will be very brief. I would like again to recommend you this book recommended by Lech Wałęsa, Profits and Principles. It is not the only outcome of the last year meeting in European Solidarity Center, and I think that what we have taken out from the last event was the ideas and the memories we have still in our mind. Mr. James Barrie, who is a famous author of Peter Pan, once said, I am not enough young to know everything. I believe that Spring in Warsaw is a great space, great city to think about our mind as a child again, and I wish that this could be the idea we could take after this event today with us again. Thank you, and I wish you a great day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure to invite to the stage for the opening speech, Mr. Zbigniew Jagiełło, Warsaw Global Investors Summit Project Director. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I have no intention to replace Minister of Finance, but only to say a few optimistic words to us. Distinguished guests, business leaders, visionaries, and dear friends, welcome to this pivotal conference where we explore the convergence of finance, technology, and defense, three pillars that will define Poland's economic future. Today, we stand at remarkable intersection where financial innovation, technological advancement, and security imperatives merge to create fantastic opportunities for our nation's prosperity and strategic cooperation between Europe and United States of America. Poland's economic story is already extraordinary. In the past 3 decades, we have witnessed one of the most successful economic transformations in modern history. We are the only EU country that avoided recession during the 2008 financial crisis. Our GDP has tripled since 1989, and we have built thriving industries from technology to manufacturing that compete globally. But transformation never ends. It evolves. Today, we face opportunities across our three critical domains. In finance, Poland is emerging as a fintech powerhouse, with Warsaw becoming a regional hub for digital banking. Our financial sector's sophistication is attracting international capital and positioning us as a bridge between Western markets and emerging economies. In technology, our digital transformation is accelerating beyond consumer applications. We are developing critical technologies from cybersecurity products to artificial intelligence solutions that serve not just commercial markets, but also strategic national interests. Polish tech companies are creating innovations that protect critical infrastructure, enhance financial security, and develop our defense capabilities. In defense, recent global events have underscored that economic security and national security are inseparable. Poland's defense modernization represents one of Europe's largest military investment programs, creating opportunities for domestic defense industries, international partnership, and technological innovation that serves both security and economic objectives. However, the convergence of finance, technology, and defense also presents complex challenges. How do we balance financial innovation with regulatory security? How do we ensure that our technological advancement serves both commercial success and national resilience? The questions we will explore today are fundamental. How do we create a financial ecosystem that supports both innovation and security? How do we develop technologies that serve commercial markets while enhance our strategic autonomy? How do we transform defense investments into economic multipliers that benefit our entire society? How do we position Poland as a leader in the integration of these three critical sectors? Our discussion will span these interconnected domains: financial technologies that enhance security and accessibility, cybersecurity solutions that protect both economic and defense interests, defense technologies with dual-use commercial applications, public-private partnerships that leverage defense investment for broader economic benefit. The expertise in this room represents the convergence of financial innovators, technology pioneers, defense strategists, and policy architects. We have fintech entrepreneurs building the payment systems of tomorrow, tech leaders developing critical security solutions, defense industry executives creating cutting-edge capabilities, and international partners who understand how these sectors intersect on a global scale. Poland's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt and innovate. From the solidarity movement that helped reshape Europe to the economic miracle of our transition period, we have shown that bold vision combined with practical action can achieve the extraordinary. The future we are building integrates financial prosperity, technological leadership, and strategic security. It's about creating an ecosystem where cybersecurity startup can serve both commercial banks and critical infrastructure, where defense investments drive innovation in civilian technologies, where financial services support both economic growth and national resilience. The Poland's future is being shaped by how we integrate finance, technology, and defense today. Let's begin this important work together. Thank you.
Zbigniew Jagiełło, thank you very much for your inspiring speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the first panel discussion of the summit. The conversation will address the very important nowadays topic of transatlantic relations. Panel host is American Chamber of Commerce in Poland. The discussion will be led by moderator Marta Poślat, chairwoman of American Chamber of Commerce in Poland, director, CE, and transatlantic public policy at Google. You are very warmly invited to join us on the stage, and you will feel free to invite the panelists. The title of the debate is Allies, Rivals, or Both? Can the transatlantic bond re-establish itself in the new era of transactional politics? The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Ironically, this panel will be led in Polish, so I give a few minutes to non-Polish speaker to pick up their sets. I zapraszam na scenę Agnieszkę Kuberę, Accenture. Piotra Araka, Velobank. I Mariusza Wawra, 3M. Postanowiliśmy, że będziemy... Zapraszam. Postanowiliśmy, że jako, że wszyscy jesteśmy native speakerami po polsku, będziemy rozmawiali po polsku. Do naszego panelu niestety nie dołączył wcześniej zapowiadany minister Jakub Jaworowski ze względu na inne nagłe zobowiązania, więc trochę też przemodelowaliśmy tę rozmowę, ale na wstępie chciałabym powiedzieć, że Amerykańska Izba Handlowa bardzo cieszy się, że w tym roku współpracuje i z Europejskim Kongresem Finansowym, i z tym wydarzeniem. Myślę, że wszyscy mamy poczucie, że obecność i warunki, które kształtują możliwości dla rozwoju amerykańskich inwestycji, w tym w Polsce, bardzo się zmieniły i potrzebujemy nowych platform dialogu. Tym bardziej jest nam miło, że możemy też stanąć przed Państwa społecznością, która jest dla naszej Izby, dla wielu z nas środowiskiem nowym. Też żałujemy, że nie dołączyli do nas w szerszym zastępie dzisiaj przedstawiciele naszej administracji publicznej. Mamy nadzieję, że dotrą do nich nasze wnioski z paneli i rekomendacje, ponieważ ten czas, i myślę, że wszyscy inwestorzy obecni na sali się z tym zgodzą, czas jest wyjątkowo trudny, jeśli chodzi o pozyskiwanie tych inwestycji, i ta konkurencja, z którą się zderzamy jako Polska, i ten cały nasz ekosystem jest wyjątkowo skomplikowana, więc liczymy, że wszyscy wspólnie przekażemy nasze postulaty z tego wydarzenia do decydentów, z którymi wspólnie tworzymy te warunki do inwestowania. Przechodząc do naszej rozmowy, i też powiedziałam, że trochę musieliśmy przemyśleć jej kształt, ponieważ wszyscy paneliści reprezentują firmy, które są członkami Izby, więc proszę się nie spodziewać konfrontacji, jeśli chodzi o to, czy ktoś ocenia dobrze, czy źle inwestycje amerykańskie. Wszystkie reprezentowane biznesy i wszyscy nasi eksperci wychodzą z tego samego paradygmatu, którym jest to, że naprawdę wierzymy w ogromny wpływ amerykańskich inwestycji w Polsce historycznie, obecnie, patrząc na to, co dzisiaj Stany Zjednoczone mogą przynosić do Polski, ale także patrząc w przyszłość. Więc chciałabym zacząć naszą rozmowę od Agnieszki Kubery, która reprezentuje Accenture. Accenture wspiera wiele polskich sukcesów, ale też wiele międzynarodowych firm w Polsce. I gdybyś, Agnieszko, mogła nakreślić naszej publiczności w ogóle ramy tych amerykańskich inwestycji w Polsce, o jakiej skali mówimy i co Accenture widzi, wyróżnia te inwestycje w Polsce?
Po pierwsze, dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo miło widzieć tutaj wszystkich o tak wczesnej w sumie porze biznes, może nie bardzo, powiedzmy, porannej, ale wczesnej. Po pierwsze, współpraca transatlantycka jest jedną z kluczowych współpracy, bo poza oczywiście Europą, inwestycjami europejskimi, inwestycje amerykańskie w Polsce to są inwestycje na poziomie 26 miliardów dolarów. Amerykanie to jest numer 2 tak naprawdę inwestor w Polsce. Tu się opieram o badania, które AmCham przeprowadził wspólnie z SGH i odnoszę się do danych z 2023 roku. To stanowi 12% inwestycji zagranicznych w Polsce. To jest naprawdę już duża siła. Jeżeli mówimy teraz nie tylko o pieniądzach, ale co to praktycznie znaczy dla ludzi, to jest ponad 320 tysięcy pracowników w Polsce. Więc i mówimy o pracach bardzo często bardzo wyspecjalizowanych, wymagających dużej poziomu wiedzy czy edukacji. Jak patrzymy sobie teraz na typy inwestycji, które się pojawiają i w obszary, które też wnoszą dużo wartości do współpracy pomiędzy Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, zacznę od obszaru mi bardzo bliskiego, czyli technologii. Tutaj mamy też, Marta, ty z Google'a, ale też wiemy o tym, że to jest, wszystkie platformy praktycznie amerykańskie są obecne w Polsce, firmy informatyczne i to pozwala i przyczynia się do efektywnego transferu wiedzy oraz technologii do Polski. Wiemy, że obecnie absolutnie kluczowa jest transformacja w oparciu o technologię i dzięki takiej współpracy naszej, no mogę powiedzieć w imieniu Accenture, mamy prawie 11 tysięcy osób współpracujących z nami, to są Polacy w większości, to tak naprawdę budujemy tą wiedzę, know-how i potrafimy i pomagamy też implementować, wdrażać te rozwiązania dla polskich firm. Drugi obszar to jest energetyka. Tutaj z jednej strony niedawno mieliśmy też wizytę sekretarza do spraw energii w Polsce, czyli mówimy też o gazie, skroplonym gazie LNG, ale wiemy również o tym, że jest już zaplanowana i w toku inwestycja w zakresie energii atomowej przy współpracy z Bechtel i Westinghouse w oparciu o rozwiązanie technologii AP1000, która również była wykorzystana w Southern w Stanach Zjednoczonych i gdzie nie ukrywam też współpracujemy. Dwa pozostałe obszary, może pokrótce, bardzo krótko, to jest oczywiście obronność, o której i bezpieczeństwo, nie można o tym zapomnieć. Mamy już zakupiono bardzo dużo sprzętu. W tej chwili ponad 50% inwestycji to jest w sprzęt, ale to za chwileczkę będzie wymagane, aby przyszły dodatkowe usługi, utrzymania czy wsparcia też polskich sił zbrojnych na przykład. Tutaj mówię o systemach takich jak Patriot czy F-35, ale również Abramsy i tak dalej. W tej chwili Polska wydaje ponad 4,7% PKB i patrząc na przyszłość w latach 2024-2034 Polska ma być drugim co do wielkości importerem towarów obronnych ze Stanów Zjednoczonych. To jest de facto 7,5% całkowitego eksportu obronnego ze Stanów Zjednoczonych w tym okresie i ustępujemy czy będziemy ustępować pod tym względem jedynie Australii i Katarowi. Mamy też oczywiście reprezentację firm amerykańskich, sektora A&D. Już może nie będę całej listy wymieniać. I ostatni punkt, ale równie istotny, bo to jest związany z kompetencjami. Widziałam też dzisiaj przedstawicieli ABSL-u. Mamy w Polsce olbrzymie centra kompetencyjne. Firmy amerykańskie tutaj zainwestowały też bardzo dużo i zatrudniają ponad 130 tysięcy osób. De facto to jest 28% centrów, które są związane z kapitałem amerykańskim. Także jak widzicie Państwo, ta współpraca jest bardzo wielowymiarowa i co najważniejsze, to też jest współpraca strategiczna i długofalowa. Także może, przepraszam za dłuższą wypowiedź, ale myślę, że to w dobrym konspekcie może ustawić naszą dyskusję.
Nie, ja myślę, że to jest bardzo potrzebne i bardzo dziękujemy za zakreślenie tych ram, Agnieszko, bo też myślę, że ten krajobraz inwestycji bardzo się zmienił. To znaczy przeszliśmy od takiej dużej obecności konsumenckich, B2C inwestycji do rzeczywiście budowania podłoża dla największych strategicznych projektów. I zostając w tym temacie, my w amerykańskiej Izbie Handlowej mamy 3 bardzo duże priorytety. Jeden to jest właśnie obronność, drugi to jest energia, trzeci to jest technologia, ale od wielu miesięcy powtarzamy, że inwestycja w energetykę jądrową będzie tak naprawdę matką wszystkich innych inwestycji amerykańskich w Polsce i bez tego nie pojedziemy z wielu powodów. I to pytanie w tym kontekście chciałabym skierować do Mariusza Wawra 3M, żebyś powiedział nam więcej o znaczeniu tego sektora energetycznego, udziału amerykańskiego kapitału w tym sektorze, ale też dlaczego właśnie mówimy o tym, że bez dobrej polityki energetycznej, bez transformacji cyfrowej trudno będzie nam budować mapę przyszłych inwestycji, nie tylko amerykańskich.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Dziękuję za zaproszenie. Ja myślę, że to, co powiedziała Agnieszka i to, co Marta, będzie takim punktem wyjścia do tego, ja powiem, ponieważ chcę mówić o energetyce, a reprezentuję firmę, która akurat w Polsce, szanowni Państwo, zainwestowała kilka miliardów, ma ponad 4000 ludzi, ma największe centrum produkcyjne w Polsce, plus centrum R&D. Ale większość naszych dyskusji inwestycyjnych dotyczy właśnie energii. Ceny energii, jej niezawodności, tego, czy ona jest czysta i dostępna, bo bez tego duże inwestycje po prostu nie powstaną. Ale na kwestię energetyki trzeba spojrzeć bardzo wielowymiarowo i tych naszych relacji pomiędzy Stanami Zjednoczonymi, Polską, Europą, ponieważ ona tak naprawdę jest elementem całego, powiedziałbym, łańcucha dostaw. I na koniec, znaczy zaczyna się od technologii i zaczyna się od surowców, których no niestety czasami w Europie nam brakuje, bo nie jesteśmy samowystarczalni pod tym kątem, ale kończy się na wzroście gospodarczym i inwestycjach. Bez tego tak naprawdę ciężko będzie przyciągnąć do Polski nie tylko duże inwestycje przemysłowe, ale chociażby technologiczne. Duże centra danych, AI wymagają tej energii i musimy w to rzeczywiście dosyć mocno inwestować. Ale patrząc na to, co Agnieszko też powiedziałaś, na surowce, znaczy ten value change, ta współpraca transatlantycka dotyczy głównie, dotyczy surowców. Potrzebujemy ich, bo Europa, tak jak powiedziałem, nie może sobie zapewnić 100% wytwarzania energii z własnych surowców, więc LNG czy inne surowce są nam niezbędne. Po to również, żeby się transformować, zanim dojdziemy do tego zielonego, czystego miksu energetycznego, w którym również jest atom, no musimy wykorzystywać chociażby gaz, LNG po to, żebyśmy ten dół zasypali, jeżeli chodzi o brak energii, który nam grozi w najbliższych latach pod kątem mocy. Druga rzecz to są technologie, szanowni państwo, i tu również całe spektrum od wytwórczych, to znaczy mówimy tu o dużym atomie, który jest niezbędny, żeby stanowił tę podstawę miksu energetycznego i pewnie docelowo gdzieś pomógł nam zastąpić niezbyt wspierane chociażby w kontekście Unii Europejskiej źródła tradycyjne, wytwórcze, że tak to nazwę. Mamy mały atom, który również jest też perspektywiczny. Mamy sieci przesyłowe i mamy całą gospodarkę onshore i offshore, która na koniec dnia będzie uzupełnieniem tego miksu energetycznego. I tu również technologie amerykańskie, inwestorzy są bardzo aktywni. Nasi członkowie działają praktycznie w każdej z tych branż, z tych dziedzin energetyki, dostarczając finansowanie, dostarczając technologię albo będąc po prostu inwestorem finalnym, który ma zapewnić te miejsca, znaczy te moce wytwórcze. I przechodzimy do tego, o czym wspomniałem, to znaczy surowce i technologie równa się moce wytwórcze, a tym samym równa się niezawodna, przystępna cenowo energia. I czysta, bo bez tego, patrząc na to, co się dzieje, jakie są regulacje unijne związane z dekarbonizacją, związane ze stabilnością dostaw, bezpieczeństwem, będzie nam ciężko po prostu zapewnić wzrost gospodarczy. I jak Państwo zapewne wiedzą, uczestnicząc w procesach inwestycyjnych, no z pierwszych pytań poza finansowaniem zapewne są kwestie właśnie energetyczne zapewnienia przyłączy, zastąpienia stabilności, zapewnienia tej czystej energii. I teraz, szanowni państwo, to się wydają jako puzzle, ale te puzzle, żeby złożyć, potrzebna jest wizja. I my, patrząc z perspektywy inwestora, w każdym z tych elementów szukamy pewnej wizji albo oczekujemy pewnej wizji rozwoju polskiej energetyki na najbliższe 5, 10, 30 lat. I ma to oczywiście znaczenie w przypadku dużych inwestorów w energetykę profesjonalną, zawodową czy atomową, gdzie potrzebne jest finansowanie i ramy dotyczące wsparcia, ale również dotyczy to takich małych inwestorów, chociażby tak jak, nie wiem, nasza firma, czy PepsiCo, czy Amazon. Szanowni państwo, my trochę idąc do przodu, wychodzimy poza nasz korowy biznes i na przykład budujemy własne farmy fotowoltaiczne, kilkumegawatowe, które stoją przy naszych fabrykach. Po co? Po to, żeby zapewnić stabilną, czystą i tanią energię, którą musimy mieć. Więc przed tym nie uciekniemy. Ta transakcyjność, o której została tu wspomniana, jest bardzo ważna. W niektórych, patrząc na transatlantyckie relacje, w niektórych elementach konkurujemy, ale w niektórych jesteśmy sojusznikami z wyboru po to, żeby też trochę zmitygować pewne ryzyka. Żeby ta energetyka nie została zweponizowana, kiedyś nie stała się narzędziem rozmów, które nie powinny mieć miejsca po prostu w geopolityce. Dziękuję bardzo.
Super, dziękuję bardzo. Teraz mieliśmy dwie bardzo pozytywne wypowiedzi, więc tobie, Piotrze, w udziale przypadnie negatywny pivot. Spotykamy się dzisiaj dokładnie 4 miesiące po tym, jak piętro ponad nami premier Donald Tusk dokonały takiego otwarcia wobec sektora gospodarczego, mówiąc nie tylko o deregulacji, ale także o otworzeniu się na rozwój, przyjmowanie, wspieranie inwestycji, w tym amerykańskim, także w sektorze energetycznym. O tym też wtedy była mowa i zataczając to koło do dzisiaj przeszliśmy też przez dyskusję o repolonizacji gospodarki, o wzmacnianiu strategicznej autonomii, często w takim też protekcjonistycznym rozumieniu. Więc ciebie, Piotrze, chciałabym zapytać o czynniki, które mogłyby wpłynąć na to, że wizja zarysowana przez Agnieszkę czy przez Mariusza, która oczywiście wymaga pracy, ale raczej takiej kanonicznej, mogłaby się nie ziścić. I jak identyfikujesz też dla swojej organizacji, ale też jako ekspert te czynniki? Czy twoim zdaniem one są jeszcze do odwrócenia?
Dobrze, ja na początek powiem tylko, że zakładam, bo oczywiście jako firma jesteśmy super optymistyczni co do Polski, polskiego rynku. Inaczej nie byłoby inwestycji, planowanych transakcji, które na polskim rynku chcemy zrealizować, przejęcia detalicznej części City, realizowania później strategii wzrostowej. Wierzymy w polski rynek i wierzymy w polską gospodarkę, ale i tutaj Marta prosiła mnie, żeby być trochę sceptyczny i też, żeby pokazać szereg różnych problemów, bo wierzę i pamiętając też zeszłoroczną konferencję, ten optymizm jest trochę za duży, a przydałoby się trochę kontaktu z szeregiem różnych problemów, więc zacznę od problemu, który śledzimy wszyscy, a więc zacznę od cytatu z Sylwii Grzeszczak, z jej piosenki, która znowu wróciła na listy przebojów, bo ona śpiewała, że budujemy nasz dom na piasku, cena nie gra roli dziś, kupiliśmy prawie wszystko, ale wciąż nie mamy nic. I oczywiście nie jest to komentarz tylko... To nie jest tylko komentarz do polskiej piłki i swady, która następuje pomiędzy byłym już kapitanem reprezentacji, a jeszcze aktualnym selekcjonerem polskiej kadry narodowej. Natomiast jest tak, że Polska nadal nie jest państwem rozwiniętym. Polska jest państwem developing country. Według IMF nie spełniamy standardu bycia państwem rozwiniętym. I możemy się cieszyć z tego, że w parytecie siły nabywczej doganiamy Japonię, która jest w stagnacji od kilkudziesięciu lat i że ta siła nabywcza u nas wewnętrznie jest dosyć wysoka. Natomiast realnie polska gospodarka nadal nawet nie doszusowała jeszcze do tej kategorii państw najbardziej rozwiniętych w Europie czy na świecie i według różnych klasyfikacji no jeszcze tam się nie znaleźliśmy. Jest wiele różnych danych i standardów ekonomicznych, do których po prostu jeszcze nie doszliśmy do tego klubu najbogatszych, najlepiej rozwiniętych, z najwyższymi standardami, z najlepiej działającymi instytucjami i nadal właśnie nie mamy tego wszystkiego, co te inne kraje, które inwestowały przez lata, osiągnęły. To samo tyczy się okładki The Economist, którą bardzo wiele osób się cieszy, natomiast to trochę tak przypomina cieszenie się z okładki, nie czytając tekstu, który jest zawarty w środku. A trzeba pamiętać, że sam artykuł i to, o czym pisał ten tygodnik opinii rzutujący na dyskusję o bardzo wielu regionach i gospodarkach, no jednak jest ogromnym, ale to znakiem zapytania o tym, jak będzie wyglądał rozwój gospodarczy tego kraju w kolejnych latach, sugerując szereg różnych problemów, począwszy od instytucjonalnych, konfliktowych wewnętrznie, trochę tak jak bym powiedział w kadrze narodowej, i które się przejawiają w naszym kraju, a dodatkowo też pokazujące problemy czysto ekonomiczne, demografia. Mamy kolejny rok, w którym liczba osób w wieku produkcyjnym w Polsce spada i będzie tak spadać w kolejnych latach. Będzie coraz mniej osób w wieku produkcyjnym w naszym kraju. I oczywiście możemy się cieszyć, to nie wiem, produktywność przeciętnie pewnie wzrośnie, może firmy będą inwestować w automatyzację, ale demografia zaczyna doganiać ten kraj w sposób znaczący, co będzie powodować szereg różnych problemów, powoduje problem ze znalezieniem pracowników o odpowiednich kwalifikacjach, to, że nabory młodych specjalistów do korporacji, których tak bardzo potrzebujemy, są małe, bo te roczniki są już bardzo małe. Jest mało osób, które jesteśmy w stanie znaleźć, które kończą polskie uczelnie, takie świetne w obszarach, nie wiem, matematycznych czy inżynieryjnych. Więc to jest ten pierwszy dodatkowy problem. Sama okładka The Economist też bywa fatum, o czym bardzo wiele osób zapomina. Było szereg okładek przez lata publikowanych w The Economist pokazujące Africa Rising w 2011 roku. Później po 10 latach Africa Gap. O tym, że ta niezrealizowana obietnica dotycząca tej szansy rozwojowej poszczególnego regionu no się zmaterializowała. To znaczy problemy instytucjonalne, problemy różne, nierozwiązane doprowadziły do tego, że ten optymistyczny scenariusz wzlotu jakiegoś kraju się nie zmaterializował. No i to też powoduje, że oczywiście mamy przed sobą 2-3 lata stosunkowo wysokiego wzrostu gospodarczego. Do mniej więcej 2027 roku powinniśmy bez dużego kryzysu rozwijać się w tempie około 3% rocznie. Świetnie, no ale kiedyś się rozwijaliśmy w tempie ponad 4%. Nasz główny partner handlowy ma problemy strukturalne. Nie rozwinął się od 2017 roku. Niedługo będzie można już odliczać dekady, od kiedy niemiecka gospodarka się nie rozwija, nie prowadzi żadnej ekspansji, nie tworzy żadnej dodatkowej wartości w stosunku do tego, co było w latach poprzednich, a obecny konflikt handlowy, który globalnie widzimy, jeszcze bardziej ją osłabia. A to powoduje, że nasi eksporterzy, nasza produkcja i nasza wartość dodana nie trafia na inne rynki globalne i strukturalne problemy gospodarki niemieckiej będą odzwierciedlone w naszych wskaźnikach wzrostu w kolejnych latach. I oczywiście ten zdywersyfikowany rynek wewnętrzny, eksport na rynki inne niż niemiecki powodują, że my mamy ten stabilny bodziec wzrostowy, no ale KPO się kiedyś skończy, inwestycje publiczne będą mniejsze. W kolejnej perspektywie finansowej możemy być płatnikiem netto do budżetu Unii Europejskiej i fajnie, bo będziemy bogatsi, ale to powoduje też, że nie będziemy czerpać takich samych korzyści z kapitału, który będzie napływał do naszego kraju. No i do tego dodajmy jeszcze kwestię budżetu. Polska ma drugi najwyższy deficyt w Unii Europejskiej. Idziemy ze ścieżką powyżej 60% w relacji do PKB i my nie jesteśmy Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Dla nas bodźce, które będą nam formułować agencje ratingowe, nie spowodują tego, że jak Stany Zjednoczone mają rating najniższy od 1917 roku, to że ktoś nie będzie kupować ich obligacji albo to będzie powodować szereg problemów. No nie, zupełnie inaczej. To będzie powodowało, że nasz koszt obsługi długu będzie wyższy. Te ponad 2% PKB, które płacimy nabywcom obligacji, będzie się po prostu zwiększał. No i jak sobie z tym wszystkim poradzimy? Do tego jeszcze transformacja energetyczna, o której wspominał mój kolega tutaj, która też wymaga inwestycji, wymaga zaangażowania kapitałowego, a przede wszystkim też wymaga podejmowania decyzji teraz, bo bardzo wiele lat zostało zmarnowanych przez to, że nie inwestowaliśmy odpowiednio szybko. Czy to w gaz, czy to w odnawialne źródła energii, czy to w elektrownię jądrową, która pewnie jakby szukać tych najbardziej optymistycznych założeń, to już od paru lat przynajmniej powinna dostarczać energię do polskiej sieci elektroenergetycznej, a nadal tego nie robi.
Piotr, że będziesz aż tak pesymistyczny, nie spodziewałam się. Musimy wrócić na bardziej optymistyczny ton, bo nas organizatorzy więcej nie zaproszą. Więc jeszcze na chwilę przy tobie zostanę, bo na początku powiedziałeś, że Velobank jednak jest optymistyczny. Przeprowadziłeś nas przez taki worst case scenario, ale mam wrażenie, że podniosłeś wiele argumentów, które tak naprawdę dotyczą wielu gospodarek europejskich, jak demografia, transformacja energetyczna, deficyt. To nie jest tylko, to nie są problemy typowo polskie, ale jednak patrząc na to, co polską gospodarkę wyróżnia i o tym powiedziała już Agnieszka, chociażby nasza silna karta wobec Stanów Zjednoczonych dzisiaj, czyli przeznaczanie prawie 5% PKB. Teraz jeszcze bardziej podbita relacja polityczna między polityczna relacja między Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, która w dopie America First sprawia, że może mamy szansę być tymi, którzy nie będą padali ofiarą wycofywania czy ograniczania inwestycji poza Stanami Zjednoczonymi i że jednak ta nasza więź gospodarcza i handlowa jest tak rozpędzona, że będzie wciąż otwierała możliwości. Więc moje pytanie do ciebie jest takie, czy się z tym zgadzasz, czy nie? Mam nadzieję, że powiesz, że tak, bo tak jak powiedziałam, boję się, że już nas nie zaproszą. A dwa, tak zupełnie na poważnie, gdybyś mógł też powiedzieć o tych wyróżnikach, które jednak sprawiają, że jesteśmy w sytuacji wyjątkowej. Bo oczywiście możemy dyskutować o niuansach tego tekstu. Ja się z tobą zgadzam, że ta okładka z jednej strony też wypełniła absolutnie swoją rolę, miała niesamowicie dużą wartość marketingową. Wczytanie się w tekst rzeczywiście też stawiało dużo znaków zapytania, ale jakby bezapelacyjnie było to wyróżnienie i ten spotlight na Polskę był istotny.
Tak, ja ostrzegam, że jesteśmy na takim momencie zwrotnym, w którym jesteśmy peak Poland. W sensie bardzo wysoko zaszliśmy i pytanie, czy te kolejne lata to będzie rzeczywiście tak wysoki wskaźniki wzrostu, czy też nie i to może powodować szereg różnych problemów. No ale jeżeli chodzi o relacje transatlantyckie, dlaczego na przykład z perspektywy inwestycji zagranicznych nasz kraj moim zdaniem akurat będzie radził sobie lepiej, no to jak się popatrzy na całą resztę naszego regionu, ja o tym wspomniałem, to znaczy przy stagnującej gospodarce europejskiej Polska nadal będzie rozwijać się 3 razy szybciej. Ze względu na inne bodźce wewnętrzne, dostęp do rynku europejskiego, inne też czynniki niż tylko produkcja i eksport, chociażby chemiczny na rynek europejski, to sprawia, że my i w usługach, i w produkcji innych dóbr konsumenckich po prostu radzimy sobie świetnie. Duża część firm też polskich, z polskim kapitałem urosła na tyle wystarczająco dużo, żeby wchodzić na inne rynki europejskie, co powoduje, że są świetnymi klientami banków, są świetnymi partnerami do realizacji projektów, które w Europie można zrobić. I tak naprawdę jak się spojrzy na Europę Środkową, to nie ma tego typu doświadczenia, czy to na Węgrzech, w Czechach, czy na Słowacji, czy to w Rumunii, która jeżeli chodzi o wskaźniki wzrostu, to przez kilka lat ostatnich starała się nas dogonić. Więc Polska jest w tym sensie ewenementem. I to jest ogromna wartość, którą mamy. Druga rzecz to, ja nastraszyłem nas demografią, ale Polska ma też jeden z najniższych wskaźników automatyzacji i robotyzacji przemysłu. 61 robotów na 10 tysięcy chyba pracowników przemysłowych. Na Węgrzech to jest około 200, w Niemczech to jest prawie 500, więc wystarczyłoby zainwestować w park przemysłowy po to, żeby przy tej samej ilości pracowników w pewnie trochę innych kwalifikacjach obsługujących fabryki, dałoby się uzyskiwać większą wartość dodaną, kreować więcej pieniędzy z tej produkcji i z tego eksportu. I to wydaje się być relatywnie jakoś proste w sensie makroekonomicznym, że trzeba byłoby to zrobić. Trudne do tego, że to się nie do końca dzieje w przypadku naszego kraju. No i ostateczna kwestia, i to wspominaliśmy wcześniej, czyli kwestia związana z kapitałem ludzkim. Taka liczba w wartościach nominalnych osób wykwalifikowanych, nawet jeżeli będą więcej zarabiać, nie jest dostępna na żadnym innym rynku europejskim. Więc jeżeli jakaś firma szuka wrot dostępu do rynku europejskiego, do jednolitego rynku europejskiego, który ma ponad 400 milionów konsumentów, no to nie ma innego kraju niż Polska. Jeżeli chcemy produkować i dostarczać na tej ostatniej mili produkty dostępne dla przeciętnego Europejczyka, to w zasadzie nie ma innego, raczej może kiedyś Rumunia, może, ale Polska jest jedynym krajem, który dzisiaj jest w stanie to zagwarantować przy tej ścieżce wzrostu, przy tej ścieżce nadal jednak utrzymującej się dosyć dużej grupie populacji w wieku produkcyjnym. Natomiast mamy szereg różnych problemów, o których warto pamiętać, bo one mogą spowodować, że ta okładka właśnie później może za 10 lat nas ugryźć brzydko w tyłek, że nie rozwiązaliśmy iluś problemów, które wewnętrznie mamy i okazuje się, że podobnie jak wiele innych krajów, jak wiele osób, które pojawiło się na okładkach Forbesa, nie do końca zrealizowaliśmy te plany i marzenia, które nam były dane.
Dzięki. Myślę, że wracając do tematu naszego panelu, tak jak powiedziałam na początku, w tym gronie jakby nie mamy cienia wątpliwości co do tego, czy powinniśmy być rywalami, czy aliantami, jeśli chodzi o współpracę transatlantycką, ale druga część tego pytania cały czas odwołuje się do tego momentu, w którym jesteśmy dzisiaj. Dużo powiedzieliśmy o tym, co Stany Zjednoczone dają Polsce poprzez swoje inwestycje tutaj. Teraz dużo powiedzieliśmy o tym, jakie warunki tworzy Polska, ale pozostaje pytanie o tę przemianę, która się odbywa, czyli tę bardzo wymienną, transakcyjną politykę między Europą i Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Znowu ja myślę, że jako amerykańska Izba Handlowa twardo stoimy na stanowisku, że Polska się tutaj w pewien sposób wyróżnia, nie ulega tej średniej, powiedzmy, konfliktu dzisiaj czy dyskusji, ale też ma wiele flagowych projektów, dużo takiego flagowego potencjału i to jest pytanie, które chciałabym skierować do Agnieszki. Znowu, pracujecie z wieloma partnerami i polskimi, i amerykańskimi, międzynarodowymi w Polsce. I czy mogłabyś podać nam więcej przykładów czy sektorów, gdzie widzisz szczególne znaczenie amerykańskich inwestycji w Polsce lub szczególnych warunków, które Polska tworzy dla waszych partnerów biznesowych, że chcą inwestować właśnie tutaj, a nie w Rumunii, która może gdzieś tam za nami biec?
Drodzy Państwo, Polska to jest 6. rynek w Europie. To jest na pewno bardzo duży rynek konsumencki, który pozwala i przyciąga bardzo dużo firm z sektora na przykład FMCG, czyli wszystkich produktów szybko zbywalnych. I widać, że tutaj mamy naprawdę duże inwestycje. My pracujemy też z tymi firmami, które nie tylko jakby swoje produkty sprzedają w Polsce, ale również już wspominam o tych centrach, które również sprowadziły i budują w Polsce swoje centra kompetencji, R&D związane na przykład z zarządzaniem łańcuchem dostaw na całą Europę. I z Polski są budowane rozwiązania, które są następnie przenoszone na cały świat, do 80+ krajów i tak dalej. Więc to jest jeden taki przykład, gdzie jakby wykorzystując naszą siłę, czyli siłę edukacji, wiem, że mamy dużo zastrzeżeń do tego, ale pomimo wszystko, siłę rynku, który pozwala również na wdrożenie tych rozwiązań na rynku, przetestowaniu i zbudowaniu odpowiedniego wolumenu, ale też ta część, której nie doceniamy, to jest to, że jednak polski rynek to jest rynek młodych ludzi w dalszym ciągu, mówiących po angielsku, bardzo dobrze wyedukowanych, bardzo często po szkołach. Mamy tutaj Harvard, ale też wiadomo, że są inne szkoły, którzy wracają do Polski i też mają tutaj na celu nie tylko jakby zostać gdzieś poza granicami, ale pracować też dla tych korporacji międzynarodowych. Więc to jest jeden kierunek, który jest widoczny. Z drugiej strony Polska, będąc na wschodniej flance NATO, też ma rolę specjalną. My odgrywamy specjalną rolę. Proszę zwrócić uwagę, że z punktu widzenia inwestycji, ale nie tylko zbrojeniowych, ale energetycznych, Polska jest jednak dominującym krajem w naszym regionie. My też jak na przykład rozmawiamy o pewnych inwestycjach, to jest tutaj traktowane Polska jako firma, jako kraj, przepraszam bardzo, z którego pewnego rodzaju rozwiązania będą wykorzystywane w innych krajach. Rozmawialiśmy o tym, że oczywiście o atomie, to jest jeden przykład, ale nie tylko. To dotyczy również na przykład rozwiązań w zakresie czy logistyki, ale również rozwiązań w zakresie sektora industrialnego, czy motoryzacja, powiedzmy, to jest bardziej rozłożone pomiędzy region. I może też warto wspomnieć o tym, że w Polsce ze względu na to, że jest myślę, że dobry klimat finalnie, bo firmy, które przychodzą do Polski, chcą szukać inwestycji. Ja wiem, że ten spadek inwestycji był zauważalny, ale jednocześnie otwartość i chęć i dalej jakby taki głód nasz, jeżeli chodzi o budowanie biznesu, powoduje, że wszystkie inne sektory, na przykład sektor farmaceutyczny czy też inne, znajdują tutaj miejsce na to, aby przynosić coraz bardziej zaawansowane procesy, bo nie wiem, Państwo pewnie pamiętacie, że jeszcze kiedyś to były głównie finansowo-księgowe, call center i tak dalej. W tej chwili tak naprawdę coraz więcej mamy inwestycji w zakresie bardzo złożonych i skomplikowanych rozwiązań. No ja powiem nawet z naszej strony, my już mamy centrum, które jest wyspecjalizowane w bardzo złożonej i zaawansowanej analityce danych. W zakresie cyberbezpieczeństwa, to są wszystko europejskie centra. Mamy wyspecjalizowany zespół w zakresie budowania rozwiązań technologicznych. Także wszystkie te elementy pozwalają nam nie tylko obsługiwać polskie firmy, wyskalować zespół, zbudować odpowiednią masę, ale również przynosić ten know-how do Polski.
Dziękuję. Mariusz, widziałam, że robiłeś sporo notatek, więc masz do wyboru komentarz czy pytanie?
Ja myślę, że komentarz, bo nie wiem, jakie będzie pytanie, więc wolę sam zaprojektować moją przyszłość. I znowu trochę mówiąc o szczegółach. Znaczy rzeczywiście to, co powiedziała Agnieszka, że Polska bardzo się wyróżnia na globalnej mapie, jeżeli chodzi o amerykańskie inwestycje. Ja pamiętam 10 lat temu byliśmy trochę takim biednym bratem w Europie, gdzie były jakieś tam drobne inwestycje, ale generalnie jeździliśmy się uczyć do Niemiec, do Anglii i tu delikatne tylko były procesy produkcyjne. Szanowni Państwo, po 10 latach na przykładzie naszej firmy mamy tu największą ilość pracowników, największe centrum produkcyjne i największe jedyne centrum usług wspólnych, o których wspomniała Agnieszka. Dlaczego? Po pierwsze, bo mamy wykształcenie i nam się chce. I ja to widzę, że to jest chyba najważniejsze. My nie robimy problemów, nasi inżynierowie, nasi menadżerowie po prostu rozbudowują rzeczy. To trochę taka nasza dalsza, to czy taka już historyczna umiejętność radzenia sobie. Druga rzecz, widzimy, że wiele procesów tych usług wspólnych jest przenoszonych do Polski, bo mamy tu ekspertów i mamy młode osoby, które świetnie sobie radzą i językowo, i pod kątem czy to IT, czy finansów, czy innych elementów. W centrum we Wrocławiu to jest 16 języków, w których tak naprawdę Polacy obsługują biura na całym świecie. Piotr wspomniał o robotyzacji. To również w przypadku centrów produkcyjnych może te statystyki nie powalają, ale bardzo często to w polskich zakładach są przeprowadzane pilotaże, na których uczą się później nasi koledzy z innych krajów i one są eksportowane jako dobre praktyki. I szanowni Państwo, te największe inwestycje w ostatnich latach, czy to będzie 3M, czy Google, czy Amazon, czy PepsiCo, czy GE, tak jak sektor motoryzacyjny, czy lotniczy, powstają w Polsce. To są najczystsze, najbardziej nowoczesne fabryki i to jeszcze pachnie świeżością, ale my mamy do tego potencjał. Oczywiście są pewne wyzwania, również pod kątem tego, żeby dostosować się do tych zmieniających się rzeczywistości. Trochę regulacje, żeby rzeczywiście te regulacje szły i wspierały szybkie procesy. Mówię tu też o kwestii wsparcia finansowego. Wykorzystujemy świetnie fundusze europejskie, ale nie do końca duże korporacje mogą sobie z nich korzystać, a to by był dodatkowy atut, żeby te procesy wdrażać. I wydaje mi się, że ważnym elementem również dla przemysłu jest edukacja zawodowa. I tu też poza tymi wszystkimi kwestiami informatyka czy finanse, mamy również rzesze osób, które powinny być wyszkolone technicznie po to, żeby mogły obsługiwać te fabryki przyszłości. I tu też wielkie wyzwanie i dla inwestorów, i w sumie dla państwa, po to, żeby odpowiadać na te potrzeby i już tak projektować te procesy edukacyjne, żeby na koniec dnia ci młodzi ludzie, którzy przychodzą do nowoczesnych fabryk, zakładów, potrafili sobie poradzić z tymi nowoczesnymi procesami. Dzięki.
Super, to jednak trochę oszukam i jeszcze będę miała dla ciebie jedno pytanie na taką pewnie ostatnią rundę, bo skoro jest tak dobrze, to dlaczego wszyscy boimy się, że może być też tak źle? I jednak od kilku miesięcy i też myślę, że trochę jako Izba musimy się otworzyć. Dostajemy często pytania, czy wciąż można ufać amerykańskim inwestorom. Dostajemy pytania o kill switche. Jesteśmy gdzieś tam obarczani też odpowiedzialnością za relację polityczną, która dzieje się ponad naszymi głowami. To jest trochę też pytanie do was jako do menadżerów. Jak wy przekonujecie swoje HQs, ale też czy swoich inwestorów do tego, żeby w Polsce pozostawać, żeby budować to zaufanie i żeby jednak ta transakcyjna polityka była po prostu uczciwa i przejrzysta. I wydaje mi się, że nie ma nic złego w tej transakcyjnej polityce. I tydzień temu podczas Europejskiego Kongresu Finansowego prowadziliśmy podobną rozmowę, która poszła trochę w innym kierunku, ponieważ mieliśmy z nami na scenie też między innymi ambasador Georgette Mosbacher, która w bardzo brutalny sposób tłumaczyła, skąd bierze się dzisiaj polityka, którą można pobieżnie nazwać izolacjonistyczną ze strony Stanów Zjednoczonych, więc gdybyśmy mogli tę ostatnią rundę, zaczynając znowu od ciebie, Mariusz, poświęcić na to, jak utrzymać dalej tę relację handlową między Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, jak ty jako menadżer tłumaczysz tę potrzebę i jak możemy się i czy możemy spodziewać się, że 3M nadal będzie inwestowało w Polsce?
Ja myślę, że jesteśmy tu 30 lat, zainwestowaliśmy 3 miliardy, mamy 4000 ludzi i nigdzie się nie wybieramy, szanowni państwo. To znaczy w ostatnich miesiącach mówi się o zatrzymaniu inwestycji, ale ja widziałem raczej odmrożenie pewnych projektów, które były po prostu w naszych fabrykach, dodatkowe projekty, czy linie produkcyjne, czy procesy wdrażane i to się dzieje, więc mamy świetnych ludzi, mamy przyjazność prawa i też dobre podejście ze strony samorządów czy też władzy centralnej. Brakuje oczywiście czasami już od wielu lat większej może przewidywalności, ale w takiej geopolitycznej sytuacji ciężko tego powiedzieć, więc reasumując, ja nie widzę na tym etapie większego zagrożenia. Raczej spodziewam się, że rola Polski będzie coraz większa na mapie Europy, ponieważ wszyscy na świecie, albo szczególnie w Stanach widzą to, że jesteśmy z dziada pradziada proamerykańscy. Jest to takie dobre miejsce, w którym inwestorów amerykańskich się wspiera, szanuje i też można zrobić po prostu dobry deal, jak to mówią. Więc nie widzę na razie zagrożenia do tej sytuacji, a raczej szansę na to, że Polska może stać się głównym partnerem gospodarczym dla Stanów Zjednoczonych w tej części Europy, ponieważ łączą tu nas i kwestie gospodarcze, i kwestie bezpieczeństwa, i kwestie energetyki.
Ja też w to zdecydowanie wierzę, że tak może być, że Polska ma szansę ten status osiągnąć. Agnieszko, pytanie podobne do ciebie. Jak podtrzymać tę silną relację handlową między Polską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi i jak ty rozmawiasz ze swoim HQ na ten temat?
To ja też się pochwalę, że my jesteśmy ponad 30 lat, także to chyba wszyscy się... Ale odnosząc się do... No drodzy Państwo, to tak trochę wygląda. Jak my przeglądaliśmy portfolio krajów, w którym powinniśmy operować, to nie ukrywam, że w niektórych krajach zamknęliśmy operacje związane z rozwojem lokalnego rynku. Nie mówię tutaj czasami operacje globalne pozostały, ale to z 2 lata temu zrobiliśmy bardzo głęboki przegląd i w tym czasie była właśnie dyskusja, na ile Polska jest tym rynkiem kluczowym i tu nie ukrywam, że nie było żadnej wątpliwości, że to jest ten rynek, który w dalszym ciągu będzie rozwijać, gdzie my również możemy dużo wnieść wartości, bo to działa w 2 strony. Więc tutaj to się jakby pojawiło, to było już weryfikowane i myślę, że w dalszym ciągu widać klarownie, że Polska jeszcze jest, mówiąc wprost, przed następnym skokiem transformacji. Dlatego, że mamy oczywiście wyzwania wynikające z naszego położenia geopolitycznego, z naprawdę strasznej wojny w Ukrainie, ale jednocześnie, jak sobie spojrzymy, czeka nas transformacja głównych dziedzin w Polsce. Tak? Mówimy o przedsiębiorstwach, które wymagają dużych przedsiębiorstwach, nawet Skarbu Państwa, które najprawdopodobniej będą chciały jednak zrobić transformację. Mówimy o tym, że bardzo duży udział będzie polskich firm w potencjalnej na przykład przyszłej odbudowie. Wiem, że do Ukrainy to jest jeszcze trochę czasu. No i my również w ramach tego budowania nowej fali innowacyjności czy konkurencyjności Europy, no mówiąc wprost, Polska ma naprawdę bardzo dużo atutów do zaoferowania. Dlatego, że Europa, jeżeli chce być niezależna, suwerenna, musi podbić i zbudować swoje dodatkowe kompetencje technologiczne w zakresie produktywności również, ale również w zakresie know-how i tak dalej. I tutaj naprawdę mamy dużo do powiedzenia, dużo wartości.
Dziękuję. Ciekawe, że dopiero w 42 minucie meczu padło hasło Ukraina, które też odgrywa bardzo istotną rolę w myśleniu o tym, jakim będziemy gospodarczym partnerem dla Stanów Zjednoczonych. W ostatnich tygodniach my w Izbie dostajemy bardzo dużo sygnałów od nowych amerykańskich partnerów czy administracji amerykańskiej, co myślimy o porozumieniach, które mogą się dziać ponad głową Polski i jest to taki ciekawy wątek, prawdopodobnie na inną jeszcze kiedyś rozmowę, więc wracając do tematu dzisiejszej, Piotr, final word. I gdybyś mógł nam powiedzieć coś nie tylko z perspektywy Velobanku, który nie jest amerykańską firmą z 30 latami tradycji w Polsce, ale w takiej szerszej perspektywie, wychodząc ponad twoją rolę tylko w banku, jak tę relację handlową możemy w tym dzisiejszym galimatiasie utrzymać? Jakimi kartami powinniśmy zagrać i czy wielu przedstawicieli inwestorów obecnych, czy przyszłych obecnych tutaj dzisiaj na sali możemy przekonać, że Polska będzie nadal grała tymi silnymi kartami w dobie i dyskusji o cłach i po prostu trudnej geopolitycznej, często populistycznej dyskusji.
Zacznę może od Ukrainy, bo Polska jest tym krajem, do którego zarówno załogi specjalistów, software deweloperów, programistów z Moskwy zostały zrelokowane po rozpoczęciu barbarzyńskiej agresji Federacji Rosyjskiej na Ukrainę, jak i część zespołów, która przeniosła się z Ukrainy i z tych terenów, które były objęte i są nadal objęte niestety walkami. Więc Polska była miejscem, do którego relokowano bardzo wielu specjalistów, bardzo wiele osób. Jesteśmy krajem, do którego uciekały osoby prześladowane przez reżim Łukaszenki po wyborach w 2022 roku. Jesteśmy tym miejscem, które z tego powodu mogło korzystać z tych zasobów ludzkich, z tej wiedzy, z tej produktywności, która generowała nasz dobrobyt, nasze szanse rozwojowe i ma w najbliższej przyszłości szanse podobnie do tego. Ja jestem dużym optymistą co do tego, co może się wydarzyć w momencie, w którym będziemy mieli podpisane porozumienie pokojowe z Ukrainą. Są oczywiście argumenty o tym, że Ukraina może przejąć część zainteresowania inwestorów, które do tej pory było w Polsce. Natomiast będzie to proces długotrwały. To nie jest tak, że to się wydarzy w kilka lat i wierzę, że do tego czasu właśnie produktywność polskiej gospodarki, zwiększenie wartości dodanej, produkcja i eksport nie borówek, a dżemu będzie naszą przewagą komparatywną, przynajmniej bez cukru. Będzie tym, co tworzy i będziemy mieli markę, która jest dostępna na europejskich sklepach. Tak jak wielu różnych produktów, zresztą akurat w przypadku przetwórstwa spożywczego tak jest. Więc to jest jedna rzecz, w którą osobiście dosyć wierzę i Polska może być takimi wrotami do inwestycji przez jednak bardziej przewidywalny system regulacyjny, prawny, bliskość językową. Moja babka była Ukrainką, naprawdę można się nauczyć języka ukraińskiego dosyć szybko, żeby można było się porozumieć na tamtejszym rynku i z tamtejszymi osobami, więc to jest moim zdaniem jedna z tych perspektyw. Druga, to my jako kraj, i to już było wspomniane, to nie jest nic nowego, mamy dwie silne nogi. Jedną nogą jest Unia Europejska, drugą nogą jest NATO i my jesteśmy wiarygodnym partnerem dla Stanów Zjednoczonych, jako ten, który od lat realizuje swoje zobowiązania militarne, traktuje ryzyka geopolityczne poważnie i z tej perspektywy nasz głos dzisiaj jest o wiele bardziej słyszalny w Waszyngtonie niż części europejskich elit i z tej perspektywy dla Amerykanów, dla amerykańskich inwestorów Polska jest po prostu poważnym partnerem. I to jest naprawdę ogromna wartość, którą my dzisiaj mamy do wykorzystania, że jesteśmy tymi, z którymi można robić poważnie biznes i poważnie traktujemy wyzwania przyszłości, które mają charakter strategiczny, które Stany Zjednoczone od bardzo wielu lat. I to nie jest ta prezydentura, to nie jest poprzednia prezydentura Joe Bidena, po prostu stopniowo zmieniało się podejście elit co do ryzyk, które Stany Zjednoczone widzą na świecie i ryzyk, które niesie za sobą Chińska Republika Ludowa ze swoimi inwestycjami i państwami, które z nią współpracują. I my tutaj jesteśmy naprawdę najbardziej wiarygodnym i najbardziej przejrzystym sprzymierzeńcem i krajem, z którymi Ameryka robi biznes. I to moim zdaniem jest taka bardzo, ale to bardzo ważna wartość. Dodatkowo ja tu narzekałem i mówiłem o tym, że mamy wyzwania. Jak się poprosi ekonomistę, to zawsze powie 1000 sposobów rzeczy, które są złe. To nadal my będziemy rozwijać się szybciej niż reszta Europy. Nadal. Jakby pomimo wielu problemów, pomimo strukturalnych kwestii, które są, to nadal jest rynek wewnętrzny, który ma siłę przyciągania imigrantów, ma siłę przyciągania inwestycji zagranicznych większą niż inne kraje Europy Zachodniej, które dzisiaj tej wiarygodności w oczach Waszyngtonu nie mają.
Dziękuję bardzo. Cieszę się, że nasz panel zakończył się taką doskonałą konkluzją, że de facto nie musimy na nowo wymyślać tej relacji, bo ona tak naprawdę nigdy się gruntownie nie zmieniła. Bardzo dziękuję Wam za udział w tej rozmowie. Dziękuję, że Wasze firmy są takimi partnerami dla Polski, tak twardo stąpając po ziemi są w stanie wytłumaczyć, dlaczego to robią i dlaczego tu zostaną. Agnieszka Kubera, Accenture, Piotr Arak, Velobank, Mariusz Wawer, Trzem. Dziękujemy bardzo za zaproszenie. Dziękujemy za zaproszenie organizatorom i liczymy, że to jest dopiero początek naszej wspólnej drogi. Dobrego dnia. Dziękujemy.
And Marta Pośla, Chairwoman of American Chamber of Commerce in Poland. Thank you very much. Thank you for this discussion about Polish economy, American investments in Poland. And thank you for the optimistic and for being with us, of course. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about capital flow, exactly about understanding the dynamics of capital flow between developed markets and emerging markets. Focus, of course, on Central and Eastern Europe. We'll make some changes on the stage, new water sunglasses. And I have a pleasure to invite the moderator of this debate, who is Urash Ulku, head of EM Europe Research, Institute of International Finance. You're invited to join us on stage, and I would like to welcome also on stage the panelists. Let me invite Stefan Elgi, Chief Strategist, Argo Capital, Mark Patrick, Head of Macro and Country Risk, TIAA, and Magdalena Poland, Head of EM Macro Research, PGIM Fixed Income. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Agata, for the great introductions. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to this session. So this session will discuss the capital flows dynamics and the general outlook for the global economy and emerging markets. And I have 3 great speakers for the panel discussion. And they are truly global investors. I think they are very relevant speakers for this summit. And yeah, first Magda, Mark, Steven, thank you so much for being here in Warsaw and helping me for the panel discussion. So before I turn to you and ask you to share your views with the audience on the topics of this session, let me briefly share IF views and IF forecasts of the capital flows to the emerging markets, and then I'll turn to you. So the one thing we do really good at the IF, we monitor capital flows to emerging markets very closely, and we keep updated our members on regular basis about the latest developments. And we have quite a few research products and data sets to do so. As you can see here on the first exhibit on the slide, we have a high frequency capital flows tracker, and that tracks the non-resident portfolio equity and portfolio debt to emerging markets. And this is just a snapshot for the emerging Europe region. So by using the data set, you can make the same chart for other regions, LATAM, EM Asia, China, Middle East, and Africa. And then the other research product we have, where we present our capital flows forecast, is the capital flows report. And we are now in the process of finalizing this report, and the next issue of that report will be available for the IAF members later this month. But when we forecast capital flows, we look at many indicators, macro indicators, the quantitative factors and qualitative factors, and the exhibit in the middle shows sort of like the historical performance of quantitative indicators like interest rate differentials, growth differentials, and how much those quantitative indicators can explain the historical variance in non-resident capital flows to emerging markets. By the way, by non-resident capital flows, what we mean is all sorts of flows, FDI, portfolio, equity portfolio debt, and other investment, including the cross-border bank lending, syndicated loans, everything. And so our analysis, as you can see in the exhibit in the middle, shows that for some markets, for some countries in the emerging Europe region, the macro indicators can explain around 50-60% of the variance in the changes in the non-resident capital flows. And that is an important information. That's then how we adjust our forecast by using our judgment. We take into account geopolitical factors. The surprise election outcomes turn out to be quite important drivers of capital flows, inflows, and outflows. We take all those factors into account. And the preliminary forecast for the aggregated capital flows to emerging markets, you will see, the IF members will see when we publish the next CFR, points to a forecast, a gradual increase in capital flows to emerging markets from around $830 billion in 2024 to around $910 billion for all regions, emerging Europe, EM Asia, LATAM, Middle East, and Africa. One important factor is all this uncertainty, like tariff-related uncertainty. We believe that uncertainty will continue to weigh on the investor sentiment and the consumer and business confidence over the near term. And in fact, we have downgraded the growth forecast for the United States for this year, and we are projecting a shallow recession in the second half of the year in the United States. And with that kind of like the growth profile, the emerging markets, which rely heavily on the United States, will receive less capital flows than other markets. We are quite optimistic when it comes to the growth outlook for the euro area, taking into account the German fiscal package, the defense and infrastructure, the funds available. So briefly, the forecast for the emerging Europe, the capital flows to emerging Europe, we're projecting a gradual increase from $170 billion in 2024 to $190 billion this year, and then further up to $198 billion. So that's like 1/5 of the aggregated non-resident capital flows to emerging markets. So with that, now let me turn to you, Magda. I don't know how much you disagree with my view in terms of like the markets, the regions, EM, Europe, LATAM. So let me ask you how you see the outlook over the next 12 to 18 months in terms of the growth and the capital flows dynamics.
Thank you. Dzień dobry. Let me break this into a couple of pieces, because I think the chart that Ugra showed here is very interesting, right? So we compare a few countries, and we see that for some countries what really matters when it comes to capital flow is their growth. And that attracts high quality, sticky, non-debt creating capital inflows. And we can see that, for example, in Poland, that growth bit is there, but we still have the policy, so the blue one, right? But you also have a lot of the policy interest rate, which is simply interest rates and the carriage rate and the bonds that are very interesting for other investors. And still, it's a quite good mix. It's much better than what you get in Hungary, which is mostly carry flow, which is a fast money. It can go out any day, and you have to keep interest rates high, keep the capital engaged. So looking at that and linking it to our view, I think we are in a moment for emerging markets which is quite unique. Because, and I think my colleagues will talk about it a bit more, but we're in a moment where the normal rules of the game almost don't work anymore, because we are in an environment in which the global currency, reserve currency owner, the United States, actively tries not to be the owner of this global reserve currency and tries to make that safe haven asset less safe at the same time. So that's already a fundamental change in shift and recalculation of what attracts capital to other countries. At the same time, despite this increased uncertainty over globalization, over the interest rates, over interest rate parities, we have a situation in which global growth is still holding up. It's not what it used to be, but it's still holding up. And the drivers for monetary policy, for other aspects for these countries are quite positive. So oil prices are lower. This is usually very positive for emerging market countries, middle income countries like Poland, right? Because it allows also for more monetary policy space, reduces pressure on costs for the economy. So that's quite positive. And it should work in favor of capital inflows, both in terms of the short-term outlook, so attractiveness of assets, potential for decline in yields, for growth, and three, especially in case of Poland or the higher-rated issuers, it's that potential relocation from US or maybe lower allocation to the US, but towards the higher-rated countries. However, that is not all rosy. We also know that global trade volumes are very important for growth in emerging market countries. Capital flows, that's the G part, the growth part, that is also important in attracting capital flows. And here, if we really see, which we don't expect, but if we were to see a breakdown in global trade, that would be negative for flows.
Thank you. And now let me turn to you, Mark. Same question, but maybe a slightly different tone. Like, what are the macro or geopolitical factors that a large U.S. pension like TIAA is considering most in today's, uncertain world?
Yeah, thank you, Arash, and it's a very big pleasure for me to be able to speak to you today. I found a quote from Winston Churchill. In 1936, he said that the era of procrastination is coming to an end, and this is a time of consequences. And I would argue that that's true in the world that we face today. The reality is that none of us in this room have faced a period of greater geopolitical and geoeconomic uncertainty than we're living through now. You'd really have to look back to Churchill's time for that. In this environment, I think as my colleague has suggested, it is for the first time the United States that's playing a bit of a spoiler role on generating uncertainty. And in that world, it's also creating a reality for everyone in this room, a hard power test, a hard power reality that countries are going to have to come to terms with. So that's the backdrop. In terms of where we are, this is, as I said, a period of great unpredictability. So the United States liberal world trade and security order has been in place since the end of World War II, with the U.S. really at the heart of that set of relationships. As that period has come to an end, and we are trying to figure out how a new world order will take shape, we don't know yet. And for businesses, the reality is that we are always downstream as business models, as investors, from the geopolitical realities of the day. So this new world order is yet to form. Some of the outlines of it are becoming a little bit concerning for those of us that came of age during a period of globalization, because they're trending towards great power rivalry, towards regional hegemonies. And in a world like that, things that were off the table in the past, even things like state-to-state confrontations or conflict, can't really be completely taken off the set of possibilities for us. As I said, the United States has become the immediate source of greatest tension in this situation. So in attacking institutions at home, in hurting growth in the United States and abroad through tariff policies, and also by damaging, to some extent, certainties about security policy, the U.S. is contributing in this way. I think it would be folly, though, to assume that the second Trump administration materialized out of thin air. There have been challenges to the liberal trade order that we all depend upon that have been coming for, in some cases, decades, and also from core rivals to the United States on the security side, including China and Russia. But here we find ourselves, and for whatever reason, I would argue that today the place that is trying to preserve the tenets of the liberal world order is primarily Europe and a collection of erstwhile allies around the world. And to make that happen, to succeed in that endeavor, again, I say this is a hard power moment of truth. It's really going to take convincing the world that Europe in particular has the ability to meet the security challenge that I think this year, and I might use the word finally, Europe has clearly decided to undertake. So with the election of Chancellor Merz, the coordination with Macron, the coordination with Starmer and with the EC, there is now a program that is credible, that I think investors are responding to, that suggests that we can have a defense build-out, an infrastructure build-out that's credible, is capable of containing any threats from the East, and that could provide this kind of security for Europe. I would argue, though, that ultimately this is a political test, and it comes in two forms. At the elite level, and this is going well so far, the ability to solve collective action problems, not on an economic set of challenges, but on a security set of challenges, something that's generally been deferred to the nation-state level in Europe. That has to be done. But there's also this translation of this set of priorities to citizens. And at the end of the day, your 20-year-old citizens need to believe in the change in priorities, be willing at the end of the day to serve, to fight, to die, to sacrifice for these things, and to do that for Europe and not necessarily for the individual nation states. And, that is an aspiration, but it's one that remains to be seen in terms of proof. And if you want to understand not the sometimes rudeness, but maybe the disdain that you can hear from the Trump and Vance administration from time to time expressed towards Europe, I would argue that part of the reality of that tone is coming from the fact that they have simply decided that Europe can't meet this challenge, and they've decided that it, is possible to just sort of ignore this project. That's not a view that I hold, and I'm hoping quite firmly that Europe meets this current challenge in any way that it can. But that is the world we're in, a world in which business people have to deal with the fact of great uncertainty that's not going to be going away anytime soon, that the U.S. is now part of kind of playing a spoiler role in terms of expectations and understanding. And in that world, great power will matter more than anything else, and it is the ability of the players that want to preserve this order, to show strength in that way, I think, in order to persevere and succeed.
Great. Stephen, how do you see the outlook for the global economy and emerging markets? Are there any markets you like more than others, or currencies, asset classes? What do you have to say for us?
Thanks, Arash. And it's a pleasure to be here. Listening to Mark, I'm still traumatized as someone from the UK by the memory of Brexit. It's a long time ago, but the scars are real for many of us. And hearing what Mark's describing, we're looking at the US Brexiting from the rest of the world, or certainly Brexiting from Europe. And that's, looking at it from a macro perspective, that's problematic, because what the US has been providing to capital markets is an infrastructure that's nurtured prosperity for decades. And it's allowed countries in Europe to be prosperous, and the US is also, from an emerging market perspective, being key to crisis management. There are mechanisms that have been in place, that have been used in various cycles, and we don't know whether those are still going to be here. So you get this impression that the ice beneath capital markets is thinning, and you worry where that might break. And in addition to this, we have cyclically a difficult position for the US. The growth-inflation trade-off is becoming more acute. There's a one big beautiful bill that's, or an abomination, depending on whether you listen to Mr. Musk, and it's coming at a time when the US economy is close to full employment. So this is a big challenge. And in addition to that, we're still in the eye of the storm from a macro data perspective. We've had the enormous paralyzing shock from Liberation Day, but we're still waiting to see the data from that period, and we're waiting to see the result of that paralyzing business uncertainty. And although we've seen some chickening out, we've seen some reduction in tariffs, it's created a sort of a complacency in markets, I think, and we've recovered to maybe dangerous levels. And over the next month, and maybe we're starting to see some of it, we saw some of it last week, we'll see some of that weakness come through. And then it might not feel as good as people hope. Shall I move on and talk about FX briefly?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
As we're getting short of time. So FX is one of the areas that I focus on at Argo. And I think what I would say about currencies, we walked into this year with the consensus being very much a continuation of US exceptionalism. People weren't bothered by Trump and didn't think that he was going to damage things too dramatically. They thought we were going to see growth damaged elsewhere and any growth damage offset by the fiscal side. And so it seemed like the US exceptionalism could continue. But people were just looking at these macro factors and they weren't considering these issues that we've discussed and this sort of dismantling of architecture and the desire to see a weaker dollar. And so things have turned, and that's been positive for emerging markets. We've seen appreciation of a range of currencies, and sometimes it's been dramatic. In Taiwan, for example, we've seen a currency there that was maybe 10% or more undervalued, move to fair value in a matter of days. There you had carry trading flows, you could describe them, amongst local insurance companies and amongst corporates, and those carry flows unwound very, very rapidly. And I think that brings me to how I would focus my efforts in FX, because there are various factors that we can use to trade currencies. People look at momentum, that's very successful for models. People look at a variety of macro factors. I think we're in this chaotic moment. It's valuation that we should have a strong eye on. It doesn't necessarily tell us where we're going in the short term, but it tells us what the magnitude of the move can be, what the pace of the move can be. And so when you have disruption and the balls are all thrown up in the air, you can create asymmetries by choosing currencies that are undervalued. And so I like the Korean won. I like the Brazilian real. It's more problematic for this region. And so I think given time, we'll leave it there, but it's a lot of very good reasons to have invested in the zloty. It's been an excellent sharp ratio trade, but sort of with my valuation lens, I'd just be a bit more cautious from here.
Got it. Okay. Magda, let me turn to you with a question about what you think the policy priorities should be for the policymakers in emerging markets, such as Poland. How do you think the authorities should prioritize the policies for the next decade to boost, the potential growth?
And potentially capital inflows. So I would say, sorry, Stephen, that we should worry less about having just the right valuation of the currency, because that's a short-term flow. increasingly more and more, I think, for countries at this level of development, but also countries that want to continue with, to sustain and even accelerate growth, while at the same time attracting capital inflows during a rather uncertain global times, there are a few things. Fundamentals matter much more than whether the currency is only a few percent undervalued or overvalued. That's what is much more important is to shift to be a country where you don't want to worry about a couple of basis points of spread. You almost want to be, I'm speaking here now from a perspective of international investor, you want to be a long-term product and to be almost like a cash-like product where stability, predictability, the medium-term outlook is a much more important driver for capital flows rather than just exactly that little bit where your interest rate is higher than that of the major central banks. And that brings policymakers to exactly this. It's the boring things again, is the institutional framework, it's the policy credibility, it's focusing on both near-term fiscal policy but also at growth drivers that will support then cash flow generation or growth and fiscal policy in the medium term. So it's unfortunately it's less flashy. It requires more medium-term thinking, and I would think also importantly policy continuity from one government to another, and good environment, also policy continuity, let's call it policy within the private sector.
Thank you. Mark, you are a risk manager, and I wonder what tools or techniques are required to manage risk in the this increasingly volatile environment we have been discussing today.
Well, you know, I am a risk manager. We at TIA have a $300 billion general account. We have wholly owned Nuveen, our asset manager, which manages another $1 trillion or so. And we have new money coming in all the time. We have to deploy it. So uncertainty or not, you know, we have to find the right places to put that cash. And the reality is that mostly statistical measures that I have used as a risk manager at investment banks and at TI in the past, I think are less trustworthy at a time of uncertainty and change. And so increasingly we have been looking at a series of scenarios and tabletop exercises to try to game out what might happen, because at the end of the day you've got to be ready for sort of any contingency. And you know, the heart of that for us are a series of macro scenarios that we run every year. That's a very mature process. We have a base case for the economy, and then we have very severe CCAR-like for the United States stress tests that will, you know, assume major market hits and strain our capital. But along with all of that, we have been instituting in the last couple of years one-offs. So tabletop exercises, more like when I was in the national security establishment, we used to do these sorts of things. China, Taiwan, what if that conflict, you know, becomes more serious? What would happen? That's one that we did last year. This year we've been looking at the world splitting into much greater autarkic groups and a more rapid, if unlikely, transition towards deglobalization and de-risking. What happens then to all of our assets? What decisions might we make or bring forward today, or watch fors might we put out there, so that as these things begin to happen, we know what we're going to do and how we're going to change allocations moving forward. Another one that we're doing that I think everybody might be interested in, it's sort of midstream, is an upside and a downside tail to an AI breakout scenario. And the biggest help we've had for that one is actually having ChatGPT create these scenarios for us. And it's actually, I recommend it. It's a pretty compelling, maybe a bit of a meta way to go about this. But once we've done all of that, we take that through our chief investment office and through our portfolio managers in Nuveen, and we go all the way down to the asset level and suggest in this environment, and we'll give a probability to it. We want you to just let us know how our assets will fare and what decisions we should be making and how we should advise our board on the basis of those sorts of scenarios.
Got it. Thank you. Last 3 minutes, maybe 1 minute for each, like concluding remarks, or where do you see opportunities or risks in emerging markets? You want to say, like, briefly, 1 minute?
Yes. I mean, I think for us, opportunities outside of my specific remit is in equities. I mean, I think what we've seen is a massive over-allocation to the US. You've seen the US exchange market cap representing 50% of global market cap, and that hit a peak sometime late last year. And I think without any enormous disinvestment, just a reversal of some of those flows should be really beneficial for emerging markets.
Magda?
So aside from the fact that emerging markets offer that growth advantage over developed markets, we overall remain quite positive, but we'll try to remain rather nimble, because despite the underlying positive growth momentum, the uncertainty coming out from either the US or the geopolitical sphere is still pretty high. The other one is rather opportunities not through the traditional asset management channels, but through other channels, including, for example, private credit and direct investment, or also long-term partnerships. However, these are still new products. They're fast growing. Obviously, I saw the head of the financial supervisory here in the room. So this still need a little bit of thinking, because as with any new product, they may sometimes overshoot in the trajectory. But I think there is a huge opportunity as well for emerging markets to benefit from these non-traditional flows.
And the final word, Mark.
Oh my. For us, I guess in this room I can say, positively that Europe has become quite an important story for us. It's already the destination of about half of our non-U.S. assets. Here in Poland, we're big owners of farmland, of debt, of commercial real estate. This place, but Eastern Europe in general, and the European story for us looks like a positive one moving forward. I mean, longer term, the issues I raised in my first part, I think are out there as watch-fors, but that's a very positive one. Maybe on the negative side, I would say that this sort of last decade has been, as the IIF has pointed out in many of its publications, a decade of rising debt for the developed markets and for emerging markets as well. And with all of the uncertainties that we've just spoken about, higher debt levels in some of the key countries, particularly in the United States, but also France, the UK, and a range of emerging markets, that creates fragility. And the world is, I think, going to be capable of throwing at us all potential range of shock events that we need to be concerned about. And that could be pandemics, it could be migration tipping points, it could be, again, climate, it could be a war. Any of these things, all of the major countries that are carrying much higher debt levels will have much more fragility in trying to manage their responses to that. And I think that's maybe the biggest risk.
Got it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this discussion as much as I did. Please join me and give a big round of applause to our speakers. Thank you.
Of course, we enjoyed this discussion. Thank you very much, Urash. Thank you. Big thanks to the panelists. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, for your interesting remarks, and for being with us here in Warsaw. And now, before we move on to the next item of the agenda, we'll do some cleaning and reorganization here on the stage, as we need one chair more. It will be the last panel session before lunch, ladies and gentlemen. And the conversation will address the topic of investing in resilient value chains. 1 minute more, and I think we will be ready. And I will invite the moderator and the panelists. One more water and micro, I think we need another one. Okay. So I have a pleasure to invite to the stage Paweł Borys, MCI Capital, who will lead this discussion about the friend-shoring and smart-shoring advantage investing in resilient value chains. And here are the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Clay Lowry, Executive Vice President, Research and Policy, Institute of International Finance. Rafał Ogrodnik, Board Member, CFO, COO, Warner Bros. Discovery Poland. Cezary Stypułkowski, President of the Management Board, Bank Pekao SA. And Tomasz Bardziłowski, President of the Management Board, Warsaw Stock Exchange. Everyone is on the stage. We have water, So, Mr. Boris, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Dzień dobry. I have a great pleasure to host really fantastic panelists, and we'll be discussing how to build more resilient model of the economy, both from the global perspective but from the local perspective. Before we start, let me just make a few remarks as a short introduction. A few months ago, it was quite shocking to me when I have studied the public opinion polls in dozens of countries on the West and on the East on the public attitude to war in Ukraine. And actually, in China, in Asia, 70 to 80% of the society supports Russia. On the West, in Europe and United States, between 60 to 70% supports Ukraine. And it shows that really in terms of the values, the world is really divided. So we have a kind of great divide, which is visible in this type of polls. And this divide is very much in line with the country attitude to democratic values. So democratic countries, NATO members support Ukraine, the others are in opposite. However, at the same time, over the last 3 decades, the global economy became very much integrated. With globalization, we've seen pretty robust economic growth, growing trade flows, a lot of capital flowing to emerging markets. We've seen that the supply chains are becoming more and more integrated. A lot of emerging countries take a lot of advantage from globalization because cross countries global inequalities went strongly down. So it means many poor countries catch up with most developed countries. However, at the same time, we see that the inequalities, especially in Europe and in US, grow up, which creates some tensions in the societies. And we see that this architecture of global economy is highly unbalanced. When we see US trade deficit in terms of goods, 1.2 trillion of US dollars, it shows that the scale of this imbalance is really significant. For many years, European Union and US, we have pretty low savings rate, pretty high fiscal deficit, so mounting debt, a lot of capital flows to emerging countries with higher savings rates, which accumulated capital, invested, and growth. So we have the situation that these more developed countries are more in debt and have a relatively high, especially US trade deficit. Also, pandemic and the war in Ukraine show that the value chains are highly unstable. And of course, many decisions on investments is taking now more based on the security rather just from the economic perspective. So we are in the kind of awkward situation. On one hand, we have almost a Cold War in the political dimension when we are happy that China and US are meeting in Geneva or in London to discuss trade. And at the same time, from the economic perspective, we are highly integrated and interdependent. So what does it mean? And maybe first warm-up question to the panelists. Are we talking about the end of the era of globalization currently? What are we heading to? Clay.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the Warsaw Stock Exchange for this beautiful building and for hosting us, and for all the sponsors. I put these conferences on, and the sponsors are very, very important for making it work. And particular thanks to Bank Pekao for actually coming up with the idea of doing all this. Okay. So, I come from the United States. In the United States, here's what we've done over the last few months. We have put a 10% tariff on all goods imported into the United States from every country in the world. 25% tariff, now 50% tariff on steel and aluminum, 25% tariffs on cars and automobiles, investigations going on to put tariffs on critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and we're now looking at trying to figure out how to do a reciprocal tax on foreign investors into the United States if those countries have a digital services tax against the United States. That would suggest maybe globalization has some issues. I actually, though, my answer to your question is no. I think globalization will continue. It's not going to be the exact same globalization that we've had in the past. The last panel we just heard talked about global capital flows as being actually increasing over this time. And we've seen them going towards emerging markets. Earlier, I was talking to, someone was talking about the importance of Germany letting off their debt brake, because that could actually help Poland because of all the different, how Germany is so important to Poland as a source of finance and trade. The United Kingdom and India have just come up with basically a free trade agreement. As somebody who used to be a trade negotiator, which I was, have you ever negotiated with India on trade? It's impossible. And the fact that the United Kingdom actually came up with one is pretty impressive to me. Mercosur, the South American countries, and the EU are closer than ever on doing trade. So I think that when you look at the world, it still is very global. The only two things to think about are, one, the changes of it, and some of it from the trade, and second, the role of the United States in that global world is clearly changed, and my guess is that it has been changed forever.
Okay, thank you, Rafael.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thanks for a challenging question. I remember reading probably 6-7 years ago an article, or a number of articles with headlines, "Globalization is dead." And then I read a few more after the COVID crisis started. And I think, you know, all the examples that you gave, they lead us to a point where in the physical trade area, we see a slowdown. Yeah, WTO has reduced the forecast for this year from, I think, 3% growth to 0 or -2%, and it's considering reducing it even further if tariffs persist. If they don't, obviously that's a different scenario. So yes, we might see a slowdown, but at the same time, WTO shows forecasts for outer years, 26, 27, that still shows growth in global trade. But there is still obviously the impact of a slowdown. There is still the impact of regionalization that I think you mentioned earlier. But it's not easy. The businesses are so commingled. Today's supply chains, they're not one-dimensional. It's not about, you know, one factory being located in one country, producing goods and just selling it to another country. Modern industry is so dependent on technology, on semiconductors, on a lot of technical power and brain power that it's so difficult to just basically stop trading. So to me, it's not that, absolutely not that. There's another aspect I want to briefly talk about that's very important to our world, to the media world, which is the digital world, not the physical world, where there are no barriers. Okay, we can talk about pillar one, you know, pillar two, and attempts to tax somehow, which I think are not bad ideas, but you know, the question is how you do it. But there is still no impact of the flow of information, content, technologies across borders, and there won't be. So from this dimension, the world is going to go more global, in my view, much faster. And it does right now. I mean, everybody uses AI agents globally, doesn't matter where they are produced. And the third aspect that I want to point or ask for attention for is what we see in our world, very, very clear globalization. As Warner Bros. Discovery, we provide in many markets, Poland included, the best global content and the best global technology. And at the same time, we provide the best local content, news and entertainment included, and the best local technology. And they can travel. I'm sure everybody knows Squid Game's story. The creators of Squid Games never thought it's going to be a global success. They wanted to create a successful show for the local market. And I can give you a few examples where Polish IP is traveling. The recent series Eastern Gate, produced in Poland, directed in Poland, written in Poland, has made huge success abroad. So, whichever dimension we look at, no, it's not that, and it's going to accelerate.
Regarding this digital trend, I am only afraid that we have more and more digital politics, where politicians are more and more interested to have more likes on TikTok or X, not to make a proper decision in the best interest of the countries, but we'll see. Cesare?
Well, I claim that globalization is unstoppable, but it is in decline. We are witnessing a significant decline comparing what we have aimed at over the last decades. The peak of globalization was around 2005. That was post the inclusion of China in WTO. That was very much sponsored by the US. And very interesting statistics cover that in 1995, China has been delivering 5% of the manufactured goods to the world. In 2023, it's 32%. In the meantime, the US has declined from 24% to 15%. And that shows that something has happened. And the US reaction, I think, is a classic Thucydides trap. It's, you being the major power in the world, you start to understand that the world is rapidly changing and your superpower position is declining. And I would say it is relatively aggressive, impacting adversely, I would say, global growth, with the impact also on the wealth of the emerging markets. I believe that, there is no doubt that the capital flows has helped, and the global market in this respect has helped the emerging markets really to grow rapidly. And I would say the catching up process, which has happened over the last 20, 30 years, which benefited a number of countries, including Poland, was very much due to the fact that, the capital flows was relatively easy. I would say there was amalgamation, maybe amalgamation is the exaggeration, but I would say there was a common platform of understanding how the legal systems has to be structured. So all the countries started to sort of respect certain rules. And I have to say what the US has done under the Trump's administration is basically, turning the table aside. And my feeling is that, we will be witnessing, at least the kind of a Cold War for the next 10 years. But we will return back to the globalization trend. One issue which I think is very important specifically for financial institutions or financial markets, that was the most international market ever. That was always, the flow of the capital was with ups and downs, but that was relatively easy. The money flow worldwide, on a daily basis is huge. You had, as a consequence of globalization drive, you had names like Visa or MasterCard basically dominating. But with weaponizing the money, which has happened over the last 5 years, I have to say, people will be seeking more security also in these terms. And as a consequence, we will be witnessing regionalization and more focus on the domestic infrastructures. So I have to say, you know, this will be a difficult time, but as I said in my first sentence, globalization is unstoppable because that's the way the world is organized. One aspect which I believe needs to be added, we have this strong, I would say, strong response by the US vis-à-vis the manufacturing developments, but at the same time, the US is benefiting in a huge way from services globalization and from data management. 45, you know, year after year, the data flow cross-border is growing by 45%. So we are talking about the massive benefit which the US has. So I have to say it's a classic imperialist type of approach. And the factor which is important is the fact is that China is a huge market domestically, and you know is the impact naturally impact on the worldwide scale. And the US is naturally smaller and had the very privileged position after the Second World War.
Okay, thank you. So we have 3 voices no, and Tomasz.
So the globalization will continue. I would say that it will not continue in the way it used to be understood for the last 2 decades or so. From many reasons, a couple of them very obvious, like COVID and the fact that COVID has happened, and we know that we cannot outsource everything to our neighboring countries, and we need to have certain resources like food resources. Second is war. We cannot outsource our defense spending to other countries. And third is, I would say, something more which was persisting for many years, but the understanding that globalization can also be misused in terms of economic policy, and that persisting current account surpluses run by some countries may lead to imbalances and problems and poverty in other countries. And we had these cases globally, of course, China versus other countries, in Europe as well. We are in a monetary union, but some countries were having persisting current account surpluses against other countries. It led to crises, and we haven't learned. Now only, perhaps 15 years too late, but finally we have a change in the economic policy, a major change in Germany. But what we need also, we need the same change in the economic policy of China for the globalization to continue as it used to be. Otherwise, we will have such responses as we have right now in the US, and that could be dramatic, because the situation in some of the industries, in some of the places were dramatic. And so not only in the US, previously we had the same in Greece, also in some industries in Italy, in other countries. So globalization, yes, but not misused, not creating imbalances. And here also there's a good news in terms of what I've been dealing with, i.e. capital flows. Because those imbalances, when you run a current account deficit, by equation, the balance of payment has to balance, so you run a capital account surplus, meaning you soak the savings from other countries. And actually, emerging markets, since the global financial crisis, were financing the current account deficit of US. And I tell you one anecdote. I was in New York on the Liberation Day, speaking with investors, with Wall Street traders and investors, and I was very much surprised how complacent they were, basically saying that, well, it is not such a big thing. It could be actually positive for us. I was surprised. Why? The answer is they were emerging market investors. Those guys were running huge funds, but they haven't had any inflows from their investors for many years, because all of them were investing in US capital market. And now the situation is changing. As we talked previously, emerging markets as an asset class were huge recipients of flows over the last few months. And Poland as well has been benefiting. Warsaw Stock Exchange has been benefiting. Our currency as well. So this what has been happening will restore some more balance in global economy. There'll be some pain, but I agree, the globalization will win, but such globalization which will not cause so many imbalances in the world.
Thank you. I understand that the Liberation Day was not so much positive on the New York Stock Exchange that time. So I understand that there is a consensus that the globalization in general will continue in long term because of this strong integration in different dimensions, but there will be some reshaping and maybe turbulence time in which the new architecture, global architecture will be reshaped. I'm slightly more skeptical, to be very honest. This is why I try to promote the notion of economic NATO. I'm coming from the observation that actually in this globalization we don't have level playing field. Okay, so maybe Europe, to a large extent, US try to promote.
WTO was the concept of level playing field, which has been developed and has been agreed by 170 countries worldwide. And this has been ruined recently.
Yeah, but try to send money to China and give it back. Yeah? It's not so easy because there is a huge protectionism in China and also in India, as you have mentioned. So, and US is on the unstable fiscal path and with this huge trade balance. So it has to be reshaped. But let me go to another way of question.
Just one. There was WTO. You are talking, Pavel, about economic NATO. We have Eurozone and European Union with Maastricht criteria. I think that in the Maastricht criteria, they have forgotten, maybe I don't know why, but putting one more clause so that you cannot, there's a clause about the budget deficit, there's a clause of the public debt, but there should be also a clause that you cannot run for so many years a current account surplus vis-à-vis other members of Eurozone. This is perhaps something for Maastricht 2.0.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I also remember that, you know, there was negotiations on the transatlantic trade agreement, and it went very difficult because actually both parties realized that they produce almost the same. They are competing in the same industries. Clay, coming back to the global financial system, how this decoupling trend in the global economy is influencing the financial flows, and are we facing maybe some currency wars? Will the dollar be challenged at some point of time?
So the dollar being challenged sometimes, it's a long-term thing on the dollar being challenged. I had to give a presentation 15 years ago on the dollar. Are we seeing the decline of the dollar? And I remember at the time saying, nope. And 15 years later, I feel pretty good about myself. Maybe this is a different time because of what I said, is like if globalization continues and the United States takes a different approach, that could actually start to have an effect. The reason why the dollar has been so important for the world economy is because it's easily used. Usually the rule of law in the United States works. We have some financial stability to a certain degree, and it's just easy to use the darn thing. Now, what's happened since President Trump came in? We've seen the dollar decline in value. I would say that's probably for 4 reasons. First, and I'm not convinced of this, that there may be a policy of the administration to try to figure out how to lower the value of the dollar. As I said, I'm not completely convinced by that. Second is the dollar was most likely overvalued. If you looked at it on a real effective exchange rate basis, the dollar was actually probably a bit on the high side. Third, we heard this on the last panel, which was equity markets were very highly in favor of the United States. So the fact that we've seen kind of a little bit of a rush, probably that's too strong a word, but a little bit of going towards equity markets in other places around the world, I think has had an effect on the dollar. And then finally, obviously, the elephant in the room is the uncertainty that the United States has put into the world economy through Liberation Day, through the pause on April 9th, through 145% tariffs on China, through now down to 30 to 50% tariffs on China, to I'm really angry because of Elon Musk, to basically I'm going to do 50% tariffs on steel. That kind of uncertainty has made people think, is the United States really know what they're doing? And so I think that the dollar, it will be hard to knock the dollar off because there's no true competitor to the dollar. The euro is not yet one. The Chinese yuan is far from being one. And so you don't really have a true competitor. But that doesn't mean that the kind of automaticity that the dollar is going to be the most important currency and will be the most important currency until all of us are in our grave, that does seem to be more under question than has been the case in the past.
There will be any currency wars, in your opinion? Currency wars. Clay, maybe Cesare, if you would like.
So currency wars, I mean, I don't know. I remember that Brazilian finance minister said that a long time ago about there's a currency wars, which is really basically all he was mad about was the Fed's monetary policy. And so I'm a little bit reluctant to say there's a currency wars type of thing going on. I think what is happening is a trust in the United States and whether or not U.S. assets are worthwhile as much as that used to be the case has had a pretty significant impact on the dollar, at least in the short term. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to lead towards some sort of currency war, though.
Cesare, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I personally don't believe that we will end up in currency wars. I think that, unless these capricious policies of the U.S. in terms of, setting the new tariffs, moving up, moving down, without, I would say, clear strategy, to be honest, and if that will adversely impact, some countries, I cannot exclude that people will start to be more protective for the regional markets or domestic markets. The beauty of dollar historically was twofold. One was commodities have been traded, and that was very much impact of post-Second World War, and mostly the deal with the Saudis on oil. And the second, the robustness of the American capital markets. I would say there is no comparison in any form between the U.S. capital markets, including, the debt markets, and ability to attract the capital because of the easy going in, easy going out. That was something what has been mentioned before. That's truly the anchor of dollar strength, and I suspect that usually the currency wars come when there is where there are strong imbalances. We know there was one country in Europe until Euro, which was the Italian lira, which was adjustment tool for their economic growth. They've been using this, on 6 monthly basis. That has ended with much bigger market. So I would say the bigger is the market, that's the part of the globalization. If the globalization would continue, then the probabilities are lower. If you are going into the more fragmentation of the markets, I think that, people will start to be more protective. One aspect which is not well known, I don't know the precise statistics, but overall, the US tariffs, comparing to most of the markets, are lower. We are talking about massive increase, but the overall level of the US tariffs are lower. The problem is not overall level, but these capricious policies which you are not able to follow. And that creates instability globally. And that's something what is, completely opposite for the US drive into this WTO, which was the common platform of understanding, some rules. And okay, there are, I fully share your view that if there are massive imbalances, they somehow needs to be changed. And definitely either you do that within the framework or you do it unilaterally without, respecting, others or even understanding by the markets. And that's the major problem which we are witnessing right now.
Thank you. It seems over the last few years that it's difficult to imagine the alternative to dollar. It represents more than 50% of currency reserves, and actually after the start of pandemic, the share of dollar in global transactions increased significantly to almost 70%. Rafał, do you believe that Europe and US are too much reliant on value chains in Asia or in different part of the world?
A very good question. Again, just very briefly going to the Forex question. In the model where US companies are global actors, and media business is clearly one of those companies struggled with a model of strong dollar for years, because most of your very capital-intensive production technology cost is based in US, and you're trying to get money from other markets. Therefore, currency is a hot topic in media businesses as well. But going back to your major question, if you just look at the statistics in terms of how much semiconductors manufacturing at the moment is taking place in Asia Power, then you get to a clear conclusion. Yes, I guess more than 80% of semiconductor production right now is happening in Korea, Taiwan, China, and Japan. But then, if you look at it from a different perspective, how this new commingled international trade world works, the fact that there is manufacturing in China, for instance, doesn't mean that China is independent of US or of Europe. It's dependent, and we had a case recently with huge sways in NVIDIA share price, where the impact on the price was not only driven by tariffs, but also on the ban to sell high technology chips to China. And you have, therefore, basically commingled supply chain where it's not just all one dimension. Secondly, there is a very interesting research published very recently by Harvard that looks at overall technology index globally. And that research is taking into account development not only in semiconductors, which are very important, but the development in space, biotechnology, AI, and quantum computing. And US is by far still #1 player. So, even if you look at semiconductors alone, obviously the manufacturing capacity is in Asia, but in terms of development and design of semiconductors, US is still taking a lead, and obviously the biggest manufacturer of tooling is in the Netherlands, AMSL. Therefore, it's a more commingled picture than just reliance on one region. But I want to also point out to another fact. Whenever you look at it, it's always a two-horse race. If you look at semiconductors, for instance, right, it's US and China. And then you look at Japan and Korea as well, but then it's really a huge distance in terms of the value or the volume that is at stake. And therefore, the question is, what can we do? What can Europe do? What can Poland do? Being a 40 million country, how can you find yourself in this space? And I think the answer is in what was also mentioned in the previous panel, is how we operate as a country from a system perspective, regulatory perspective, and administration perspective. Will we be able to compete with those semiconductors designing or producing companies head-on? I'm not sure, but there should be definitely a very focused effort to invest into specific areas, selected specific areas that can help us can help give our economy the edge. Obvious choices, I'm sure we're going to still talk about them today, defense sector, energy sector, wider digitalization sector. But I think we have to also remember about something that is maybe not so widely spoken about, which is IP and Polish ability to create IP. If you look at, for instance, audiovisual market, that's $300 billion globally, growing at the rate of 5%. And Poland has very, very little share in it, but at the same time has massive creative potential. You know, everybody knows about the Oscars that Polish filmmakers make. Everybody knows about the creative talent from Stanisław Lem through Andrzej Sapkowski to Olga Tokarczuk, whose creative talents are being used for film, series, and games development as well. But there is no concentrated effort to support that part of industry that can drive technology development, for instance, extended reality studios, which we invest in as well, that can drive AI development, that can drive also support for local economies. The recent release of the famous series Last of Us, it cost north of $150 million that were spent in Canada, and most of it went to create local jobs, local communities, support local businesses, support tourism as well. So I think we need to look at those overlooked segments of the market that can drive other segments as well.
I think you have a point that, you know, in Poland on the labor market, we have very good skilled people, which with the proper skilled in this type of stage of global economy driven by technology progress, but we still have more service type of model that we work for abroad and not many people creating their own products or creating strong local firms.
That's true. It's changing. The shared services that we also operate in Poland, they've changed over the last 10 years dramatically, from transactional to value-add services, advisory. Technology that is being developed in Poland is used in other countries as well, within the group. So yes, I think that we have capacity and a bit of a dilemma, right? And I like to talk about this as a kind of a paradox. On one hand, if you look at where Poland is on various innovation kind of researches and scores, it's pretty low. Yeah, we take like in Europe the second or the third last place. But when you look at individual companies, the level of innovation that's happening within those companies, it's tremendous. How many Polish people work in Silicon Valley, including AI, right? It's mind-blowing. So there is something that I think we as a country need to do to use that talent better.
Yeah, you're right. Cezary, probably 20 to 30 years ago, the war in Ukraine would have ended just a few days has started because the US dominance in the financial sector was, and from the economic perspective, was so strong that this type of sanction which were put on Russia would force them to just pull out from this. Currently we have a trade war with China. We have the war in Ukraine. Clearly President Trump was overconfident that he will solve these issues within a couple of weeks. Are we talking about the end of the dominance of US from this period of after Second World War era?
I would say that we are definitely in a turning point. I would say post the collapse of the Soviet Union, you had effectively unilateral war. U.S. was dominating power. It was the country which was able really to mobilize resources worldwide, build up the coalitions, starting, justified or unjustified wars. I would say, as a consequence of something what I called weaponization of money, people started, in many countries, started to think in terms of, okay, how we can secure our own interest, whatever is the definition of our interest. The national interest is something what is, you cannot have universal measure for this. People define them in a different way. The consequence is that I would say, to surprise of many, what has happened post the Ukrainian war, and variety of statements, including famous von der Leyen, about chips. Somehow Russia has survived the most aggressive sanctions, like Iran for many years. So these countries were able to build up, infrastructure which is surpassing, the sanction system. And plus, we have to be realistic. The sanctions are the West. I still remember the very interesting statement by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, when he was asked about why India does not join the West in sanctions, on Russia. And his response was following. US and Europe is more or less 8 to 9% population worldwide. At the same time, it consumes 45% of energy. We in India has a lot of heat and we want to have air conditioning. So West is advocating for us not to buy from Venezuela, Iraq, Iran, Syria and others. Well, they are advising us that way for a number of years. And on top of that, London has been built up out of this advice. So it was aggressive, post-colonial statement. And we have the global divide, which is going currently has not fully surfaced yet. This division between the South and the West, which is maybe not precise from the geographical perspective, is a real fact. And the majority of population is living in these countries. So I have to say, this unilateral world managed or run by the US, I think is in decline. And what we are seeing is more multilateral world in which I think necessity to compromise, to build up a common platform, the WTOs for almost everything, will be of a different nature. And I have to say that's the reason that I use this concept of Professor Allison, the Thucydides trap, that there is a need for the new design of the security and cooperation in the world. The same is in Europe. Europe, on the other hand, has one big problem. We don't have resources. The only real set of resources is in the East. And the discussion in Europe right now is about the cost of energy. Even if you have access to energy, it's very expensive. And that will have impact on the productivity and I would say competitiveness. So when we talk about, the new new geopolitics, we talk about the multilateral world to which every part of the world, including Europe, US, I think, also China, they have to somehow adopt. And the problem is that, there is no enough open discussion. Still people are very much in camps trying to secure, the historically defined interests. And that requires sort of open mind and, redefinition of some of the concepts. I'm not saying that it will happen, tomorrow or, year after, but definitely there is a necessity for the new look into the dynamics of the world and dependencies which are being built. And with this, we will return back to this globalization drive, which I think benefits, all the countries in the world.
But do you believe it will be rather G2 type of model, G5, G20?
The less, the better, because it's easier to reconcile interests. But the reality is that, definitely you need to have more like, G10 type of dialogue. We have to remember that there are some growing countries, like, for example, Indonesia. Indonesia will be like 400 million people, in 20 years period of time. That will be a significant player with a lot of resources. So, we are very much sort of self-focused on Europe, but we are tiny. In comparison, we are tiny and we will be tiny. And obviously, to redefine our interests and redefine what is important for us, and, to some extent, what is needed, basically is more, more focus on peace and less, in my opinion, and less on, we use that word defense, but I have to say specifically for Europe, 5% spending on military in the region where almost 50% of the social spending is going to 5% of the global population, and at the same time, growing the level of military spending and keeping the discipline on the budgetary side. I want, the macroeconomists who are sitting in this room to reconcile the figures. It's impossible. That's the reason that I believe, there is necessity really to address issues, not on the surface, but deep down in the changing environment in which we are operating right now.
Yeah, but it won't happen from one day to another. Tomasz, I will come back to the values. There is the trend that, in the corporate sector, everybody, and also in financial system, everybody is implementing ESG rules. So to take into decision-making models, different aspects, including climate, diversity, and this type of matters. However, at the same time, the same investors don't have a problem to put money into China, where people could be missing from one day to another and, be put in the working camp. Is the capital value blind, and do you believe that it will change after the war in Ukraine, that, the financial flows will put more interest in looking at the system of the country, to put more capital in Europe and US because they are more democratic-oriented societies?
Well, from investment point of view, it's difficult to talk about values because we can have different values. We have different values in Europe. We talk about that, different values in Asia, different societies, different role models, and investors. And some of those issues are not really quantitative, i.e. very difficult to invest. Maybe easier right now with the help of AI, but still. And like when you look at how investors are measuring countries, they are measuring countries according to performance. Of course, the growth is the key. But also when you look, for example, at how index providers are classifying countries to develop or emerging, there's no issue of democracy in any of the criteria. There's issue of one of the key criteria, however, is institutional stability. So this is what's key. And you can have different economic models, some of them successful, some of them non-democratic even. For example, in emerging markets, everybody know about the miracle of Singapore. I would say not many investors would say that this is a democratic country. You have Emirates, you have Saudi Arabia, you have other quasi-democratic, quasi-authoritarian. Was economic policy of South Korea for many years a free market economy? Probably would say no, rather not. So there are different models, but there's also one common denominator. Those models which are successful, they focus on growth. And those successful countries like South Korea, like Singapore and others, Emirates, they put forward exports as a mean of growth. And economic policy led by the government focused on that. In Korea, it was financing chaebols with cheap loans, and recently, a miracle, economic miracle, you could say, was the success of something that we can watch on our TVs when our kids watch it, i.e. K-pop music, which is a business worth probably right now over $10 billion, and business started by Korean government. And this is what investors are looking at. What's your economic policy? How does economic policy will impact the growth? How this will impact also your tax ability to collect taxes and finance then the growth. And here, that's a big debate right now about what economic policy should be successful and used in Europe and in Poland. I think it's very important that at least we talk about economic policy, because there's huge need for a industrial policy, economic policy. And I'm very happy, talking as a person from capital markets, that one of the solutions to some of those problems would be to provide more cheap financing by those who are best at allocating capital to highest growth, to innovation and to best investments, i.e. capital markets. And I think I'm very glad that I hear that capital markets are at the top of European agenda. I also hope and I believe that they will be help at the economic agenda here in Poland, because this could be a solution to many of the issues with investments and with channeling investments to the best growth.
Yeah, I think it's challenging. Recently, I've seen a movie on Reagan, and in this movie there was a scene when Reagan have a discussion with Thatcher, because Thatcher was in favor to cooperate more with Soviet Russia on the economic front. But Reagan said, I won't do it because their rockets are directed to my country. And I believe there is an issue that actually if you put more and more investment in non-demographic countries, at some point of time they're becoming so strong that they could challenge you also on other fronts.
There was a strong belief for a long period of time that building up economic ties lowers the tension. And I have to say I'm a strong believer of this. The more sort of cross investments you do, the less is probability of conflict. That is something what has been built over the years as a concept. I would say translated also in some agreements. And it's very interesting that, you know, when you look historically to the Soviet times, what the US was doing with ABC, disarmament, you know, deals and some others, that was about weapons. The more you can do, and I think that part of the problem I see historically was that Soviet or post-Soviet Union or Russia was not integrated really to the world in economic terms. So has been left on the outskirts, and I have to say, you know, somehow we are not in a position to really fully integrate. Then I think tensions are lower because there is more sort of exchange of goods and more exchange of capital, and the capital is a very important aspect of linking the countries. That has been done to some extent with China. I think that this has worked much better, though I would say what we've been discussing during this panel is contradictory to some extent, because at some point, due to the different developments and different dynamics, things are being, you know, as we said, you know, we moved into the globalization, now we are in decline because the national interests sort of take the more important role.
Okay, because we have just a few minutes left, so maybe last final question to Clay. Do you believe that this current effort of US administration to reshape the trade agreements, clearly we have a visible trend of higher protectionism in many countries. Do you believe that it will be really effective in rebalancing, and whether there will be more costs or benefits of this rebalancing, and as we are saying, nearshoring, friendshoring, smart shoring trends?
Well, one would think that if you make major changes in how the global system works, if you can make major changes in how the global system works, then you're going to have costs and benefits just for the very nature of the fact that basically you're upsetting how things have worked in the past. And so some things are going to be very positive for that reason, and some things are going to be quite negative for that reason. So let's look at the potential positives. The United States has changed the way it's doing things, and there's been a positive impact actually on Europe. We heard it a little bit in the last panel. We hear it about when we're thinking about how Germany's trying to affect its own economy. So that actually is creating a positive impact. Now we know lots of negative ones as well. So I would say I'll go with the jury is still out.
Okay, so you believe that we have, as a Europe currently, the wake-up call and will benefit. Cesare, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, I'm a strong believer in Europe. I have to say that under the circumstances, I would say, yeah, I share the view that there is a wake-up call. Europe has a strong potential. It's a huge market, the biggest market, effectively. It has skills. It has, the only problem we have are the natural resources. Well, I said the only, and it's significant. But otherwise, I have to say, we have also optionalities. You know, Europe has optionalities. Either, you know, we can play somehow between China and the US. And specifically, since US sort of aborted us in a very aggressive way, I can imagine that, you know, the smart Brussels can really execute some advantages. So, plus, I think that, you know, there is a rationalization that the level of dependencies which we have with the US on some fronts, we have to build up, you know, more competitive landscape. And you know what we are witnessing right now is this optimus with reshaping, you know, some of the policies which have been, I would say, a year ago adopted, but they've been anti-competitive. Means this element of Draghi report and Trump's aggressive moves, I think, you know, should really impact us. At the same time, the necessity is really to end the war in the East. This is something what I believe, you know, can play to the benefit and the better future of Europe.
Thomas, just briefly, final word.
Yes, because Cesare has mentioned the Draghi report, and just wanted to say that in the morning today I had a look and a glimpse at the report prepared by PKO about you know, what should Poland do to reach the level of Italy in 10 years.
This is for you to read, not for me to explain.
Yes, I just wanted to advertise this because we need to more of this discussion. What here in Poland and Europe we need to do to really continue to grow as we did over the last 20 years.
We have to do our job.
Just one more thing. I think, sorry, you said that we small in parts of Europe, right? But as Europe, it's 500 million people, right? And from GDP perspective, so I think I fully agree. There has to be, in my view, some fundamental institutional changes within Europe to take its rightful place, I would say, on the arena. And I hope it's going to happen because it hasn't happened for so many years. But I think this quote is very widely attributed to Churchill, but I don't think it was really his. Let's not let the good crisis go to waste.
Okay, we need to finish our discussion. So thank you very much for very interesting view and our discussion. Thank you for your attention. And now I understand we'll have a lunch.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Morris. We'll have lunch, but just before, I would like once again to thank you. Big thanks to the moderator, to the panelists for making the discussion so interesting. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And that was the last panel discussion before the break, before lunch, which will be served in the hall on my left side. But before leaving, just some information about what we'll do later on during the afternoon session. We'll have parallel sessions. Stock Exchange Central Hall will host parallel session in Stream A, Poland Investment Hub. Parallel sessions in Stream B, Technology Key to Success, will be held in the Quotation Hall, which is located on the second floor. Parallel sessions in Stream C, Defense, will be held in the room 2003, located also on the second floor. And access to the second floor is possible only via the elevators, which are located in the front of here and back of the Stock Exchange Center Hall. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking part in this morning session of the Warsaw Global Investors Summit. And I hope to see you back on the parallel sessions, which should start around 1:30 p.m. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you. moment, we'll start the parallel sessions here at the Stock Exchange Center Hall in Stream A, Poland Investment Hub, Stream B, Technology Key to the Success, and Stream C, Defense. In the Stream B, Technology Key to the Success, the session will touch a very important topic, the future of AI. I would like to remind you, it's on the second floor, as well as Stream C, Defense, which starts with an opening and introduction presentation. Thank you for your attention and hope to see you soon here in the Center Hall and on the second floor too. This is the Warsaw Global Investors Summit at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. Welcome back after the lunch break. We're starting, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon parallel sessions here at the Stock Exchange Center Hall in Stream A, Poland Investment Hub. The host of this session is Bank Pekao SA. And we begin with the official launch of the research report, Poland's Moment, how it got rich, how it transforms into a smart and resilient economy. I have a pleasure to invite to the stage Ernest Pytlarczyk, Chief Economist Director of the Analysis and Digital Transformation Center, Bank Pekao SA, for the presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Hi. Hi, that's me. So let me present few conclusions from a report prepared by research department of PKO Bank. The title of the report is Poland's Moment, much saying how it got rich, how it transforms into a smart and resilient economy. So Poland is a real growth tiger of the European Union. It has outgrown any other EU member state, with some exceptions of so-called tax havens, Ireland, Malta, and Cyprus. Very importantly, we dodged a number of potential slowdown factors, including COVID. In times of COVID, the slowdown was very shallow in Poland, short-lived, and Polish exporters, especially those of consumption goods, they even conquered the western part of Europe. So COVID is not remembered as a, let's say, drastic time for Polish business. So Polish business used it to expand abroad, actually. War in Ukraine was not even a blip, to be honest. We didn't even adjust our forecast, so it didn't derail recovery in Poland. So the trust in the economy was unbroken back then. Also, the volatility in financial markets and energy price spikes didn't derail the recovery of the economy. The growth in Poland, which is very important, was not at the cost of living standards or so-called welfare. So the GDP in per capita terms steadily converged to European Union average. So now it's about 80% of European Union average. Quick growth of wages, record low unemployment, the second lowest in the European Union, resulted in a strong consumption growth, and also inequality in Poland is much lower than European average. Poland is so-called export powerhouse. We were not negatively affected by so-called deglobalization. We have structurally our export sector could be divided into parts. The first one, these are multinationals using their supply chains to supply Western European countries. And the second one, these are Polish corporates which use extensively competitive advantage and conquer external markets. Revenues in good and service exporting sectors doubled and tripled over the last decade. Very important, Polish exporters are particularly competitive within the European Union, which is highly protected and protectionistic area. It's very important to note that the Polish economy avoided so-called middle income trap. So it shifts rapidly towards high-tech. R&D spending, of course, is essential for sustainable growth, and it somehow correlates with the level of development. So it's happening in Poland in a gradual way. Today, this knowledge-intensive services account for about 18% of Polish GDP. Our outward foreign direct investment rose by 35% since 2015, and Polish companies tripled their revenues from abroad since 2016. We also moved up in European Commission's Innovation Index, and share of high-tech industries in total export rose to 9%, which is still below European average, but we are quickly converging to that level. Why has Poland succeeded? Actually, Poland's story and Poland as a country is a boring in a way. It means that we have no major imbalances. We have prudent macroeconomic policy, monetary policy, regulatory framework, low public debt, of course, by European standards low. And we have conservative financial system, meaning we have some innovations in retail, in banking product, but not really in financial products. So we avoided subprime crisis, CDSs, and so on. So this is not the case of Poland. As opposed to East Asia or Latin America, there has never been a Poland-style economic crisis. Poland is also the biggest country in the region. Biggest country means this is a very diversified country. To compare it with Czech Republic, we have double as many sectors as Czech Republic. We have pretty big domestic market and a highly educated population. It's not probably the highest proportion of highly educated people in Europe, but the talent pool, if we compare it to other other countries in the region, is the biggest. So this is definitely the reason for many companies to relocate or to build the companies, build the factories in Poland. There is only one country in, let's say, region, the EMEA region, with which we can compete. Which we can compete with. This is Turkey, which is even bigger than Poland and has a more vibrant story, but it's also more volatile in terms of growth trajectory. For once, Poland's geographic location was a blessing. It offered access to European Union market, close proximity to world's premier manufacturing centers, and as I mentioned, it's a perfect spot for foreign direct investment. It's also a logistic hub for north-south and east-west traffic. And finally, European Union membership unlocked ample funds for infrastructure development, which is a central part of so-called Polish economic model. We need to build on our success. The missing ingredient is investment. Poland has never been a leader in our trendsetter if we speak about investment rate. Investment rate was always much below all regional peers. Fortunately, this never prevented us from growing at a fast pace. Perhaps we managed simply to allocate our capital in a high-quality investment. This is the one possible explanation. The second one is more trivial. Polish Statistical Office does not measure investment in a proper way. These are simply statistical or data artifacts. But still, Poland, despite this very low investment rate, managed to depict very stable consumption and GDP growth trajectory. But with low-hanging fruits being picked and export languishing, we need to step up the game. We see the opportunity for the next decade related actually to enormous investment needs. So we have a modern transportation network, but the modern transportation network is not complete, especially high-speed rail. We should add also solidarity transport hubs, so-called CPK. Our cars will be driving. Our cars will be electric vehicles going forward. So the greening car fleet also requires certain investment. Finally, electricity will be produced from clean energy, renewable sources. All in all, we expect Poland to invest as much as 1 trillion zloty in 2030, and it will result in an investment rate of 25%, up from today's 19%. So finally, we will reach the objective of the strategy of the previous government, because the previous government promised in its strategic materials to reach this 25% investment rate. How we actually built on our success? Probably we should use a mix of industrial policy and organic growth. We identified 3 types of sectors of interest. The first one, these are the current export starts. These are very efficient sectors with high profits where we conquer foreign markets. These current export starts can move up the ladder and shift to premium. These are food and beverages, wood and furniture, and consumer chemicals. There are also some prospective industries where Poland has some prowess, but would benefit from certain tailwinds. These include agricultural machinery, transport equipment, and defense equipment for obvious reasons. There is ongoing war in Ukraine. Poland is a leader in spending on military equipment, and definitely it will support growth in this sector. Also, there are new frontiers. These are areas not really tapped by Polish companies, but certain global trends may make sense to bet on, to make a bet on. These are the parts for EVs and renewable energy generation, semiconductors, new materials, and nanotechnology. If we play our cards right and current trends continue, Poland may move up the ladder of development, but also qualitatively improve our living standards. So by 2035, Poland's GDP per capita may exceed Italy's. Its investment rate may rise to as much as 20%, which I already mentioned. A more technological advanced one. Poland may become more technologically advanced country, means that high-tech export may cross 10% of total exports, and it's easy to imagine that our outward FDI may triple. Tight and connected state-art of infrastructure is also part of the development story for Poland. We may build up to 8,000 new high-speed roads and motorways, and 500 high-speed rail. Clean energy may account for 60% of our electricity needs. With more scientific prowess and innovativeness, Poland will spend 2.5% of GDP on R&D. We may also live in a cleaner country, which may translate into life quality of our citizens. Poles by 2035 may live by 5 years longer. Our salaries may reach 80% of EU average, and building 200,000 apartments every year, we may, by 2035, construct 1.5 million more dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ernest Pytlarczyk, for presenting us this interesting report. And now let's begin the first panel discussion of the afternoon session. The conversation will address the very important topic of investment transformation. From vision to reality, putting Poland's investment transformation into action. This is the title of the panel discussion, which is hosted by Bank Pekao SA. I would like to invite to the stage Krzysztof Berenda, who will moderate this panel discussion. One of the panelists is already on stage, is of course Ernest Pytlarczyk, and let me invite the other panelists. Jarosław Dąbrowski, member of the management of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Mariusz Jaszczyk, vice president of the management board of Polish Development Fund SA. Grzegorz Mazurek, Koźmiński University Advisory Board ISC Paris. And Magdalena Polan, head of EM Macro Research, PGIM Fixed Income. All the panelists are on the stage. So, Krzysztof, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. We do have 32 minutes, so let's please do it really quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, Ernest has prepared extremely interesting report about Poland and about its development. And now it is time to go into details, very practical details. I would like to start with a question for Magdalena Polan. From this report, and we all know that Poland looks like some kind of promised land for capital. And how do you think, will this promise be, let's say, fulfilled? Is it a highway to success, or maybe it can be bumpy road?
Okay, so I will start as a typical economist answer, which is it depends. And it does depend on a couple of factors. I think Poland is very well positioned. The developments that Ernest outlined in his report, his team's report, will obviously remain here. But as you saw, even from this map, some of the positive factors may actually be a downside. So far, the geopolitical issue and the location have not proven to be an issue. And being in the EU is, for now, an advantage because we can deepen our integration with the region. But a lot of other factors are still an issue. So as long as the investments in the renewable energy or in general stability of energy supply persists, this would remain then an attractive destination for investments, not only foreign investment, but domestic investment. And obviously the competitiveness trends and growth, that's probably a given. But we do need to think about that shift, exactly that shift to get to that level. And I would like to point to demographics, right? Demographics is acting against most countries in the region, not only Poland, but anywhere else. It's also acting against lots of other emerging markets because we are following a very similar demographic transition, all of us. So as long as we can overcome these through either productivity, spurs of growth, using the opportunity, for example, defense industry as a catalyst for growth, I think this can help the country and also the region as a whole, because after all, it is one of the bigger players in the region.
Thank you. Let's move to Grzegorz Mazurek from Koźmiński University. We are getting rich as a society, as economies developing really quickly. Who is right now making money out of it? Who is getting rich right now?
That's a very political question, isn't it? I would say that, I read the report and I know very well the thesis of Marcin Piątkowski, the professor of Koźmiński University. So both of those PKO perspective and Marcin perspective is the same. Very optimistic, great, everything goes well. We adore that because we are very much underappreciated as a nation, so we love good news. My impression is that it may be harsh, but in my impression is that we have spent our most valuable resources in the last 30 years. This is talent, and this is the ethos of hard work. And we didn't create too many savings for the turbulent times ahead. It was mentioned just a couple of seconds ago. We have problems with demography. We have huge problems with the cost of energy. We have huge problems of systemic crisis like justice system, like education, and many others. So my general impression is that we have too many challenges ahead of us not to be too happy about it. Who made money on us? Well, as I said, it's a very delicate question. My impression is that Polish companies didn't create too many margins in the value chains of global networks. In most cases, we are just subconstructors, or we are just entities who are supposed to do well things without putting too much added value in innovations. Basically speaking, we don't create rules of games. We are very good in adjusting to the rules of games who are created by others. And that would be, I would say, very vague, but simultaneously very direct answer to your question. I think it's not us as a nation who create internal wealth. It's more that we showed ourselves to the world that we can play in the global game of markets, but not necessarily to use our elbows to build some margins and surpluses for the nation. Let's look our debts and the prospective money we have to spend to fulfill all the requirements, actually, not only expectations, but requirements coming from the society.
Okay, so let's move to Mariusz Jaszczyk from Polish Development Fund. We know that wages are going up in Poland. Consumption is going up also very rapidly in Poland, but savings not. Can we change it? Can we make citizens also being investors in Polish economy?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Ernest and his team for the great report, which really presents a success way of Poland that I think Poles don't think every day about how much successful they are or they have been. And this report, as Professor Piątkowski as well, they from time to time remind us that it's not going so bad. Coming back to your question about the savings, ladies and gentlemen, I checked that in 2011, our net savings, so it means deposits of households minus bank loans, were minus 5% of GDP, so more loans than deposits. In 2024, the positive rate of net savings is 15% of GDP. So it means that we are getting rich. So your question, the answer for your question is that the changes that took over the last decade, they are transformed in our wealth. Of course, if you ask me whether I'm happy that we have 15, some say that's even 17 right now, % of savings compared to GDP. No, I'm not happy because other countries, they have bigger savings. But what we do, also as a Polish Development Fund, we are the operator of employee capital plans. This is the program for long-term savings for employees, and it was enrolled 6 or 5 years ago. Right now, the amount of assets in this program is 37 billion Polish zloty. Another program, which is much older, employee pension program, another 35 billion Polish zloty. IKE and IGZE, so private individual accounts for pensions, another 35 billion Polish zloty. Assets in mutual funds, they exceeded 500 billion Polish zloty, and they increased only in 2024 by 10%. So the trend is positive.
But one has to mention one peculiarity of Poland. It means that these are the corporates which tend to save. So the biggest puzzle for Poland is how to make this corporate money work for the economy or redirect the saving stream from corporates into real economy. So every government is puzzled with this question, and and it never happened. Polish corporates play a very safe ball, and they are very shy to invest, and especially in let's say, infrastructure projects and so on.
Grzegorz?
Well, I just wanted to add that that's great, but I wouldn't agree with the statement that it's safe. I would like to use the quote of one of professor of Koźmiński University, Tomek Olejniczak, who is an expert in business history, and he analyzed why companies in particular countries managed to last for 200, 300, 400, 500 years. And there is one common denominator for Polish companies, and this common denominator is called survival. I would say that companies, corporations, also individuals, they have savings, not because they have huge ambitions. It's because they, all the time, they feel not secure about that what's going on in the world and in their local environment. Simply speaking, I give example of my university. I have big dreams about the next 30 years, but looking at the reality, at the turbulences, at the incompetence, I have to look for another year, not another 30 years. And I think that many Polish companies have exactly the same perspective.
And that is my question for Jarosław Dąbrowski from Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Do we have money to invest in future developments? And let's say not only long-term, but even the short-term or mid-term development. Do we have corporate money? Do we have private money? Or maybe it is only governmental and money from institutions from other countries like European Union?
Thank you. First of all, it's a very good report. You know, I already started to sell it to foreign investors. We just met. I was at the beginning.
Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our duty. It's not only, you know, that I want to do that. We must do that. So the question was actually, we met a couple of French investors aiming at investing in various type of investment funds in Poland, starting from VC to private equity and infrastructure funds. It's a smart money we badly need because it's underinvested and underdeveloped segment of the financial sector, absolutely crucial to make up that change Ernest described as a very necessary. I would even say we have no other choice from the lower cost advantage market to innovative or innovation-based smart market. So, you know, we started to sell it because Poland is a fantastic success in the last 30 years. We all are probably the product of that transformation, and we're very proud of that. Probably we are even more recognized as a successful country than we feel it at home. But, you know, so this is our duty. I appeal to everybody, be proud and sell Poland as the fantastic success. Actually, you know, there are numbers behind that. It's not only propaganda, obviously. But the challenge is ahead of us. And the question was whether we have enough money in Poland to pump up the growth which is absolutely necessary if you want to sustain this beautiful country for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And the answer is there is a lot of money in Poland which must be mobilized. And that's the question, and that's the challenge. Now, what BGK does? Well, we are, as most of you probably know, a development bank, Bank Rozwoju. BGK is 101-year-old bank. So this challenge and question how to finance growth is not only just nowadays or in the recent 30 years, but it came to heads of Polish politicians, financiers and managers 100 years ago. So we were there, we financed the growth, you know, in in late 20s and early 30s, and we will do so. The bank is large. This is my first state-owned job, you know, in my 30 years career in the Central European financial sector, and I was surprised with the quality I found there. And my particular responsibility is actually investment book of the bank. And, you know, this is something very exciting, and we have already developed investments which are amounting to 10 billion zlotys, equivalent in euro or in zloty, in three main, very badly needed areas. So to to fuel up the growth in Poland. It's venture capital through our vehicle called Vinci. It's in the sort of advanced development stage. You know, we fixed the strategy, we changed the team, and we have just announced another investor today. We have 1 billion zlotys for investment in the area of venture capital, late venture, and scale-up projects. Apart from that, we are also working very closely with EIF, European Investment Fund, with 2 projects which are called Fund of Funds. It's very important to enhance and create much stable but much wider and deeper investment fund system in Poland. Thanks to PFR Ventures, we are exploring the seed and early venture. But you know, thanks to us and our partners, namely EIF, but not only, we want to scale up Polish companies. Wherever you have interesting technology but you lack money, or the private investors are too greedy or too quick, I would say, we are there, through our own investments, but also through investing in funds, fund of funds system. So we are with EIF in 2 areas. It's promoting innovation in Poland and Central Europe. But in terms of digital economy, Poland is 50% of Central Europe. It's even more than on demography or GDP. And the other area which we are developing is fund of funds for infrastructure businesses. And it is also very, very important. You know, we are there with the so-called TRISIS infrastructure fund, but we took a lesson is learned, and we want to play with a slightly different, or sometimes even quite substantially different strategy to enhance productive investment, good investments, starting from Poland and exploring the region, because we are very close to each other in this region. So innovation, infrastructure, and last but not least, also scaling up expansion of Polish businesses abroad. This is the point where they must actually expand. Now, of course, even if the money is there with BGK and our valuable partners like EIF, EIB, European Investment Bank, European Investment Fund, and EBRD, plus other regional banks, development banks in Central Europe, where we have a fantastic, I would even say excellent communication and cooperation, also co-investment. Now, there must be a willingness and I would say this excitement on the level of the Polish managers and companies to take up the risk of exploring, either in Poland or worldwide. And there, I leave it for the other colleagues because I'm slightly monopolizing this part of the panel. But I think very important from what I hear from our managers, and I'm actually also having my own entrepreneurial experience, 5 years, set up, developed, sold, one of the best Polish brokerage houses. I will not mention the name, but it's one of the best in Poland now, independent, private. So, you know, I think what they need is stability. Stability. Last but not least, I will just tell you, last week we had a event for 25 development banks all over Europe. Of course, it was just after the second round of presidential elections. There were many questions, which way Poland goes and which way it will go. And actually, you know, it was very difficult, obviously, because we clearly don't know in 150% exactly the next 5 years to go. What we can only sort of, you know, I would say summarize or state is that, you know, this 3.5 times growth of GDP in the last 30 years was with or against, you know, a very, very changeable environment. Can you believe that it was 21 governments and 16 prime ministers over the last 30 plus years? And we did it. We did 3.5 GDP growth and the second cumulative growth in GDP after China. So I believe in the Polish entrepreneurs, I believe in Polish managers, I believe also that we have enough money with blended with European and international money. What we need is a stability and confidence that it is worth taking a risk, because it's about taking risk. Thank you.
Let's move to Magdalena. What do you think? What is the biggest risk in investing in Poland? Is it political stability? Is it security threat, war threat, Russia threat? Is it demographics? What do you think? Energy, maybe?
Yeah. I would just like to come back to the previous discussion because it was fascinating, because I don't live on a daily basis in Poland, but I come quite often. And the civilizational jump and the quality of life jump that I've seen over the time is staggering. Right? My quality of life in central London is probably lower than for most people living in Warsaw and working in this business, right? So we probably don't see what we have. And if there was a World Cup in complaining, we would have, we will be on the level of Brazil and Germany with the number of the cups we won. But I think the issue, yes, indeed, is this. So what got us here will not get us there, right? Because of demographics, and we are still in this kind of middle level of capital accumulation cycle to get there to actually deploy our capital. So there's a couple of things. One is the scaling up, right? We have a lot of very successful family businesses, but they need to scale up. And the way to scale up is either through, for example, investments, through loans. Loan growth in Poland is very, very low. Companies invest mostly from their own sources. One is because they don't want to get outside influence in their company, so that the risk may be the lack of trust, right? Whom do we trust to co-run our company to scale it up?
I think there are many aspects why they don't invest. They play safe ball. They got burned by currency option crisis, and also this succession team is very important, because you don't invest if you want to sell the company. Yeah? So then you simply milk the cow and don't invest.
But that's one, right? The other one is indeed the political risk. And maybe we were in one phase of transitioning from the communist, post-communist economy with the relatively high role of the state. But it's time to move to a somewhat different role of the state as a facilitator and not such an active player. But at the same time, when we think about what should be done, quite often the first thing is like the government should do something, while it is really up to the cooperation between the two sectors and the companies. Again, I'm speaking from a position of a very deeply embedded but still outside observer. The global risks are there, absolutely. EU membership, integration in the global production chain has been an important driver for Poland and the region. So a disintegration of that and not playing the cards right will be risk. We've recently done an exercise on which countries will relatively benefit or lose from this shift in globalization towards the blocization, regionalization. And one thing is obviously the macro fundamentals. Can you cut rates? Do you have fiscal and so on? Poland actually scores quite okay there. But one of the important one is, can you strike deals? Can you, in this environment, do you have government or government agencies that are able to strike deals and cooperate in this more risky environment? And that's the question remains, right? Can we actually strike those deals?
You mentioned you are working in London mostly, and what is the view on this security risk in Poland?
So UK is very unique in Europe, even though it's relatively far away from Moscow. So technically, its interest in this region and defense spending should be lower based on geography. Actually, UK is deeply interested in this, has relatively close cooperation with Poland on this front, and has understood the risk of ignoring Russia and the different philosophy on geopolitics in Russia. I recently attended a very interesting meeting there. Also, Polish ambassador spoke at that, and that understanding is quite deep, right? So, at least from London being always that hub of global finance, trade, geosecurity, I think it's much deeper than you would see even, let's say, in Germany, France, or say Southern Europe.
Mariusz Jaszczyk, Polish Development Fund. We are spending plenty of money on military, on arms and security. This is obvious. This burden is getting heavier and heavier. Can we make money out of this? Is this only spending, or it can be investment in security?
In fact, it should be investment. Spending money on military in our circumstances is investment in a way. We should say like this. But thanks for this question, because in May, as a Polish Development Fund, we have launched a new program which is called PFR Deep Tech. This is the program in which at the beginning we are thinking of investing around 600 billion Polish zloty through funds of funds, as my predecessor said. So this program will base on investments in private investment funds, which will be looking for interesting targets, which are from the dual-use sector. So dual-use we understand as the products which can be launched into the civil market as well used in the military. We are in the cooperation with our Ministry of Defense, which will help us to assess the potential projects and to let us know whether these projects are interesting for our defense system.
We all know that military industry can be very innovative, but can we find some kind of, let's say, unicorns in this market? For example, we are in the building of Warsaw Stock Exchange. There are some military companies all over here on the stock exchange, but they seem, I know it's not always fair, but they seem very old-fashioned. Can really this sector be hugely innovative and bring us millions, maybe billions? Yeah.
Well, you know, we all hate wars, but as a matter of fact, wars and military spending in anticipation of potential threats also bring a lot of innovation. That's a sad statement, but on the other hand, very true statement. So from this point of view, and by the way, it also generates a lot of money, yeah, to innovative solutions, not only to tanks, cannons, and howitzers. So from this point of view, I think what my predecessor said, very crucial is not only to spend money, but smartly spend money. I think Poland is not so large, absolutely over-resourced country like others who are relying on raw materials to a greater extent, ever almost perpetual. So we have to smartly invest our money into security and defense. Now, whether we can make money directly or indirectly and produce unicorns, of course, yes. I just met in that very conference I had last week with my colleagues from all over Europe. We had a panel where we were discussing that issue, how to combine innovation with defense and security, but at the same time to make it profitable for taxpayers, because we are spending enormous amount of money as Polish citizens, indirectly to the budget, obviously, and it is rightly so, to make sure that Poland is safe. Because whatever we say and talk about innovation, smartness, medtech, fintech, doesn't matter if we are threatened in our sovereignty and independence, that's for sure. On the other hand, I think we have to be smart and spend that money wisely. We invited and we were pleased to have on that very panel. I take one example, yeah, because examples means a real life. A founder who presented the company, which is en vogue a bit today, but we knew this company earlier, called ICEYE. It's a Polish-Finnish from Finland producer of small satellites. They supply 30% of information and data to Ukraine. They signed up number of transactions, including Minister of Defense in Poland. You know, they are for 10 years on European market, space defense tech market, and recently they are very close to reach 1 billion valuation, which is unicorn. And just last statement, we are considering investing in that money. It's a company well-resourced, but growing very sharply, not only in Europe, but also worldwide. And it has been set up by a Polish guy, a graduate of the Polytechnic of Warsaw. But what is important, and it is our challenge, our bank, but also the financial community in Poland and Polish politicians. First money he got in Finland. That's why, I mean, you know, factually it is registered in Helsinki. He went for And we know this program Erasmus for a couple of years to Helsinki, to Polytechnic in Helsinki 10 years ago. Over a beer, he met one Finnish guy, and they set up this company 10 years ago, okay? It is based in Poland because there is a second sort of office in Poland. They have a company, they are developing R&D, and they are producing also valuable parts of this equipment. But we lost that company because we were unable to fund it 10 years ago. So this is a big challenge. Now it's of course different because we have number of sources from PFR Ventures, from BGK, from private sector, EIF, etc., etc. So this is a fantastic example where Polish student, and you're very intelligent, well-educated, you know, with a vision, but also ability to cooperate. We are a niche player. We are not the big country which can afford to throw money unwisely, or we can, you know, invest in everything what we want. We need to have niches which were described by Ernest, but also probably the others. And even with big niches, like, you know, a space tech, you can find such an interesting company which suits the investors' needs. So finally, I'm very positive. There is a lot of money we have to in a smart and, you know, intelligent way invest it. And we just have to simplify the process of accession to capital, make sure that there is enough supply on the way, the companies, the best companies, because we are not a factory of zombies. We cannot afford. We are a small country. We are a niche player. So, you know, we have to be very smart, and money will be there, I'm quite sure. But we have to simplify things and have stability on the way.
Grzegorz has a follow-up?
Yeah, because there was something mentioned about students. So, you know, I'm representing the sector. So I just wanted to add that this is one of many examples of things which malfunction in our beautiful country, which is the understanding what higher education sector is for. For many wise countries, universities are a vehicle for creating innovations on the basis of international students community. So the example of the guy who went to Finland for studies, it's not that he met the professor by coincidence. I wouldn't say it was staged, but there were conditions created that very talented international student had a chance to meet this professor, and there was a vehicle underneath to create some project together. Countries like Australia, higher education is number 3 product for as export product. US till recently was the best player on global market of acquiring talents. Going for studies abroad is not just to give fun for students. It's a very smart way of attracting amazing talents. I give you one example. This is anecdote from recent weeks. Many universities are also taken as a soft power for countries outside. So we had the idea of creating, I'll say directly, we had the idea of creating a top-notch MBA program for managers in the Ukraine. So having subsidiary of a Polish school, it doesn't have to be Koźmiński, it can be other school, to have a subsidiary in Kiev to educate Ukrainian managers. And then a couple of weeks later, when I mentioned that to a couple of people from the government, I had a meeting with a professor from University of Stockholm with a subsidiary in Riga. And we were talking about cooperation, and we were talking about MBA, and she said, with MBA, not now, because we are a bit occupied right now with other things. So I'm a curious guy, so I asked, what are we occupied with? Actually, we are setting up subsidiary in Kiev. So Swedish guys know how to do it. American guys know how to do it. Finnish guys know to do it. We are still in the way of thinking that higher education is just, you know, to give diploma, to create some skills on the market, whereas it's an amazing element of the whole ecosystem of a country to create its internal competitiveness. And this is one of the things which I think should be changed, like to help also Polish companies to go faster abroad.
Okay, guys, our time is up, so I have only one question for each and every one of you. Just to wrap up, you can answer with one sentence or maybe one word, or maybe you can and want to elaborate. Assuming you have, let's say, $1 billion of dollars to invest for 3 years in Poland, and you want to have really good return from it. In what sector, starting from Grzegorz, would you like, and would you?
That's such an
You
easy
need to
question.
invest. You have
Obviously,
really
and this is the strategy, of course. Obviously, it would be real estate.
Really? Ernest?
Military tech.
I would say that actually, we have to enhance private sector in Poland. This is what is absolutely necessary to mobilize private capital, in the alternative investments, which is venture capital, private equity, and growth equity, and then you can find any sector you can make a unicorn. Thank you.
Mariusz?
ICT, things connected with AI.
And Magdalena?
Well, I think military tech, because we should use our own money to build our own industry. But also exactly channeling money and education in this area towards these smaller, medium-sized companies that need funding, but they don't necessarily want to play with the big players on the private equity or venture capital stage.
And it was our last sentence. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Magdalena Polan, big bravo. Mariusz Janczyk, Jarosław Dąbrowski, Ernest Pytlarczyk i Grzegorz Mazurek. Wszyscy jesteśmy. Dziękuję. Thank you very much.
And Krzysztof Berenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this last answers. As you have heard, different answers. Well, I think the discussion will continue later on. I would like to thank you, the panelists. We are organizing the stage. New water, new glasses, because in a moment we'll start with the next panel session. But this panel session will have an introduction, and it will be about Poland investment opportunities across asset classes. And please give a warm welcome to Dieter Lobning, Vice President of the Management Board of PKO Investment Banking, who will do this introduction, who is already on stage. So I think we can start in a moment. Please, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We'll continue with our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting with another new presentation.
Great. So I'll start with the last topic from the panel before, meaning what to do if you have $1 billion to spend. And that's actually the idea of not only which sectors, but then also which asset classes you're going to invest into. Starting from the first option, which is private equity. You can see, as a comparison to other European and international countries, the percentage is still quite low, and there's a long way to go in order to catch up. But as compared to 2023, 2024 saw a big increase in exits, and therefore that bodes well for new investments going forward. And these exits have been actually quite successful, so that means it will be going forward quite interesting. Also, ICT, as you can see, is the number one, which was mentioned by one of the panelists before. In terms of venture capital, a similar story in the sense that it's some way to go compared to other countries. also the Polish market is sort of mirroring trends from the European market, meaning that fewer deals in 2023, but pick up in 2024, and expectation and forecast for 2025 to grow. Again, ICT in similar sectors, and maybe we'll come later about the fact of dual use in that respect. Now, stock exchange, public equity. Public equity, in particular in Poland, has been recently developing quite well. And if you can see also on the left-hand side, there was again the appearance of IPOs, most of them quite successful, which bodes well for further investments, as well as investors in that segment, in that market, as well as a number of ABBs. And I can say that even in 2025, so far also the pipeline of IPOs is quite good, and we have, as a bank, a number of them still in the pipeline to go for the rest of the year. Now, real estate. Real estate, I want to start with a short anecdote in respect of real estate, because when I started being responsible for real estate like 13 years ago, and I'm coming from the sort of private equity side, and I went to my first conference, there was like 8-10 times more people, and that's, I think, a reflection also of the size of the market. There's a famous quote that the Blackstone buyout fund is like a fraction of the Blackstone real estate fund. So in terms of investments in real estate, the size, it's a huge amount of investment. In terms of Poland, the structure is such that offices were a bit difficult, also still suffering from COVID times. But in Warsaw, end of last year and also this year, we can see signs of recovering. But then there are also some sectors, or specific sectors, like logistics, or in particular the living sector, which is developing quite well, and there's good opportunities going forward. Now, I call them the two, private credit and family office, a bit like new kids on the block, because they are both compared to other asset classes still very small, like in other European compared to the US, but with, I would say, the higher growth rates. In terms of private credit, we see also as a bank that, and we are trying to cooperate with private credit, so we do structuring together. There is more and more need, as well as more and more opportunities that allow for that credit class, asset class. And in terms of family office, let me put it this way, we had a discussion within our bank also in terms of like strategic steps for the next 3 to 5 years. And my personal view is that for banks, this family office is one of the battlefields in terms of competition going forward, because I believe it's in the process of professionalizing in Poland, but growing quite fast and quite nicely, I would say. Okay, this was just a quick introduction, and one of the points about asset classes is also that you should invest into the top within a certain asset classes, and that was the selection of the partners that we have on the panel right now.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and please stay on stage with us as you will be moderating this panel discussion. And I have a pleasure to invite to the stage the panelists. Łukasz Dziekoński, Montes Capital Group CEO and Managing Partner. Maciej Diaz, Griffin Capital Partners Managing Partner. Wojciech Jezierski, Coronea Family Office Head of Family Office. Przemysław Głębocki, Accession Capital Partners Managing Partner. Krzysztof Krawczyk, CVC Head of CVC Warsaw Office. And Joshua Sutton, JP Morgan Executive Director, CE MEA Equity Capital Markets. Please join us on stage. Okay, the floor is yours then.
Okay, thank you. So, as I started, we have selected quite successful representatives of asset classes. And maybe if I, in that respect, may start with you, Krzysztof. You have been, over the last few years, especially taking into account the size of your investments, a constant player. Yeah? There have been other funds in similar size which have had one-offs in Poland, but you seem to be the, the constant and constantly successful. And the question is, why was that the case? And even more importantly, going forward, what are you looking for in order to, and especially taking into account Poland again, to develop going forward?
Thank you for having me here, and apologies, I will have to leave sharply to catch a plane.
Sure.
So sorry about that. Well, first of all, we are, I mean, thank you for your kind words, but we are a global firm. So the way we are judged is by the returns of our flagship fund. So by the performance of all investments that are made. Indeed, over the last 10 years, since we opened in 2015, we've been gradually scaling and expanding, starting from Poland, but also built a portfolio across Central Europe. And the deals that we close are very similar to deals that we close in France, UK, US, Brazil, i.e. we have one investment committee, and that's probably the number one success ingredient. So it's a group of people with enormous depth of experience and a discipline in assessing things based on merit, regardless whether it's US, UK, Poland, or Brazil. So we are measured against the same standard and need to show enormous conviction in opportunity in order to get key to the piggy box and get funding.
But you're still competing for equity then with other countries?
No, there's zero competition. It's actually, given the scale and time to deploy capital, we're not rushing to deploy capital. We have standard 5-6 year investment horizon. We, as a firm, need to be disciplined in how we split that over vintages. So I never got a challenge of, we are overly exposed to Poland. So first of all, the investment decisions, highly disciplined, and that includes structure of the deal, valuation. Secondly, we are competing with mostly strategic investors plus our competitors from private equity, which means that we need to develop a deep operational understanding of how to generate value, how to drive value, and have significant network within CVC of people that have seen certain industries, certain types of deals, and by being global, we're able to pick the brain of really smart and accomplished and experienced people. And finally, something which we discussed before this panel, the only way to be successful in investing is being active. You cannot be active if you're absent. To give day by day support of the management teams, that's what we do around the globe using 30 offices. So we're not sitting in the ivory tower in New York or London, but we're trying to be close to our businesses and help them resolve day-to-day issues. Obviously not micromanaging, but it is making a difference if you're around.
Okay. Maybe Josh, if you could, we had a perspective of private equity. You're here as a representative of public equity. So how would you convince investors to invest into Poland, and how does Poland look in comparison to other markets? How do you compare your investors to invest into Poland, and how much, for example, geopolitics is important in that respect?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, candidly, I don't have to do much persuading. So if you talk to the global long fund complexes, you talk to the emerging market specialists, and then you talk to the most active hedge funds, which we do on a daily basis, Poland has been an incredible success story. And that will be very familiar to most people in this room. But the latent conviction that the buy side on the equities side has for Poland remains, right? Notwithstanding any short-term political noise, notwithstanding Trumpism. In fact, I think Trump has been probably a net benefit for countries like Poland when you look at flows and investors actually reallocating out of emerging markets, particularly in Asia and Latin America, that are more exposed to manufacturing and hence to tariffs. Poland is seen as a safe haven, one, because there's a balance of trade with the EU, which is seen as incrementally positive. And then secondly, from a geopolitical perspective, the strength of the US-Polish relationship endures, and that's seen as a net positive. I think where the buy side is focused on in Poland is two things. One is sustainably increasing exposure. So again, if you look at Poland's relative weight in the global emerging market index, it's about 1.3% of MSCI EM. And so what we hear from investors is, leaving aside the secondary market, how can we get meaningful exposure to new businesses and to existing listed businesses as well in size? And then the other thing that we hear also is, where will the market be in 5 years? So the progress that's been made, whatever time series you cut, whether it's 5 years, 20 years, we all know, and one of the previous speakers on the previous panel gave stats around GDP increase. In fact, our house view, believe it or not, is that the GDP per capita in Poland probably by 2027 will exceed Japan, having been only 25% of that level back in 1992. So all of the macro stats are very positive. But the real question, I think, from the buy side now is, where are the next opportunities for us to invest in size in the public markets? And there's been landmark deals, again, that you'll be very familiar with across sectors. But I think that the real focus should be on nurturing through the capital cycle and through the capital structure, so from VC all the way through PE ownership, private ownership. But the kind of final stage in the journey would be to see more candidates come to the market in size. And that's clearly what we try and do on the sell side, but it's also what we hear the demand is coming from on the buy side as well.
Okay, thank you. Przemek, you didn't like when I said new kids on the block, right? You're obviously around for quite some time, but your asset class, as it was used to call mezzanine, now private debt, has become quite en vogue and fashionable. And when you see the growth rates, it's quite tremendous. So the question is, how long is the party going to continue? And why would you want to invest in the next 3 to 5 years in your asset class?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm proud and happy to be a new kid on the block with being in this business for more than 20 years. Thank you. But what we see is, I think you could think about even two markets. One is a big private debt market of global players, and you could see the statistics. The market is in excess of $1 trillion per annum, probably 1.7 trillion, doubled over the last 5 years. People anticipate it will continue growing on the low double digit, but still double digit figures for the next 5 years. And it's not only because it's fashionable, just risk return profile is attractive. And there are many, many reasons for that. We have a bit of a different picture in Central Eastern Europe. I think what we see, we do this business for more than 20 years. We just raised our 5th largest ever fund, but it's still only 336 million. It would probably be behind all these commas that you showed. And we are the top quartile mezzanine fund globally. So that's very impressive, and we're very happy with this. And still our fund is 336 million, so it's very, very small. Contrary to what Joshua mentioned, we find it pretty difficult to convince people to come to Central Europe. I think there are people who invest in global funds, they have global exposures, and many people are not yet familiar with all the impressive statistics. I think we have this conference and it's very helpful, and it's called Global Investors Summit, but I think it's still mostly Polish people and people from the region, right? So I think we need to do more and more of that to attract more capital. We are quite happy with our performance, as I mentioned. We are top quartile. It's something one can be proud of. But still, it's not enough to attract a lot of investors. Our investors are the investors who stay with us for the last 20 years. We have 90% of investors who stay with us, who invested in last fund, were the investors who were in the previous fund. So we have the commitment, we have stable investor base, but it's very difficult to attract new investors. So answering again the question in short, I think the private debt markets will continue to thrive. I think the prospects of the local Central European and Polish private debt managers is also good, but it's somewhat disconnected. Yeah? We're still in an infant stage, so there's a lot to grow, and I think that is just a matter of time.
And you also believe you can keep the IRRs at a lower interest level environment?
I think we can, yes. I mean, we actually have two strategies within our group. We have a mezzanine strategy and a private debt strategy. And in both, I think we are pretty successful. In our mezzanine strategy, we are touching 20% IRR on the fund level. And our credit fund is delivering low teens in terms of IRR. So I think these are impressive, and we are not. We don't expect the yields to go down on our returns or to go on our transactions.
Okay. Wojtek, you're here as a representative of an asset class family office. You're representing one family office, but think about it as you're now presenting the asset class. And the question is, one, do you agree that it's being professionalized and going forward there will be much more liquidity coming from? But then also, where would you invest in Poland, or from your asset class point of view, in which areas, and what would be the mix, and what would be the reason why?
So maybe before
maybe you tell us a bit about the new development of family offices. It's relatively new in Poland, but...
So maybe before I will give you a direct answer, you show us a bit of a statistics about the family offices. And there is a recent report about global family offices, and globally there are about 9,000 single families in the world. And they manage exactly $3 trillion US. If you add multifamily offices, they manage 2 trillion. So globally, altogether, family offices manage about $5 trillion US. On a relative basis, this is equally to the asset under management that the hedge funds have. So which shows what is the scale of the family offices assets currently under management. And the forecast for the next 5 years shows that those assets will be growing at least by 70% going forward. Maybe a bit of a comment what the family office is. because I joined the family office a year ago. Before I spent a number of years in private equity and investment banking. And what made me to move from private equity to the family office is exactly what Judita said, the professionalization of private wealth management. The family I represent today, the core business is in the energy transformation, and this core business generates a very strong cash flow, dividends, which allows to fund the family office. And the key reason to have a family office for this family, and the name of the game is diversification, because the key assets, it's focused in single industry, single currency, single geography. So the role of the family office is diversification, because the role of the family office is wealth preservation, education of next generations, succession, and governance, so how the asset and the portfolio companies are managed. Now, moving to your question and investments. Today, we have about 600 million Polish zloty ready for deployment. And our key investment strategy is about direct private equity investment. So we want to buy companies on our own portfolio. And we have a huge flexibility because we are geography agnostic, we are industry agnostic, we can invest minorities, majorities, and we can do also co-investment. And what is also very interesting, that our investment horizon is much longer than typical private equity funds. We can invest for 5 years, 10 years, but also we could invest for 30 years to build a long-term investment into new verticals, into new geographies for the family. And we, of course, have some preferences in terms of industries. One of the industries that we really like is manufacturing. One could say that this is not a sexy business, but we believe that in the specialized manufacturing, we could really deliver a very good returns. And this is also related with the heritage of the family, from where the family it's coming from.
Okay, thank you, Łukasz. Your asset class is the most volatile, but then also the highest potential, and everyone is waiting for your asset class that you're representing now, venture capital, to develop as much as possible so that everyone afterwards can benefit from the growing companies. Also in that respect, I need to start asking you about dual use, which has been mentioned also before, and how do you see the opportunities here really in Poland, and how much and how soon might this develop?
Thank you for this and Dieter for these fine questions. I think that we are really most volatile, as we had your slide beforehand. So our market went down when it comes to the value in Poland, VC market, from around more than 40% from 2022-24. When it comes to amount of deals actually executed, it even went out more, because minus 70%. So I think we hope that this year will be much better. However, we also see a clear correlation between the capital available on the market, and that's why I'm looking here at Wojtek, that actually it is a struggle we see in the VC market of availability of capital, especially from the international markets, and we see that there is that it's much more difficult to fundraise last year or this year, or even identify funding for the companies than it was back in 2022-23. So I think this is a major change. However, I hope that now with the new upcoming programs, as EIF has planning, and also as Polish government has mentioned with the Innovate Poland, or also with the new wave of financing as you said, for defense or dual use, I think that we hope that there will be much more capital, and also we hope for more capital from the private sector and private investors. But then coming back to the question on the dual use, how we look at the dual use, we think that it's an up-and-coming new market for the VC, because until recently it was a forbidden market for us, because due to the regulations connected to the major investors such as European Investment Fund, which was very strict on investments, or any other public investors strict on investing into any sphere connected to defense. Because how we look at it, essentially dual use is a mix of defense and civil business. And still, this is all technologies that can be both employed with the civil and defense sector. That's why it's important to have this dual component of that this technology has to have application with the civil sector. Because another growing asset, I think interesting asset class for also VCs is a defense tech, which is a purely defense-oriented technologies. And this is also a business that is growing a lot. However, I think that when it comes to especially the defense tech, this is a very difficult market for the venture capitals, because on one hand, there is a large and growing market, as we see, because of the war in Ukraine and instability in Europe. However, go-to-market strategy is difficult, because most of those the sale is going down to the governments. And the time of actually having a possibility of selling to the government is a really big struggle. So I think that in this, actually, when it comes to the returns, the dual use will be one which will be growing much faster.
Okay, if I may then switch right back to you, Krzysztof, in terms of dual use. Is that something that, because you said, you know, you're actively looking, is this one of the areas that you are potentially actively looking for investments, and do you believe in the next few years you would see some reasonable investments in your size in terms of dual use? And second, in that respect also, AI, which is, you know, kind of to some extent related, but probably also my thesis, the main feature that you want to develop in all the companies that you're going to invest into.
Sure. Actually, dual use tech, that has decades of track record. You know, there's the scene in the biography of Steve Jobs when he's browsing through PARC, the Palo Alto Research Center, which was a huge storage with programs co-financed by U.S. military, ARPA and DARPA. And this is where he found graphic user interface that we now know as what we use in the computers. Israel has enormous track record of deploying tech from famous Unit 8200, and people who actually are retiring from that unit, they go straight to the industry. They start up businesses, they bring expertise, and scale global businesses. Probably for CVC itself, it's still a few years to see the result of 800 billion euro accumulated budget by 2030 that Europe is going to spend on military tech, but that also has a civilian use. So it will be a while before we see impact on that on our pipeline. But I'm sure it's definitely a topic for early stage investors. No doubts about it. On your question, any comments?
The one question which is actually for both you, again, you and Josh, is the sort of Trump effect and what it means in terms of, one, your investor base, but also then from a public investor base. Does that mean that there is some capital, and you see this also from your investor relations, some capital which is going out of the US and looking for other opportunities? And can Poland, Europe benefit from that?
Josh?
So I think the short answer is yes. And I think to the point I alluded to earlier, both from the US itself, but also from the broader emerging market investor base that sits in the US, there are definitely flows now being deployed into emerging Europe and into Poland in particular to, as I say, avoid some of the tariff reality or rhetoric, whatever you want to call it. But also I think Poland has been a net beneficiary because it is the only market in the region that can house any significant inflows of capital because of the relative size of the market infrastructure, and just the level of comfort that people feel investing in Poland. And then I think a derivative of that is it's the only market in the region where both corporates but also institutional investors on the buy side acknowledge that actually there are businesses that are globally best in class. So to give you, one example close to my own heart and Chris's is Żabka. One of the reasons it's been such a success is investors recognize that a lot of what that management team does isn't just good by Polish standards, it's actually globally best in class, whether it's using AI for product assortment, whether it's the way they can roll out stores systematically and in volume. And both corporates but investors acknowledge that, and you don't see that. Clearly there are other Polish examples of that as well, but you don't tend to see that elsewhere in emerging Europe. So it's both market depth, but the latent quality of the businesses as well.
The short answer is yes, probably Europe can benefit from the changing flows, but to put it into perspective, so the largest Chinese sovereign wealth fund is 1.3 trillion. So if that fund changes the geographic deployment, there's clearly an impact.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But in the same time, ADIA, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, is just north of $1 trillion. PIF, the Saudi Arabia Sovereign Wealth Fund, almost $1 trillion. And these investors are clearly supporting US and probably will double down. For a global investor like us, it's a bit problematic because we are a global fund. So we invest in the US and in Europe, and we cannot accept investors selectively picking part of our fund's strategy. But for firms that are focusing more on Europe, probably there will be a net positive effect. Is that going to cascade to Central Europe? That may be challenging. There's, for now more than a decade, a bifurcation of private equity scene. So the large firms are becoming larger and larger and attract larger and larger tickets from limited partners. So if someone, because of scale, is signing $100 million plus dollars equity fund commitment for a fund that is 200 or 300 million in Central Europe, that money will just bypass our region, and that, unfortunately, that trend has been only escalating. But again, it's a great investors market. We prove it for decades, and hopefully we can convince, as we sit here, and do a lot of education work. We can convince investors to find the attractions of Poland.
Just to add on that for you, Josh, in terms of what would be the main triggers to look after that would increase the allocation to the Polish public equity market? What should we look for if we see it?
So I think maybe there's two answers to that, or it comes in two parts, sorry. I think the first is, assuming that all of the themes that we've enjoyed over the last 25 years endure, I think there'll be an organic accretion and growth in the asset base. What I think we also just need to acknowledge in terms of the public equity market is, if we were having this discussion 20 years ago, there'd be a different dynamic, because clearly these gentlemen alongside me are offering solutions to companies that candidly 20, 25 years ago didn't exist either at all or in the same size and scale. And so I think we need to acknowledge, and this doesn't just hold for Poland, it holds actually as a global theme, that the public equity market isn't the only option anymore, either definitively or in a company's life cycle. So again, if you take, particularly some of those tech mega cap stocks in the US, they went public very early, right? They went public maybe 5, 6 years into their journey. They may have never gone public if they were being founded today, or they would have gone public a lot later in their life cycle. And I think the same will apply in Poland, and that's no bad thing. There'll always clearly be a role for the public market, but it's not the only tool. And then I think the other way that we would hope to see more liquidity, more activity in the equity market, and we should also celebrate how far Poland has come. I mean, there's lots and lots of stats that prove it, but a 9-fold increase in liquidity in the last 20 years, a 6-fold increase in the market cap. I mean, these are stats which, even if they're coming from a relatively low base, are pretty much unrivaled globally. But that notwithstanding, I think the next chapter comes in 2 parts. The first is encouraging the mid-market to list. And again, there's always competition for capital, but I think mid-market companies are relevant. And then the other is encouraging Polish companies to be more global in their ambition as well, and to raise capital locally to deploy outside of Poland, but also just to accrete over time as they become more global. And again, there are success stories of companies that have done that, InPost being one. But I think that's the next chapter in bulking up the exchange and bulking up the size of the Polish equity market, is to grow those champions even further and to get them to take the learnings that they have from their Polish journey and deploy them on a global scale.
Okay, thank you. Przemek, I will not ask you about Trump effect, because you finished your last fundraising before Liberation Day. But I'll try another maybe controversial area, because we together had 2 quite successful experiences of sort of turnaround situations. Yeah? There haven't been in Poland any like vulture funds or like funds focused on restructuring. So are you taking up that spot is the one question. And the second one, I wanted to share some anecdotal evidence with another competing private debt fund where we did 2 deals as a bank, and then we said, okay, why don't we go and pitch together for the next one? And they said, yeah, but and we wanted to be part of the unit tranche, the more risky part. And said, no, they don't want this for a bank to participate unless they can buy us out if something goes wrong. And I was like, super. Well, why would you do this? Yeah? I said, well, you're so inflexible. And you have different areas like warrants and things which you can do, and as a bank you have limitations which are regulatory limitations. But the question is like, now, are you actively looking for turnaround situations, and you see more and more?
Well, thank you for the tricky question. First of all, I would not agree these were turnarounds. I think that show actually the weakness of our market, because we were able to invest. This was both management buyouts, as we call them. This were both well-performing assets, but with some problems maybe with the capital or the shareholder base. So in normal circumstances, if the market was broader, they would not get to the stage where they were. And we were able to team up with the CEOs of those 2 businesses, support them with a mix of debt and equity, and to buy them out from the previous shareholders. And part of the reason was that in both cases the companies were owned by the foreign investors who didn't have a local presence. And then here I would connect to what Krzysztof said and what Krzysztof is doing. I think Krzysztof and CVC is a great example of a very successful large financial investor who has a local presence, and I think that is interconnected. I think in our cases we bought 2 assets of financial investors. One didn't have even an office in Europe, and the other one closed the office in Poland. And I think just being local helps to understand all the nitty-gritties and sensitivities. And connecting to your last part of the question on the inflexibility of the banks, yeah, it's quite amazing, and it shows that the private debt will grow. That when we bought the second asset,
just to be clear, we will work together. So there's also a part of banks in there. Yeah?
True. But it took 2 years for the banks to sort of get over the turbulence of the past, right? So I think we in the private capital space, we can be much more flexible. We can be much more proactive, and we could see that the signs of recovery for the business and the business doing better. And we took trust from the CEO investing alongside with us. But it takes 12 months of quarantine for the bank to treat it as a performing client, right? So I think that's the beauty of the market, that you can have those two cases and the two sources of capital and support business. But also commenting to Trump, indeed, we raised the funds before Trump Liberation Day. But I think my experience is that good assets will find the investors and would actually also build the story for the market. And I remember Żabka in its early days, people were coming from abroad and saying, well, it's not 7-Eleven, it will never work because of this and that. And years after, it's one of the most successful, if not the most successful IPO in CE. And then it proves that, and it shows you can build a successful business. So I think building successful case studies that come from Central Europe and also of size, because small businesses are not really relevant. But if there is Żabka, then everyone knows, right? So I think that's another comment I wanted to make.
All right. Wojtek, you're the distributor of funds here. So what is sort of, again, as a representative of family office, where do you believe Polish family offices will invest most of their funds going forward? You mentioned manufacturing, but is it also private equity or venture capital or crypto even?
So maybe three things. What is our current asset allocation? What is going to be our future asset allocation? And what we are avoiding. So today, given the fact that we are focused on direct investments, our assets are relatively liquid because they are waiting for deployment. And about 50%, over 50% of our assets are in fixed income. 30% in equities, and the remaining part is cash. So this is mostly short-term money. Going forward, I think that over 60% will be in equities. I mean, in active private equity and passive.
Public as well.
Public as well. The remaining 30% will be fixed income, and the remaining part would be cash. If we speak about other families, this is a concept which we have, and entrepreneurs and other families are approaching us, because most of the investments are very illiquid. So there is a saying that you are rich on paper but poor in cash. A lot of Polish entrepreneurs keep their cash on bank account in Switzerland at 2% deposit, paying 2% management fee and having 2% inflation. So in real terms, they are losing a lot of money each year. And the concept we are thinking about multi-family office. So a kind of teaming up with other entrepreneurs to leverage the scale and dry powder of other families. And invest in various asset classes. What we are avoiding today, of course, we are avoiding crypto because of the regulations and liquidity. Second, we avoid today allocations to private equities as well, to GPs. Again, because of liquidity. And for us, this is relatively expensive type of investment of our cash. And most importantly,
But there's a lot of secondaries being raised, right? So the liquidity should be...
And there's actually a new phenomenon which is creating more liquidity for ultra-high net worth or family offices, which are the parallel green, evergreen pools. So many firms are actually trying to recruit investors out of this group, and in the same time, because it's a question of critical mass of that evergreen pool, if you reach that, you actually can start generating the secondary inflows, outflows.
And this is potentially interesting for us for the future, because today we don't allocate to GPs, but when our asset under management will be growing, I think we'll have to invest, because to have a well-balanced portfolio. And one more thing, what we do not invest, we are not investing in distressed assets, because we don't simply have an expertise in this area, and we are focused more into growth equities.
Okay. Łukasz, you get a personal question. You have both EIF as well as high net worth individuals, family offices in your fund. What are the differences in convincing them to invest into your fund? How did you? There must be different criteria.
Yeah, fully agree. We also have Polish PFR through their balance sheet and as our investors. So we have a whole, if I can say, array. I think it's when you look at institutional, especially EIF, the process of actually discussing with them about investments is highly detailed, and also a lot of the time is quite administrative. On average, it takes around 2.5 years from first discussions until signing with such an institution. So it's a bit of a time. However, also with these investments, as I see when I discuss with my private investors and family offices, is that the EIF or the PFR, they bring comfort of actually checking up and making the real detailed due diligence on our fund, and it gives comfort to our private investors by saying, look, those guys like EIF, PFR, they did their work, so we are much more easy with the investment. However, on the other hand, there is different elements that we see that EIF or the private investors look at. Especially it's an access to co-investments when it comes to private investors. EIF this is something they accept, of course, but it's not important for them. On the other hand, also there is, discussions about the issues of course, of liquidity, as we heard here. And I think for what is important is that private investors, they expect much more quick flexibility when it comes to our investment strategy. EIF, of course, has some elements of flexibility through the LSAC or the different committees internally and discussions with them. But the flexibility in the strategy is much more difficult to work around. So I think that on the side of a GP as us, there is a duty to actually make a bridge between both the institutional investors and the private ones, and to kind of bridge their differences and make sure that all sides at the table are happy.
Okay, thank you. And as a last round, I take the liberty of stealing the idea of my panelists before. So if you have $1 billion, what would you invest it into?
What I would probably look into AI, but AI which is not overvalued, because we see right now most of the companies.
And to be clear, we're talking about Poland.
Poland.
Just to make it more difficult.
Okay, so this is a difficult one. I would actually invest into, then in this way, new AI-enabled autonomous manufacturing, because I think that there is a big opportunity for this field in Poland. there is a possibility to actually bridge already the experience of the Polish economy in the manufacturing sector. However, to mitigate and improve the economics through automatization and making it much more effective and bringing down the costs.
I would keep my investment strategy, so I would invest in specialized manufacturing, and I would apply many value creation levers, including automatization, because Poland is no longer best cost country in terms of cost of workforce. So I would still invest into production assets.
I would invest in Żabka. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm actually not kidding. I'm actually not kidding. We have a lot of discussions recently about how the world has changed and how uncertain it is. Honestly, I don't think it changes the way that our asset class is operating. It's actually more of the same. So I would invest in a good business that lost a little bit its strategic grip, probably because the owner, whether it's an individual or institution, has lost interest or capabilities to run it. And ideally, it has a little bit of a complexity in getting to the deal. This is our investment strategy.
So irrespective of industry potential?
If you look at what we've built over 10 years in Central Europe, we are an owner of a convenience retailer, in vitro fertilization clinics, branded local spirits, yacht marinas. I can go on.
My answer would be easy. I would invest in our Fund 6. And then it's very good diversification. No, but frankly speaking, billion is a lot for Poland. I would invest across various asset classes, especially with the private assets. You have representatives here. I think billion in VC is a lot. Billion in private debt is a lot. But if you spread it across the asset classes, and you need to allocate a little bit to liquid assets, but out of the billion, even the small 10 million is probably enough. And the rest, I think that the private markets have proven to deliver superior returns. There's a trade-off with liquidity, but indeed this is an asset class when you can make an extra profit, and I would just invest across various asset classes in private sector.
So as well as buying Żabka stock PA, which I'm not allowed to do, but if I were, I would, I'd probably buy myself a nice little villa in Konstantin, and then I'd put the rest, a big villa, big nice little villa in Konstantin, and then I'd put the rest into the WIG for two reasons. One, if it can return 28% in the 6 months year to date, I have every confidence it can do that going forward. And the second thing is I don't need to manage it, so that would be helpful as well.
Okay, so thank you very much for the discussion, and looking forward to further investments in Poland.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Big thanks to the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Loudon, for moderating this discussion. Different answers, as you've heard. I hope that this discussion will continue during the coffee break, because now, ladies and gentlemen, we are invited for the half-an-hour coffee break, and we see each other here in the Central Hall at 4 p.m. when we will continue the agenda. So enjoy the coffee break, have a nice time, and see you again in 30 minutes, 4 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, welcome back after the coffee break. Great to see you again. And during the whole day at the Warsaw Global Investors Summit, we have heard a lot about how Polish economy is growing fast, about investments in Poland, and I think you want to hear more about that. That's why you're invited now to listen to the presentation entitled Discover Poland, a Thriving Hub for Investment with Strong State Backing. Presentation by Arkadiusz Tarnowski, Deputy Director, Polish Investment and Trade Agency. And I would like to remind you that the host of this whole session is Bank PKO SA. Director Tarnowski, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Arek Tarnowski, Polish Investment Trade Agency. Today I would like to briefly introduce Poland, what makes Poland special for investors. And the key word is not only foreign investors, but investors in general. Because we, from our experience, we see the growing number of Polish investors who are more and more investing in Poland. I would like to start with the introduction of our agency, Polish Investment and Trade Agency. We are part of the Polish Development Fund. We believe that we form a synergy effect with the other governmental organizations which are in charge of ensuring exports, investments, financing. So we have KUKA, we have BGK, we have Agency for Industrial Development. All those agencies are important, and all we form the Polish Development Fund, and we try our best to serve investors to choose Poland. As a Polish Investment and Trade Agency, we have three major pillars that we concentrate on. The first is export, so we help Polish investors with their foreign expansion plans. Second is investments. This is what the department which I represent, and we help both Polish investors with their foreign expansion plans, as well as we are in charge of the inward FDI into Poland. And of course, to bind export and investment, we need the support of a department which deals with partnership, promotion, and education. So those are the three major pillars that our agency deals with. We have a network of local offices. We are spread all over Poland. We are present in all 16 regions. But additionally, what is a big value to all Polish companies interested in foreign expansion is our presence abroad. We are located more or less in 60 locations all over the world. And what is important, those places are for you, for the Polish companies who are interested in foreign expansion, but this is also very often the first stop where to find information about Poland for potential foreign investors. So if we believe that the synergy between our headquarters, our regional office in Poland, and our foreign offices make our offer very attractive. Some of the key offers that we have for the investor is location consulting. We help with site visits. We help with public funding. And what is important here is all our activities are free of charge. So investor approaches us without, of course, we do sign the different NDAs. So whenever you have any prospective investors interested in Poland, please do forward them to our agency, and we will be happy to help them with any, let's say, plans that they might have in regard to Poland. We have two very important tools that we are very proud of. The first one is the investment database site. Actually, at the moment, we have over 1,000 investment plots in our database. The database is available through a public access. You just go to www.gov.pl, and then you can access through our website this dedicated investment site database, and there you can find the plots all over Poland, just inputting the data which is important for you. And the second important tool is our cash grant. We are designated by the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology agency, which are in charge of verification of the documents, all the companies which are applying for the governmental cash grant. We have a broad experience. We've been on for over 35 years. We've completed over 1,000 projects in Poland, and accumulated value of all those projects in Poland, it's over 30 billion euros. And at the moment, we have over 120 active projects with the declared value of almost 10 billion euro and the declared employment of over 20,000. And our department comprises of over 20 people speaking over 12 foreign languages. So we are trying to be as close as possible to the investor to help them very often with the provision of information in their native languages. I could, of course, talk quite long about the advantages, but let the figures speak for themselves. Those are the largest projects that we have completed in the past few years, whether this is the expansion of Mercedes-Benz in Javor, or Ion Way in Nysa, or the service-related industries, the Equinox, Visa, or Volvo. So if you look at the vast variety of industries that we believe are very attractive to investors, definitely the first and foremost is automotive and electromobility. Poland is already the e-hub of European Union. We are the largest exporter of e-batteries in Europe and the second in the world, right after China. Aerospace is another very important industry that we see a lot of benefits. Actually, you will find in every single airplane in the world at least one part which is manufactured in Poland. BSS, business service sectors. This is something that we are very proud, because this also shows how our economy, the Polish economy, has matured. Because if you think of the 90s, Poland was associated with the cheap labor force, but it's not anymore. This is the transitions that we are witnessing. We have more and more knowledge-intensive projects, and the more important than the, let's say, competitive labor is the availability of talented people. And this is already the first asset that I will be underlining quite a few times during my presentation, because one of the most important assets of Poland is the talent of pools of Polish young, well-educated people. Research and development, this is something again related to business services sector, and this is related to the development of knowledge intensive projects. Food processing or electronics and white goods. Again, in terms of white goods, Poland is the largest producer of white goods. Refrigerators, washing machines, we are the largest producer in Europe. So what makes Poland so special that is so often chosen by many investors? Let me start with geography. Geography, 4 pan-European corridors, which also translates in the 4th largest railway network, the 5th longest highway network in Europe, or the access to the 5th biggest seaport in the European Union. And of course, it translates these beautiful logistics connections into being number one in the entire European Union as the freight transport operator in the entire European Union. So we have Poland as the logistics hub. That's number one. Recently, The Economist has published a very interesting article on how Poland matured within the last 30 years. And yes, the income per capita grew over 3 times. What is very important, especially nowadays, Poland is the largest, the country spending the most on defense sector. The target for this year, it's almost 5%, actually 4.7%, which is the largest in the European Union, which makes Poland the country which spends most heavily on defense-related sector. And we already do have the 3rd largest army in NATO. So Poland is rising and becoming an important economy. It's also lets the ranking speak for themselves. Poland, according to different rankings, Poland is number 1 in the Central European Union in terms of FDI attractiveness. We are number 3 in Europe according to the latest, actually last week edition of FDI Intelligence of most attractive locations in Europe. Poland is number 3. We have the best innovation zone in Europe. So all our indices indicate that Poland is the right place to do business and to think of Poland. Delving deeper into the macroeconomic data, it always helps to show how the GDP, the Polish economy is growing, because it's all about the future perspectives. So we see that in our region, Poland is going to develop the fastest, and Poland, it's all about the political and economic stability. All the most important ratings, Moody's, Fitch, as Standard & Poor's, they all provide us with very favorable conditions. So this combination of the right geographical locations, very good macroeconomic indices, translates into access to human capital, well-developed infrastructure, vast pool of highly skilled labor. This is what we believe, and that what we always underline is the most attractive asset of Poland when we try to encourage companies why to choose Poland. We have over, every year, we have more than 1 million students, and what is being witnessed is more and more students are choosing the STEM subjects, which is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we have the growing number of young people in the engineering studies. What is very peculiar for Poland, comparing us to, let's say, some other countries in the region, is decentralization of our educational system. Because if you look at our neighbors, they usually have one big city, and the entire educational hub is located around that one location, which is not the case in Poland. Basically, in every single region, you will find a university, technical university, offering the supply of people needed for all those different investment projects that the companies are thinking of. So it's not only Warsaw, it's not Wrocław, Katowice, Tri-City, but this is actually because of the decentralization, we have access to well-educated people all over Poland. And the access to people and the knowledge-based industries made our R&D center growing. If you compare on the left side how the landscape looked just 15 years ago and what is the situation at present, you'll see that the environment changed tremendously. Poland nowadays, it's among the top hubs in the world in terms of companies searching to locate their R&D centers. You can name any of the global 500 Fortune companies, and I'm pretty sure you will find them on our list that already have located as their hub for Europe or even for their world activities. I spoke about R&D. I mentioned electromobility, and this is what, if we look at the past, basically 10 years, you'll see that the value of exported lithium-ion batteries exported from Poland abroad increased over 100 times. And that was due to one large-scale investment, Korean investment, which attracted other companies. And this is how the electromobility hub in Poland was created and why Poland dominates the world market still at the moment as the world's second largest exporter of lithium-ion batteries. What we believe that Poland stands a chance is another important sector is the semiconductors. Already Poland is acquainted as the most promising triangle in Europe, which is the Germany, Czech Republic and Poland triangle. And it is believed that most of the future investments related to semiconductor, that's where it's going to be located. And this is mainly related to the large-scale investment made by the Taiwanese companies, TSMC, that they chose Dresden and a lot of sub-suppliers will be choosing locations which are in the proximity to that location. And we already have experience. We actually, if you think of microelectronics, Poland has over a 60-year-old tradition in microelectronics, something which is not yet well known, but this is not in industry which we just thought of and we are trying to develop at the moment, but we have a quite long history of microelectronics in Poland. Along with access to highly educated people comes the data center market. This is also the market that we see a huge potential. Poland, according to different rankings, Poland is among top 5 most promising locations worldwide for data centers. We have over 150 data centers projects, and the interest is growing. We believe that Poland does stand a chance to become a very important leader in the data center market in terms of entire European Union market. And something which is related to the place that we are located, it's the Poland stock market. 2 months ago, the VIG index closed above 100,000 points for the very first time. And our stock exchange has almost 800 listed companies, and the foreign companies contribute quite greatly to these figures. So the capital market is also something that we believe Poland is very attractive, and we will see an inflow of investors in that area as well. Introducing the sectors that we believe are attractive what is that the Polish government is offering, meaning the incentive scheme. So the public aid in Poland is actually one of the most beneficial across the entire European Union, because it varies from as low as 15% to as much as 70%, depending on the region and the size of the company. So this is the, let's say, if a company invests 1 million euro, depending on the size and the location, they can get up to 700,000 euro in a form of different public aid instruments. The two main instruments that we have at the moment, it's the corporate income tax exemption, which is available within the one of the 14 special economic zones in Poland, and the corporate income tax exemption is available for the period between 12 and 15 years. And the second important incentive is the cash grant, which is offered by the Polish government, and as the name indicates, this is the real cash. And all, here again, depending on the location, between 5 up to 15% of the investment capital can be received in the form of a cash grant from the Polish government. Of course, depending on the nature of the investment, there is also possibility of applying to different European funds or different additional incentives which are applicable to R&D activities, IP rights, and other services. To apply for any of the schemes, we warmly welcome, encourage you to contact us. Today we have representatives of my department together with me, Wojciech Rydel, Joanna Wycińska, and Aleksander Tuczyński. If you have any questions later on and you would like to inquire about information related to the Why Poland or any information regarding to public aid, they will be here and they will gladly take any questions that you might have. If you can stand up just to show yourself. Thank you very much. And just to sum up why Poland is the, let's say, great place to be and why it is worth considering Poland. Definitely number one is the macroeconomics indices. Then it's the biggest labor and production market in Central Eastern Europe, but also one of the largest in terms of the entire European Union. Business-friendly environment, environment offering a very wide offer of incentives available to different investors, and we have a very livable environment offered in cities for potential expats. So at the end, if you have any inquiries related why Poland, we cordially welcome to contact you, and we will gladly inform what can be done to make Poland your future destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It sounds very, very good. Looks also very good. Thank you for telling us more about this Polish success story, about telling why Poland and giving the answers. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll speak more about, we'll have the occasion to find out more about the Polish banking revolution, a case study in world-class innovation. I would like to invite Mr. Michał Panowicz, Vice President of the Management Board, Bank Pekao SA, who will tell us more about. Welcome on stage. The floor is yours.
All right, so how does it work? All right. Thank you very much. This is probably the most resilient crowd. This is the last presentation of the day, and you're still here by a miracle. So Polish banking innovation. What I can promise, maybe the story that we've had before was very fascinating. I will try to match it up, but at least I'll try to match it up with data to basically weave the story in. So there will be 4 sections. Let's first start what I called useful archaeology, because context is king and the context of that innovation needs to be placed right. And what I will also use is a pretty old material. I had exactly same topic of the presentation as a keynote at Cybos in Boston in 2014. And I will first use the slides that I exactly produced 11 years ago to present to the global crowd about the innovation. So look, the challenge we had is how to go from the left-hand side, who remembers how our streets looked like, how our banking looked like 35 years ago when we were starting right after the economic transformation, to something which is a very, very innovative and modern banking sector. Today, I'll focus on retail banking. So now look, when we were starting in 1990, it was nothing else but an equivalent of a banking desert. We had 0 ATM, 0 card, all cash. We had 2 retail banks which had history, and just newly created regional banks a year prior. A 500% inflation, that was banking in Poland. And the way we drove innovation, there were these 2 decades which I summarized. Well, the question is, if you're starting from exactly that point, we could have ended up pretty much anywhere. From having a modern banking sector which is stable, respectable, offers high quality of services, or we could have ended up with something which is overly controlled by whoever, including oligopoly kind of structures that increase the prices, doesn't give high quality of services, and still, bankers are having a good time. So what happened? The first wave of innovation was pretty much driven by foreign know-how and foreign capital. We've had many, many investors that basically brought capital, discipline, know-how, technology, and were transferring their experiences into that banking sector that didn't exist. The statistic of banking penetration in 1990 was probably around 10–15%. Even at the end of this period, only 44% of bankable population had a bank account at that point of time. So the source of innovation was taking the experiences and the organizational skills of foreign capital and then propagating that in Poland. And we had many of those investors, many of those banks don't exist anymore. Then what happened in the next decade, and that's crucially important, we were doing challenger banks because before it was fashionable. So who dares to remember that in that decade, roughly up until the last of that pack in the middle, Meritum Bank, I think it was launched something around 2009, something like that. We had 13 challengers, not only digital challengers, but also universal bank challengers that basically put a lot of pressure on the biggest incumbent regional banks, also run by foreign investor and foreign-owned banks. And each one of them brought something else. mBank purely and Inteligo purely digital and direct model. Lucas actually taught our customers that it's okay, if you think about it these days, it's okay to have a seated session at the bank with coffee. Do we remember that? When we take about Polbank EFG, they have created the concept of one-page contract with a bank for a product, and they also brought franchise. And pretty much only 2 or 3 banks of that 13-bank list didn't get to sustainability scale, which means they gathered enough customers to have a run rate business, and that put pressure on the biggest bank in the country to also pick up stuff and do the right thing. So this was basically when my story ended, 2014. Let's jump over these 2 pages just to buy time. So now innovation, why do we do innovation? A lot of banks and a lot of companies around there is to have a Steve Jobs moment or to have a little bit of PR and pixie dust. Actually, innovation is way more down-to-earth function. Number 1 function that we need to bear in mind is to give customers what they really mean, so basically enable customer success. Each of our customers, including in banking, have jobs to do. Innovation is to give them better tools to get their job done. And the second function of innovation is to have bank success, which means drive more efficient, resilient, and better developing and growing business. So now, second chapter. Let's first have a look at the bank success, way to look at it. And in order to contrast and compare, I fiddle with data across 6 banking markets in Europe, the largest ones. Many of, actually all of them, just except the UK, they actually either have had or do have a presence in Polish market by controlling large institutions. So we have UK, Germany, Italy, France, and Spain, and then also Poland. And I picked up the 5 largest financial groups in each of those markets, and let's have a look how we go about running the business. And first, I'll seed the notion of scale. We probably would agree that banking is the business of scale, so if you're subscale, you're pretty much destined to run a more inferior business, don't we? So there will be 4 slides like this, structured exactly like this, and what is most important to look at it, we have countries laid out the same way. Poland is always down below. For most part, it's indexed to 100, and then we have a compare and contrast. What is our structural disadvantage or advantages to build a thriving banking enterprise? So first, the macro. We are disadvantaged. We have way smaller country. We have substantially smaller business in terms of the revenue generation. By the way, these numbers here are not just nominal. These numbers are already, these are comparable euros, because what I did, I adjusted the euros of revenue for the cost of running the business. So in actuality, Polish banking net revenue is by 50% lower than on this slide, but this is actually comparable revenue that we can spend on services and operations of the banking enterprise. And the last element here is concentration. We have the least concentrated banking sector, measured by assets, which means that the banks in the top 5 would have a more difficult time to get to scale and then to run a more healthy and more profitable business. So that's macro. Let's have a look at the operational levers, some of the operational levers of running a profitable, scalable business. So first of all, the size of the bank, and this is the measure here is million of customers, so we always have the index, but then the operational metrics next to it. We pretty much have, maybe except for Italy, but we run way smaller banks. The average bank in the top 5 is 6 million. Meanwhile, in the UK, it's 19 million, Germany is 23, or France is 12 million customers per bank. So smaller banks, way less scalable. Second is this revenue per customer also adjusted for the cost of running the business. So actually, this is very comparable euro that I can plow back to pay my rent, to pay my employees, and to pay my from technology. This is very much the same euro. So we can see that in the UK, they earn 2.7 times more per customer on comparable currency, and this is adjusted for both margin as well as the size of assets. So 2.5, 1.7, 2.7 in Italy, and so on. We still have 3x difference. And the last element, we have the most, as far as let's say, traditional distribution model is concerned, we run the least favorable geography out of those 6, because both our density of population is the lowest in these countries, and also our urbanization rate is lowest of those countries. So if we want to build the branch business, we'll by definition naturally have the least efficient branch network distribution. So on the operating levers, we're also quite behind. So if that's true on macro and on operational level, we could have guessed, and the number is real. So 33 is a real number for one of those markets. We could have guessed that given the size and the revenue per customer and whatnot, that it would be UK and Germany that would be running the most efficient retail banks, counted as cost to income ratio. Pretty much everybody else would be running a worse business because they have less scale, less revenue, and more complicated geography. So their imputed cost to income should be 53, 51, and Poland should be the worst. Computed cost to income should be 85 if we were running the businesses the same way as the others. But by far, that's not the statistic. The actual statistic is the Polish banking sector last year was running 33 cost to income. Spain, which should be the second worst, was 34. Meanwhile, UK 50, Germany 58, France 66, and Italy 47. Way, way, way behind. And now if we do this thought experiment even further, and now that was important, where was the kind of the know-how direction? If these banks took and translated the operating model and the way we run our businesses to their respective countries, Lloyds, HSBC, Commerzbank, and Deutsche Bank, they should be running their business at 20% cost to income. Something like that. So basically, what happened over the last decade plus is that not only the smaller, more innovative challengers were running a modern business, but it was also the largest banks in the country, the former regional banks, as well as the two top institutions that actually went to the gym and started running a way more efficient business, which means they adopted innovations from all kinds, from technology, from IT, from channel and distribution, as well as the operating model, and most importantly, the precision of execution. So the middle one is the actual state of the business we are running today. And this is not just statistical mumbo-jumbo, it has operational explanation, because what we're looking at is left-hand side in the middle is the operational efficiency metrics, and you can see the flip. Poland becomes the 100 down below, but the green one, and the red one is in the other markets because they are running way less efficient banking operations. So if we take a look at the customer per FTE in Germany, Italy, France, it's 1/3, half number of customers per FTE, so that means they run the banks with 2x or 3x as many people. If we take a look at the physical distribution in the middle, that's similar way. These top Polish banks have roughly 12,000 customers per branch these days, and it's not because we cut off customers from services. We gave them the remote and digital alternative, so actually they're still joining us, we are giving them products, they get service, they're not complaining, and in the UK, then I'm pretty much cut off from my branch. If we have fewer branches, we gave customers instead the remote option to get a product, get a tool, and also get it serviced. And if we take a look, in Italy, they still have 3,100 customers per branch, in France 2.5, in Poland it's 12. I will not talk about the UK as an outlier, there is a certain statistical element in there, but basically the trend is here. And the last element is about the digital sales and intensity of how Polish banks are offering customers the convenience and the superior experience of being able to get the tool to get the job done remotely, and our intensity of digital sales is 3 to 2.5 times higher than those counterparts in Western Europe. So basically, this is about having built a way more efficient, way more digital, innovation-based banking operation. So this is bank success. Let's switch to chapter 3, which is the customer success. And again, that will be a justification as well to the numbers that we've seen before and the items that have been happening over the last decade plus. Not on an isolated example of a singular bank, but basically, across the sector. So first, let's have a look at what is important for customers and their success. And this is based on a study that I ran with my team last year in these across 7 countries in Europe, pretty good sample, 6,000 customers. And by the way, this is very symptomatic around the world. It's not just Europe or a singular country. That's a pretty much good tendency. So when the customers say, what is their most important thing to choose the bank or to choose to stay with the bank they have? Number one by far is a mobile application, because that's my bank in the pocket. At the same time, 6 following features that they value most, which is good price, trust, customer service, product, brand, and personalization, are all greatly enhanced. If we don't deny the branch, but they're greatly enhanced when we have a very good set of services, which is basically customer jobs, that can be delivered to customers remotely and digitally. And let's have a look if Polish bankers took notice of those customers' needs and how they delivered to production. So to that point, we'll use another set of statistics. This is a global study that I've been running with my team in London, with my prior employer. And that's a study that checks customer jobs in digital, mobile, online, across pretty much who is who in global banking, almost 400 banks in 55 markets. So this is a very good MRI, not X-ray, but MRI, of what is happening currently, not declarations, but production in channels. And what we have in here is the following. We are studying a catalog of 575, to be exact, customer jobs. So it's a very, very precise test of what is in the mobile app, what is in online, and what isn't. And that pretty much, if we kind of have a quick read of what is going through here, they're all very understandable. People come to do payments, to get a new product, to get insight about their spending and the advice of what they should do with their liabilities and assets, you know, to do the comprehensive full self-service on any products that they have with the bank, also extensions of the SME-specific features. They want to get in product information. They want to log in and to sign, digitally sign securely, but also conveniently. They want to have experience which is delightful rather than just drab, the hygienic cold experience. And the last element in here, number 9, is all about advice and relevant conversations in digital. It's about having a human in the app in case I need support. And the last element, give me more beyond banking rather than just banking products, which is sometimes called ecosystem play or third-party product integration. So this is basically a totality of the universe of banking in the app or in online, bank in the pocket, bank on the device. So let's check out where the global production is in covering those jobs. And that's the next page. The way to read that page. One bar is one bank. One color on that chart, the distribution, is a singular country. Of course, it's not all 400 bars in here that we tested. This is roughly 130 banks out of 400. And this is roughly 22 markets out of 45. But this is a pretty good representation of the global distribution. So that's point number 1, how to read the chart. Second is how to read the scale. The scale means if I have 100 points, that means that the bank delivered all the jobs that exist in the world. This is not the point of being a bank, but of course, the more I offer in this tool to get a job done, that means that I give a customer alternative not to be forced to go to the branch of the bank. And now, what do you read in terms of statistics? There is roughly 20 banks around the world that cross the threshold of 60 points. 60 points can be interpreted as, I have the bank in the pocket for anything. And if I don't feel like tapping or clicking, there is a human inside that can give me what I want when I ask them. That's 60 and above. And if we take a look where these 60s happen, this is BBVA Spain, Santander Spain, IDFC Bank in India, a few super apps in Asia. And if we take a look at what's happening in Poland, there is at least 3 banks in Poland that cross 60 points of scale. That's very rare. There is also, for example, Garanti Bank in Turkey, but everybody else is pretty much below. And what it means also is, it's not about denying the branches or denying the contact center, but it's enabling the customer to say, I go to the branch because I chose to, not because I have to. And that's basically this new modern of both operational delivery as well as a level of convenience and choice for a customer. The other way of how to read that chart is to have a look at what is happening with the global average. Global average is 32. And 32 as a shorthand can be interpreted, the mobile app is still just for transactions. I can check the balance. I can get the simplest of the simpler products, and I can do the simplest of the simple servicing. If there is a banner for personalization, it's basically spam. And if there is a contact center number, it's not pre-authenticated. I still have to go through IVR. This is roughly 32 points. And that's where this is where the average global banking is. There is a lot of banks which are way below the 30. So now with that context, where is Poland? And that distribution is sorted from the most advanced production to the least advanced production. The top of the head, not much difference. Turkey, the average for the top 5 banks in the market. Turkey is 53, Spain 53, Asian super apps 52, Poland 51. The dot is the top 3 banks, and the green is the best in the market. So this is basically what we can see in here. Our efficiency metrics that then lead to 33% of cost to income when we are earning on customer way lower and we have way smaller banking operations, while the fixed cost is pretty much the same in terms of what you need to have in infrastructure to power a 5 million bank, 10 million bank, it's still the same core banking system and the same operating kind of model. What it means is that we were not denying the customers to access to more expensive channels. We first and foremost gave customers a modern, innovative-driven alternative. Then they migrated. That allows us to be more efficient without cutting down on quality or cutting down on the range of service. So that's the customer success. We gave them pretty much, for a lot of banks in the country, a very convenient, very useful, very modern tool set to get their banking done. And now the last page on this section, what it also means, kind of this level of production, the quality of mobile apps and online banking, what it also means in short, that we've been so far immune to challenger banks. How to read that page? It's actually a pretty fascinating study. We have 7 countries in here in Europe, starting with Ireland, Hungary, Germany, Romania, UK, Spain, and Poland. The 2 first rows show the difference between the quality of the mobile app of universal banks, top 5 in the market, and Revolut. How to read that? Average scope, according to the same scale as before, of Ireland is 18 points. These apps barely have anything inside. It's just a balance, being able to see the status of debit card, making simplest payments, that's it. It's like the mobile banking 1.0. Meanwhile, Revolut is 37 points better. When we take a look at Poland, the top banks in the country, they have better apps than Revolut. So that's the first one. And then basically it's sorted from the best for the kind of weakest and the least advanced markets to the most advanced markets, and it happens to be Poland and Spain. The second 2 rows is customer preference. This is based on the 7,000 people study. We asked the question, what is your preference of Revolut versus universal banks first for your app? That's row number 3. And second, for the bank customer value proposition overall, that's the 4th row. And what we can see, the colors help you to guide this. People love Revolut in Ireland because it's better. In Poland, they're like, whatever. I don't really care about that much. Why? Because my bank has given me the digital experience of Revolut, but the scale and scope of a universal bank. Poland is the only country that has negative preference for Revolut, which then leads to the last 2 rows, which is the actual market outcomes of Revolut. 48% of Irish bankable population signed up for Revolut. 22% because these numbers have increased. 22% in Hungary, 23% of bankable 23. That would be like PKO BP scale, well beyond PKO scale, right? So more than 20, and they're growing on mushrooms. In my prior job, I actually talked and worked, and not only talked, but also worked with some of those bankers. They're actually quite terrified because they see customers migrating away. In Poland, that migration is very modest. Spain, 6%, Poland, 5%. We are not talking much about Revolut in the boardrooms because they are not having a bite. Why? Not because we skewed regulation or we put some artificial barriers. We basically produced modern digital products out of universal banks, right? And that's a very important element in here. We basically went to the gym and we did the good job for the customer. So now, to sum up this story of evident track record of embracing innovation, being able to understand it, being able to execute it. Execution is the number thing, after all. Being able to put that really in production in front of customers, and then also taking the economic benefits out of this so that we don't think that we are so good. There is not only a tremendous number of items that I would call dropped balls, because either we haven't done them yet or we haven't done them enough. And there is also always new frontiers of the things that nobody has done anyhow, around the world. And this is something that we'll need to learn of, how to approach it and how to get it done. So let's start with the first page. There is, of course, so what this shows is from this global study of production of mobile apps and online banking, we can see these 10 areas of customer jobs. And what this page represents is the top 5 banks in each category around the world. There is some elements of pride that we can take that in 4 of those categories that we have 1 or 2 banks from Poland that actually reach that level of global excellence. At the same time, what it means is that there is 6 categories that there is no Polish bank in there. And objectively speaking, I will just harp on 3 areas. Usability and delight. Polish banking apps are just boring. They are not delightful. They are just hygienically proper, but they are not yet fully modern digital products that actually can bring, joy of usability. There is no incompatibility between being functionally correct and still being kind of digitally joyful and having a great user experience. We also don't do, where we are, only one bank is there with marketing engagement, and pretty much the rest of the banking sector, personalization and marketing engagement is a very rudimentary category, pretty much run on more traditional, if not antiquated tech stacks and vendor solutions. It's not scaling up through AI and things like that. The element on the top right, money insights and liquidity, we don't give customers a very good level of advice and guidance of how to manage their money better, nor family banking is very well developed in the market yet. We have quite hygienic experience, it's quite proper, good level of services, but financial well-being and money insights are not yet fully propagated into the apps. And the last element that I would point out, the third-party products, which is a great opportunity to engage user better, enhance our business model, and to drive better outcomes. We are also very shy as a market of integrating third-party products into the mobile apps and mobile banking. There are some countries with stunning elements of success and great customer outcomes in that area as well. So it would be great to see some more Polish banks aspiring to break into those, let's say, behind the global excellence level categories. And then the last summary slide on the left-hand side is something that I would deem where we are not that much fashion forward from the global perspective. There is quite a few of those, more than 15 areas that either we've done in a lukewarm way or not very much so, just to bring a couple of elements to bear. This digital delight is not pretty much there. Personalization needs to be dramatically improved. Digital servicing, so selling in Polish banks digitally, is very well developed. Digital servicing is still pretty much behind. If we are so good in innovation, then why haven't we really exported that yet? Because if our operating model and approach to digital is actually quite modern, why don't we have a singular example of, except for mBank, but that's a 2007 story, never developed beyond Czech Republic and Slovakia. There could be either two ways. Either we export and kind of demonstrate that we have an exportable good in banking, or there would be a better transfer of knowledge from the Polish subsidiaries back to their kind of home organizations in Paris, Milan, or Madrid. So there are a couple of elements of these elements that have been going on, but we could boost them even further. And then the new frontiers with big question, big, phenomenal global story, success story. Fantastic solution, helps us to have better services and how should I say, be on par with the global payment organizations as the banking sector. What would be next in terms of expansion? There are plans, but can we deliver on that? Well, that's only to be seen. Of course, the Gen AI, agentic, conversational, so all the same thing. So incoming of artificial intelligence with a new wave that started only last year. This is something that no bank really has done in Poland quite yet. So the field is quite open, in that regard, and that would probably be the biggest stress point. But then the other elements are also possibly to be improved, like seamless data, or even deploying quantum computing to do certain workloads on optimization of cybersecurity. That actually is pretty big promise. There is no POC, live in Poland yet. So, łyżka dziegciu on this slide, and before that was the pot of honey. So that's the Polish sector over the last 30 years. We definitely have something to be proud of, because it's not a singular bank that has done that. It's a sector-wide phenomenon. At the same time, this job is never done. So we'll be busy for the years to come. All right, thank you very much.
Michał Panowicz, PKO SA, thank you very much for telling us this fascinating story about Polish banking revolution. Another success story, but there are still challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, another break, coffee break ahead of us. So you're invited to enjoy, to have good time, and we'll see each other for the next plenary agenda program on 5:45 exactly. Yes, 5:45. So 5:45 p.m. See you back here in the center hall. And thank you for staying with us. We have still more for you. This is the Warsaw Global Investors Summit. Welcome back after the coffee break. I hope you enjoyed your time. And now we'll begin the last part of the meeting here at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. We'll begin with the presentation. Presentation entitled Path to Success, Transformation, Resilience, Innovation. I would like to invite, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage, Mr. Janusz Dziurzyński, CEO of ABSL, Association of Business Service Leaders. Welcome to the stage.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Chyba przejdę na język polski, chyba że objections. Nie ma objections. To przejdę płynnie na język polski. Po angielsku są slajdy i chyba dobrze, bo to jest język biznesowy. Slajdy są tylko 3, a potem będziemy mieli przyjemność porozmawiać z premierem i z naszym prowadzącym na temat inwestycji. Dużo słyszałem, że w czasie dzisiejszego spotkania sporo było mowy na temat inwestycji, sporo było na temat niepewności, sporo było na temat modeli biznesowych i tego, jak przyciągać kapitał i tego, jak budować sukces. Jestem przekonany, że ABSL, to co reprezentuje ABSL, czyli sektor usług dla biznesu, to jest przykład dokładnie tego, jak należy to robić i jak możemy odnieść spektakularny sukces nie w Polsce, nie w Europie, ale na świecie. I żeby nie być gołosłownym, ABSL jako stowarzyszenie non-profit obecnie jest w Polsce od 16 lat. Wspomnę tutaj, że w dniu dzisiejszym rozszerzył swoją działalność na 17 krajów, w tym na m.in. Australię i Nową Zelandię i końca nie widać. W tym przypadku końca nie widać, jest to bardzo pozytywne stwierdzenie. Jest to zdecydowanie największa i zupełnie bez precedensu organizacja, która robi tego typu rzeczy na poziomie globalnym, non-profit, zaznaczam non-profit. Jesteśmy potężnym zastrzykiem dla polskiej gospodarki, o tym będzie na następny slajd. Jesteśmy członkiem wielu organizacji w tym kraju. Jesteśmy bardzo zaufanym partnerem, a przede wszystkim zrzeszamy już w tej chwili ponad 280 firm, którzy są przedstawicielami inwestorów zagranicznych. W 80 paru procentach są to firmy zagraniczne, ale to one uwierzyły, że warto tu inwestować, warto być w Polsce i warto rozszerzać swoją działalność. To są liczby z roku 2023. Nie mogę niestety powiedzieć, bo nie zostałem zautoryzowany, o nowych liczbach, które pojawią się już za 2 tygodnie w Krakowie. Jedyne co mogę powiedzieć, że te liczby będą jeszcze lepsze. Mówimy w tej chwili o prawie 6% produktu krajowego brutto, który ten sektor dostarcza. Mówimy o prawie 40 miliardach dolarów eksportu. Mówimy o prawie 500 000 zatrudnionych osób, wysokiej jakości specjalistów, którzy dostarczają naprawdę innowacje, rozwiązania informatyczne, finansowe, cyber security na światowym poziomie. Mówimy tutaj o poziomie innowacyjności i rozwoju, wprowadzania nowych rozwiązań, łączenia takich przysłowiowych kropek na poziomie dwukrotnie wyższym niż jakikolwiek inny sektor gospodarki. No nie wiem jak Państwo, ale ja to nazywam spektakularnym sukcesem. I co jest ważne, jesteśmy częścią dużo większego ekosystemu. Rok temu zrobiliśmy gigantyczny krok do przodu, na szczęście do przodu, i wyszliśmy na poziom światowy. Tak jak powiedziałem, 17 krajów na całym świecie. Obecni tutaj Jacek i Iwona są integralną częścią tego sukcesu i redefinicji sektora na poziomie europejskim. Otóż ten sam sektor, o którym mówię tutaj w Polsce, w Europie to jest prawie 40 milionów profesjonalistów, a udział GDP w szeroko pojętym sektorze usług to jest ponad 20% produktu europejskiego. Dlatego nie powinno być dziwne to, że jest to troszeczkę materiał eksportowy Europy, ale przede wszystkim Polski. I to dlatego pan Mario Draghi z taką ciekawością zaakceptował nasze zaproszenie w tym roku, dlatego że nie ma chyba lepszego przykładu, na którym moglibyśmy rozpatrywać wspólny rynek europejski i wykorzystywanie tego, gdzie Europa ma, mówiąc kolokwialnie, competitive advantage. To jest jeden z przykładów. Oczywiście to nie jest tylko to, ale jeśli szukamy przykładów na to, jak to można zrobić i czy to możemy zrobić, no to ABSL Made in Poland. Dziękuję bardzo, chyba to był ostatni slajd i w takim razie przekazuję głos prowadzącym.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much, Janusz Dziurzyński. And please stay on stage with us because you will take part in the fire chat. We will start in a moment. Proszę z nami pozostać, bo już za chwilę rozpoczynamy fire chat. No właśnie. Ladies and gentlemen, we move quickly on to the next item of the agenda, a fire chat that will address an interesting topic of new sources of economic growth for Poland. So the other participant of this fire chat is the former Prime Minister of Poland, Jan Krzysztof Bielecki. I invite you to the stage, and the interview will be conducted by Marcin Zaborowski, TVP World. Bardzo prosimy o zajęcie miejsc. Wiadomo, kto rządzi na scenie.
Trudno się zorientować. Także, proszę Państwa, jeżeli to jest OK, będziemy rozmawiać po polsku, będziemy rozmawiać raczej krótko. Tak jak pan premier nam zasugerował, jest w istocie dosyć już późno, wszyscy myślimy już o tym, co dalej. Mieliśmy tutaj już bardzo fajną prezentację od pana prezesa. Mamy też świetny raport i bardzo optymistyczny raport ze strony PKO zatytułowany Poland's Moment, z którego wynika, że za mniej więcej 10 lat będziemy bogatsi od Włochów. Będziemy żyć chyba 5 lat dłużej. Będziemy szczęśliwsi, generalnie będziemy mieć też no po prostu dużo bardziej rozwinięty kraj i też lepszą jakość życia. Ale z drugiej strony raport też sugeruje, że mamy pewnego rodzaju zagrożenia. No jednym z takich oczywistych zagrożeń jest niska stopa inwestycji w Polsce. To nie dotyczy sektora, o którym przed chwilą słyszeliśmy, ale na poziomie europejskim w porównaniu ze średnią europejską w Polsce te inwestycje pozostają dosyć niskie, pomimo dosyć poważnych zastrzyków finansowych ze strony funduszy europejskich. Ja bym chciał rozpocząć tą rozmowę od pytania skierowanego do pana premiera. Panie premierze, czy to jest w ogóle takie ważne? Bo właściwie dochód narodowy cały czas rośnie, stajemy się coraz bogatsi, pomimo tego, że inwestycje pozostają na niskim poziomie. Czy można tak dalej? Czy bez jednak dużej zmiany w tych parametrach jesteśmy w stanie się dalej rozwijać?
A, ten sam mikrofon?
Chyba innego nie ma. O właśnie, proszę bardzo.
Drugi, jak on ma pierwszy? Kto ma pierwszy?
Chyba pierwszy ma prowadząca.
Myślałem, że ja mam pierwszy, ale...
Ja mam numer 4.
Tak jak właśnie przed sekundą powiedział prowadzący, zrobimy wszystko, żeby to długo nie trwało, żebyście Państwo mogli jak najszybciej udać się do przyjemnych zajęć związanych z zakończoną konferencją. Korzystając z okazji, chciałem pogratulować panu Zbyszkowi Jagielle nie tylko dobrego pomysłu, ale i dobrego wykonania i EKF-owi za to, że konsekwentnie próbuje rozmawiać o tworzeniu jak najlepszego ekosystemu dla inwestorów w Polsce. I że może jest taka nadzieja, że EKF będzie w przyszłości również takie działania podejmował. Odpowiadając na pańskie pytanie, chciałbym wprowadzić 2 zastrzeżenia. Niech pan nigdy nie pyta ekonomistów o prognozy, bo oni ich nie potrafią zrobić z dokładnością do 2 miesięcy do przodu. Patrz na bank centralny raczej można mówić, jak oni mówią, że będzie rosło, to odwrotnie będzie. Jak oni mówią, że do 26 roku na pewno nie ruszą stóp procentowych, to na pewno ruszą i już ruszyli. I jak zobaczymy te prognozy poszczególnych banków, które mówią, jak będzie za 3 miesiące, to się okazuje, że nawet za 3 miesiące nie do końca się to zgadza. Więc mówienie o tym, jak będzie za 10... Kiedyś właśnie jak nasza nauczycielka ze schodów spadła, to i był taki hałas, powiedziałem, że pani dyrektor ze schodów spadła i niestety miałem karę, więc teraz już nie powiem, kto tutaj ten hałas wytworzył. Więc my musimy z dużą pokorą podchodzić do liczb w ekonomii, do wszystkich wspaniałych prognoz. Jakbyśmy patrzyli tylko na prognozy analityków bankowych, to byśmy widzieli, jak one się często istotnie zmieniają, tak mówiąc delikatnie. Druga rzecz, że jak mówi mój profesor, panie kolego, pan kolega nigdy nie robi prostej ekstrapolacji. Bo to, co było wczoraj, wcale nie znaczy, że to będzie podstawą do robienia wyniku na przyszłość. I trochę miał rację. I słynne później opracowanie profesora Meadowsa określające granice wzrostu jest tego najbardziej widocznym w historii, przynajmniej za mojego życia ekonomicznego, przykładem. Ale celem tych granic wzrostu nie było powiedzenie, że oni wiedzą, że tak będzie, chociaż to był wielki międzynarodowy zespół na MIT, tylko oni mówili, co by było, gdyby ludzie nie zareagowali na zdarzenia. I w związku z tym właśnie, jeżeli będzie zanieczyszczenie postępowało w ten sposób, zużycie ropy i tak dalej, robili na tych 5 głównych czynnikach tą prognozę. Więc musimy mieć dystans do tego. Ostatnio przeczytałem, że każdy uczciwy profesor zajmujący się sztuczną inteligencją powinien powiedzieć o ryzykach, jakie ona niesie i że ona bardzo negatywnie dotknie 20% być może pracujących. W związku z tym pytanie, które tutaj było omawiane przed południem na chyba 2 panelach, mówiące o tym, że jak to Polska teraz ma ogromne braki demograficzne i spada nam ta ilość pracujących. Dopiero wiecie, to nie jest akurat jakaś tam w cudzysłowie dobra wiadomość, bo może roboty będą leczyły starszych, a młodszych nie będzie tyle potrzeba. Naprawdę całe te 35 lat pokazuje, że właśnie wszystkie założenia były kompletnie nietrafione. Łącznie ze słynnym założeniem, które jak gdyby obsługiwało plan Balcerowicza, czyli wszystkie wyliczenia IMF-u, które mówiły, jak będzie się kształtowały pierwszy rok transformacji w Polsce i dokładnie było odwrotnie. Oni mówili, że recesji nie będzie, recesja nie dość, że była, to jeszcze prawie 2 lata trwała i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Więc patrzmy z pokorą na liczby i starajmy się dostosować do nowych czasów. I dlatego można być optymistą, że ten system tego w cudzysłowie demokratycznego kapitalizmu, wydaje mi się, on pasuje do polskiej mentalności, do polskiej zdolności do, takie mamy słynne słowo kombinowania, które nie ma żadnego tłumaczenia na język obcy, dostosowania się właśnie do tej zmiany. ABSL jest tego najlepszym przykładem. Szkoda, że pan tego nie powiedział, bo ABSL tam 10 lat temu to była kompletnie inna firma, sprzedająca usługi ludzi, trochę takich półrobotów, którzy tam wykonywali proste czynności za średnio dobre pieniądze i czasami znali parę słów w języku zbliżonym do language. Co to ma wspólnego z dzisiejszym ABSL-em? Nic właściwie.
Panie premierze, to miało być w następnym pytaniu, no przecież naprawdę.
No widzi pan, ja mówiłem, pan mówi, a ja siedzę na ławce. To ściągnęliście mnie tutaj i macie teraz kłopot. No, więc, nie, znaczy cały czas my wyprzedzamy swoim działaniem to, co jest właśnie wynikowe z ekstrapolacji czy tych przewidywanych trendów. Kiedy wydaje się, że już to się zawali, nagle się to jakoś tam podnosi i funkcjonuje. Jakbym nawet mógł powiedzieć tak, że znam paru ludzi, którzy się znają niby na makroekonomii i którzy twierdzą, że w Polsce nakłady inwestycyjne nie do końca się perfekcyjnie liczy. Mógłbym częściowo się z tym zgodzić, bo patrząc na inwestycje w Polsce, nie można powiedzieć, żeby ich nie było gołym okiem widać. Jak popatrzymy na Wielką Brytanię czy Stany Zjednoczone, to tam widać, że tam nie ma inwestycji, przynajmniej tym, jak my to rozumiemy, infrastrukturalnych, związanych z poprawą jakości życia. No, może my jesteśmy kulawi w inwestycjach czy w nakładach sektora prywatnego. To jakbyśmy to powiedzieli, to pełna zgoda. Państwo coraz większą rękę wyciąga i chce coraz więcej budować, nam zmieniać i tak dalej. To nie może być najbardziej efektywna metoda wydawania pieniędzy, no ale widocznie mamy taki klimat, że takie podejście jest bardzo modne. Natomiast no, inwestujemy, no, niech ABSL no, właśnie powie, jak oni się zmieniają, jak inaczej inwestują. No to jest dobry przykład. A jak popatrzymy, no nie chciałbym tu robić kryptoreklamy, ale tu była taka impreza charytatywna w Warszawie w ubiegłym tygodniu i jedna z osób, która obserwowała tych przedsiębiorców, którzy tam byli, była w szoku, ile widzi w Polsce firm, o których nie słyszy, a mają co najmniej 1 miliard złotych przychody i biznes. I właściciele trochę siedzą tu, trochę gdzieś tam w Hiszpanii, całkiem sobie dobrze radzą i nikt o nich nie wie. I jak oni właśnie umiejętnie dostosowują się do tej zmieniającej rzeczywistości i po prostu jak my patrzymy, to widzimy Orlen. No i do tego wszystko mierzymy i te ich nakłady inwestycyjne. Ale naprawdę ta Polska jest o wiele lepsza. No to chciałem powiedzieć.
Super. To w takim razie może porozmawiamy faktycznie trochę o waszym sektorze. Bo tutaj, jak rozumiem, no ta konstatacja raportu PKO jest trochę taka, że kończą się nam, pomimo takiej optymistycznej prognozy za 10 lat, tego jak mamy wyglądać za 10 lat, no to trochę nam się kończą dotychczasowe źródła rozwoju, czyli jakby rozwój oparty na dosyć taniej sile roboczej, dostęp do funduszy unijnych. Ta siła robocza robi się coraz droższa, funduszy unijnych będzie coraz mniej. Więc jak w tej sytuacji dalej się rozwijać? Jakby no raport sugeruje, że duże inwestycje państwowe w rodzaju CPK na przykład. Nie? No ale to jest niekoniecznie takie pewne. Jak to wygląda w sektorze prywatnym, jak to wygląda w sektorze usług? Ja rozumiem, że z waszej strony jednak ten poziom inwestycji pozostaje dosyć wysoki, tak?
Dzięki Bogu sektor usług dla biznesu jest beneficjentem ludzi myślących biznesowo, a nie politycznie. Tak jak pan premier bardzo słusznie zauważył, historia ABSL ma 20 lat i 10 lat temu, po pierwsze 20 lat temu parę osób, które zakładało ABSL, do głowy by im nie przyszło, nawet jeśli byli wizjonerami, do głowy nie przyszło, że będziemy tutaj, gdzie jesteśmy dzisiaj. 10 lat temu była to wysoko wyspecjalizowana kadra ludzi robiących funkcje back-office'owe. My celowo odchodzimy od mówienia o back-office, dlatego że to nie jest pieśń przyszłości. Ale prawda jest taka, jak pan premier powiedział, 10 lat temu to był zupełnie inny biznes. Ale obudziliśmy się w odpowiednim momencie i zdaliśmy sobie sprawę z tego, że kwalifikacje, umiejętności, wiedzę, konkretne umiejętności techniczne, ale również wiedzę biznesową należy za każdym razem co roku sukcesywnie podnosić, żeby z roku na rok wychodzić na wyższe poziomy po to, żeby przyciągać procesy coraz bardziej zaawansowane, coraz bardziej konkurencyjne, coraz bardziej wartościowe. Dziś na jednego pracownika sektora przypada prawie $60,000 wartości, którą ten pracownik wykreowuje. To jest wielokrotnie więcej niż jeszcze parę lat temu. I teraz, jeśli są inwestycje zagraniczne, to one są, to ludzie, którzy tu inwestują, mówię tutaj głównie o inwestorach z krajów wysoko rozwiniętych, chociaż ostatnio te wysoko rozwinięte kraje mają potężne problemy. Ale pytanie jest bardzo proste. Czy ktoś może to lepiej zrobić niż my robimy to tutaj? Jeśli są nowe potrzeby, to gdzie zainwestować, żeby dostać z tego spodziewany zwrot? Plus, jeżeli są wyzwania pod tytułem automatyzacja, rosnące koszty, zwiększona legislacja, więcej przepisów, które przeszkadzają, a nie prowadzić biznes, to kogo poprosić o pomoc? No i nagle się okazuje, że pracownicy sektora usług doskonale rozumieją, co robią, są rozwinięci z punktu widzenia, rozumieją technologię, wiedzą, jak rozmawiać z biznesem, bardzo szybko się uczą, są niesamowicie zdolni na adaptację do nowych realiów. Wspomnę tylko COVID. W ciągu 48 godzin wszystkie centra stanęły na nogi i nie pytały się nikogo, czy można pracować z domu, czy nie można. Po prostu zaczęliśmy to robić. Tak samo w 2008 roku. Nie było dyskusji. Z każdego kryzysu wychodzimy coraz silniejsi. Jest to jakaś recepta. Jest to jakaś recepta, która mówi, że im gorzej, tym lepiej, dlatego że my żyjemy zmianą i ten sektor akurat, jeśli się umie zaadaptować, jeśli widzi, w którym kierunku trzeba zrobić następny krok, to my dokładnie to robimy. Nie my w sensie, znaczy ludzie, którzy w tym sektorze pracują, nie ja, nie Jacek, ale ludzie, którzy w tym sektorze pracują. I to jest recepta na sukces. I w tym momencie, jeżeli ktoś będzie miał poważne wyzwania, gdzie umieścić inwestycje, jak konkurować z krajami Dalekiego Wschodu, jak radzić sobie z rosnącymi kosztami, jak znajdować nowe sposoby adaptacji technologii, no to będzie pytał ludzi, którzy przez lata wiedzieli, jak sobie z tymi rzeczami radzić. Przychodzi do Polski, przychodzi do nas. My mówimy o te punkty, na które kładziemy nacisk przez lata, one ulegały modyfikacji, bo sytuacja się zmieniała. W tej chwili mówimy o tym 3T. O dziwo właśnie sobie zdałem sprawę, że i po angielsku, i po polsku 3T to też jest 3T. Mówimy tutaj o talencie, mówimy o technologii, mówimy o transformacji. Talent, szczerze mówiąc, ten sektor stoi na ludziach. Bez ludzi, bez talentu, to jest nasza jedyna, właściwie główna karta przetargowa. Bez tego w ogóle nie mamy o czym rozmawiać. W ogóle nie mamy o czym rozmawiać, więc talent jest zawsze numerem 1 i zawsze był numerem 1. Rozwój tych ludzi jeśli chodzi o 3 aspekty rozwoju. Pierwszy, umiejętności czysto biznesowe, umiejętności, które sprawiają, że ci ludzie rozumieją procesy biznesowe i są w stanie nimi zarządzić i również wprowadzać innowacje. Drugi, umiejętności rozumienia i wykorzystania technologii. Nie będę się rozwodził nad tym, bo chyba wszyscy rozumieją, zresztą wystarczająco dużo dzisiaj było o tym powiedziane. I trzeci to są wszelkiego rodzaju umiejętności miękkie, liderskie i przywódcze. I to jest recepta. Niby proste, no wcale nie proste, ale tak wygląda schemat. I te 3 elementy to jest coś, na co... Aha, trzecim elementem oczywiście jest transformacja, dlatego że na koniec wszystko, co robimy, umiejętności, technologia służy wprowadzaniu nowych modeli biznesowych. I to jest dokładnie to, czego potrzeba inwestorom, to jest dokładnie to, czego potrzeba ludziom, którzy szukają oszczędności i którzy martwią się o przyszłość. Jeżeli będziemy sami siebie przez cały czas reinvent, tak, to damy radę. To będziemy za każdym razem troszeczkę z przodu, troszeczkę będziemy wyprzedzali. Będziemy 2 kroki z przodu, jak nie będą zastanawiać, co tu zrobić. Myślę, że to jest, jestem przekonany, że to jest recepta na sukces ABSL-u.
Wspomnieliśmy o ludziach, tak? Także i raport PKO i różnego rodzaju inne prognozy zakładają, że ludzi będzie w Polsce coraz mniej, a ludzi z talentami też bynajmniej więcej nie będzie. Więc mamy taką sytuację, kiedy mamy trochę problem z dostępem do wykwalifikowanego, zdolnego pracownika, a mamy też bardzo restrykcyjną i coraz bardziej restrykcyjną politykę imigracyjną. Czy tutaj zmiana w tym zakresie jest konieczna, potrzebna, możliwa?
Ale znowu pan ekstrapoluje, bo jak za czasów kolegi Jacka oni działali i mieli co chwilę inteligentne osoby, które odbierają telefony i udzielają informacji, no to tych ludzi potrzeba było tysiące. Takie, no, ale słowo bot nie jest jakimś wynalazkiem szczególnie skomplikowanym dzisiaj i boty całkiem umiejętnie zastępują w tej samej czynności człowieka. No. Jakby pan ekstrapolował, to by powiedział tak, o Jezus Maria, no to mieli 100 osób, teraz potrzebują 150, a nie ma skąd wziąć. No. Postawią 10 botów, bo to już jest tylko kwestia opłacalności ekonomicznej, zastąpienia człowieka maszyną w podstawowych rzeczach i odchodzi pan od zatrudnienia takiego zwykłego, więc my nie możemy się ścigać cały czas licząc na to, że będziemy w tym obszarze konkurować na malejącej produktywności. Nie? My musimy konkurować na rosnącej. To jeszcze, żeby reklamę prowadzić kolegi Jacka, którego znam tam parę tygodni i 20 lat, no to stąd ułożyli sobie to określenie, że z back-office'u do mid-office'u, a z mid-office'u to możemy, nie wiem, do salonu R&D, czy tam do stacji R&D, czy tam w ogóle jakiegoś super ciekawego biura, więc no, musisz cały czas uciekać. No, jak chcemy narzekać, to narzekajmy na to, co jest prawdą, że 20, czy tam ostatnie 10, czy co najmniej 10 lat, to nie jest moda na ludzi, którzy odnoszą sukces, którym dużo płacimy, z których jesteśmy dumni. Raczej próbujemy to wszystko wyrównywać kosiarką i mówić, że najlepiej, żeby była przeciętna, tak? Co widać nie tyle w walce o talent, tak jak pan powiedział, w sensie ilości, tylko że no niestety póki co tak jest na świecie, że talentów nie może być nawet 10%, już nie mówiąc, że 90% i że jest parę procent, nazwijmy, tych talentów i trzeba trochę o nie dbać, bo inaczej wszystkie wyemigrują do krajów, gdzie się o te talenty zabiega. No. Zresztą ostatnio na potrzeby EKF-u przygotowałem sobie analizę porównawczą, jak się zabiega o talenty w Stanach w sektorze bankowym, a jak w Polsce. W zachodniej Europie, przepraszam. Nie, zostawmy Polskę na boku. I kompletnie dwa różne światy, bo te największe banki próbują na drugim roku najpóźniej złapać talent na dobrej uczelni i go prowadzić, organizować mu szkolenia, programy przygotowujące do pracy. No. I ja nie słyszałem, żeby w Europie oni w ten sposób działali, a w Polsce to już w ogóle nie słyszałem. Tak? Jak dojdziemy do najbardziej chyba kontrowersyjnej rzeczy, czyli wynagrodzenia w Polsce za pracę, no to się okazuje, że u nas relatywnie wynagrodzenia spadają. Znaczy rośnie przeciętne wynagrodzenie, natomiast lepsze wynagrodzenia cały czas idą w dół, więc nie wiem, czy to chodzi o to, że wszyscy zarabiali tyle samo, bo to chyba była istota marksizmu, ale no, już w Europie Zachodniej zarabiają 10 razy mniej ci menedżerowie niż w Stanach Zjednoczonych, a w Polsce, okej, można powiedzieć, jaki menedżer taka płaca, no ale są płace rzędu z kolei 10 razy niższego niż w Europie Zachodniej, no to potem mamy takie rezultaty. To o tym możemy mówić, ale o tym nikt nie chce mówić, bo to niepopularny temat. No.
Dziękuję. A w takim razie może porozmawiamy, jak to wygląda właśnie na poziomie sektora, który reprezentujesz. Czy wy na przykład wyciągacie talenty, rozpoznajecie talenty ludzi, którzy są na drugim, trzecim roku studiów i czy skutecznie też wprowadzacie sztuczną inteligencję? Czy jakby wprowadzanie sztucznej inteligencji jest w stanie zastąpić no, te nisze, które są tak bardzo prominentne na waszym rynku?
Jeszcze raz wrócę do tego, co powiedział pan premier w poprzedniej wypowiedzi. Ten sektor się bardzo różni. Dzisiaj w swoim centrum zatrudniam 38 narodowości władających 35 językami. Tak, niedługo pewnie nie będzie to potrzebne, bo nie będzie to potrzebne. Natomiast cały czas jeszcze przez pewnie parę lat do przodu będzie i ta różnorodność jest bardzo potrzebna. Druga sprawa, którą chcę powiedzieć, to miejmy świadomość tego, że w każdym momencie między 1 000 000 a 1 200 000 studentów jednak w tym kraju studiuje. I jeżeli my chcemy ściągnąć inwestycję nową, która będzie potrzebowała, dajmy na to 500 osób, no to myślę, że jeżeli za tą inwestycją będzie szedł dobry brand, dobra firma, no to raczej z tego 1 000 000 ludzi da się wyciągnąć te 500 osób, które będą naprawdę rozumiały, na czym polega biznes. Więc jest kwestia edukacji, przygotowania, ale jest też kwestia przede wszystkim świadomości tego, co można robić i czym jest na przykład sektor usług dla biznesu. No, jestem się w stanie założyć, że nie wszyscy, którzy tutaj siedzą, przed przyjściem tutaj znali i wiedzieli sporo na ten temat. Tak samo nasi studenci, profesorowie i nasze uczelnie, które szczególnie uczelnie państwowe mają pewien problem ze zrozumieniem i z wyjściem, bo tak jest ustawiony ich setup, tak powiem. Mają kłopot z uświadomieniem sobie faktu, że firmy, które przychodzą i które chcą takie talenty wyławiać, co niektóre kraje europejskie, a przede wszystkim w Stanach, zostało zrobione znakomicie, nie są gotowi na tego typu współpracę. Udaje się to robić, tak. Na kilku uczelniach w Polsce mamy studia wyższe, podyplomowe, na które zapisuje się coraz więcej ludzi. To idzie już nie w setki, tylko w tysiące osób. Cały czas jest to kropla w morzu, ale przemożenie takiego braku zrozumienia i niechęci było czymś bardzo, bardzo trudnym i nie ukrywam, sam byłem za to odpowiedzialny przez kilka lat i to była naprawdę droga przez mękę. Dotarcie do uczelni, dotarcie do rektorów, do profesorów, do dziekanów nie było prostym zadaniem. To gdzieś się tam rusza, ale to wszystko się dzieje za wolno, dlatego że świat nam ucieka i te talenty są. Te talenty są ludzie, którzy do nas przyjeżdżają. Oczywiście trzeba się cieszyć z tego, że zasilani jesteśmy z zagranicy i w tych centrach pracuje mnóstwo Ukraińców, mnóstwo ludzi, którzy szukają tutaj azylu, również azylu biznesowego i to jest coś, co nas bardzo powinno cieszyć. Jeśli chodzi, bo pytanie było dosyć złożone i wielostopniowe, jeśli chodzi o sztuczną inteligencję, dobra wiadomość jest taka, że z tych 2000 centrów, które w tej chwili w Polsce działają, pytamy ludzi co rok, co myślą na temat przyszłości, co ich niepokoi, czy talent, czy wojna o talenty to jest coś rzeczywistego, czy tylko taki slogan, co myślą o rozwoju technologii, co myślą o zagrożeniach, co myślą o rosnących kosztach i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Otóż 80% ludzi takich jak ja, takich jak Jacek, postrzega rozwój sztucznej inteligencji, 80% postrzega rozwój sztucznej inteligencji jako raczej okazję do przeniesienia biznesu i naszego funkcjonowania na wyższy poziom, a nie jako zagrożenie. I powinniśmy się oswoić z tym, że tak będzie. I jeśli jakieś role mogą zostać wyeliminowane dzięki przysłowiowym botom, to się powinniśmy z tego cieszyć. Wręcz powinniśmy temu asystować i bić brawo, a i równolegle myśleć o tym, jak ludzie, którzy dzisiaj wykonują tego typu pracy, jak ich przekwalifikować na wyższy poziom. Ten reskilling i upskilling to jest coś, o czym mówimy od wielu lat. I to się dzieje i w tym kierunku działamy.
Super, dziękuję serdecznie. Myślę, że dotarliśmy do końca naszej dyskusji. Mamy jeszcze teoretycznie 2 minuty, ale nie wiem, czy chcielibyście panowie coś na końcu tutaj
30 sekund.
Proszę bardzo.
Bo teraz przypomniało mi się, że jak tu byłem na wcześniejszej sesji, to było takie dosyć popularne stwierdzenie, że może, żeby realizować ten postulat, to Polska powinna tak umiejętnie lawirować znaczy Unia Europejska powinna tak umiejętnie lawirować między Chinami a Stanami Zjednoczonymi i wykorzystywać ten konflikt, żeby sobie zrobić dobrze i mieć najlepszą ścieżkę rozwojową. To niech tak sobie myślą może w Brukseli jacyś biurokraci, ale uważam, że my, ponieważ nie ma żadnej możliwości na jakąś federalną, skoszarowaną jednolitą Europę. Nie ma czegoś takiego w ogóle jak Europa, no bo tam jest dziesiątki interesów i najróżniejszych krajów. W związku z tym no, jest ta Unia Europejska w porządku, ale Polska właśnie dzięki temu, że jest otwarta i widzi Brytyjczyka, widzi Amerykanina, może za chwilę widzieć Hindusa, a jeszcze potem może jakiegoś kontynentalnego Europejczyka widać, żeby w ten sposób działała, a nie liczyła, że my tutaj ogramy, bo Unia Europejska to jest potwór, który składa się z tylu grup interesów, że to pozbierać w jedno i to będzie tak sprawnie manewrowało w wyścigu światowym, jak jednoosobowy statek, na którym prezydent amerykański może odpalać lepsze czy gorsze, ale executive orders w ciągu dwóch godzin. To nie jest gra na polską przyszłość, żebyśmy tu czasem nie poszli według mnie w tą przedpołudniową atmosferę, żebyśmy raczej wierzyli w siebie, w swoje umiejętności, w to takie agility, czy to, że jesteśmy trochę smart bardziej może niż wiele innych. No i szukali cały czas rozwiązań. Taki mam drobny apel, chociaż ci, którzy to mówili, to już poszli na kolację, więc nie wiem, czy tak można zaocznie polemizować. No i w ogóle przepraszam bardzo, że Państwu zajęliśmy tyle czasu, bo to o tej godzinie to jest niestosowne zupełnie.
Rozumiem, że mamy streaming, czyli ci, którzy poszli na kolację, będą to mogli gdzieś zobaczyć. Czy chciałbyś jeszcze coś dorzucić na końcu?
Ja myślę, że nie. Myślę, że ciekawa rozmowa. Czas minął. Pan premier mówił, że będzie bardzo krótko. No i chyba było bardzo krótko, bo temat jest niewyczerpany, bardzo ciekawy. Myślę, że ostatnie wezwanie, nogami i rękami się podpisuje pod tym wezwaniem. Właśnie tak trzeba działać. I myślę, że sektor usług jako przykład tego, jak to można zrobić, daje nam bardzo ciekawy, już ponad 2 dekady trwający przykład, że to można zrobić, można to robić na przestrzeni lat. Jest to w miarę przewidywalne, tylko trzeba być zawsze o 2 kroki do przodu, czego sobie i Państwu życzę.
Dziękuję serdecznie.
Bardzo dziękujemy za tę krótką, szybką, zwartą dyskusję zgodnie z intencjami tutaj uczestników tego panelu. Thank you very much for this discussion. No to czas na podsumowanie. It's time for the closing remarks. I would like to ask Mr. Adam Sawicki, Group Senior Vice President at Digital TVN Warner Bros. Discovery i poprosić o krótkie podsumowanie naszego spotkania.
So now I have a really difficult task, standing here single-handed between you and the dinner. I think we've been having an interesting day with a lot of views and I guess different views. And I think that's what makes this summit worthwhile spending time, because we see that there is no one way. I think it's fair to say that the last 35 years has been the best years in Poland's modern history, and there is no doubt about it. But as the Prime Minister said, we shouldn't extrapolate. We should try to see what's new for us and how can we change it. We've been having the three, as you know, the 3 tracks. The first track was very much around Poland being the investment hub, with all the regulatory parts, with all the attractiveness of us being here. The technology part, very much focusing on how much the Polish talent, the Polish engineering talent, the Polish intellectual talent can benefit from the opportunities that arise in the horizon. That was the second part. And how can we go away from the model where the simple labor cost arbitration was helping us to grow the businesses, but now we need to move from the service part into the product part, trying to ensure that we have our own intellectual property rights secured, and also that our partners see us that way. So we are not just exporting the know-how and the competence, but we are trying to build it here as well. The third one was security, and it's all about the physical security. We are just a border country from the big conflict, just a couple of 100 kilometers from here. We've been having the defense track with the representative of the major drone producers in Poland. That's great. We should also have the defense systems against the drones. I don't see us first attacking our neighbors, it's rather us defending. So I guess all the radars, all these systems that are being developed in Poland could be deployed. And the third one is the perspective of the truth. Me being a media representative, I guess we see that the truth is a rare goods. We shouldn't mix it, as Harari said, with the information. Most of the information is just crap. Only part of it, probably 10%, is truth. And we should look into it and make sure that we cherish it and we use really the sources that are verified, that are fact-checked, that we know who stands behind it, because it's could be a source of manipulation. Last but not least, we're talking about the global trade growth slowing down, and at the same time we see the new regional alliances being formed, and that's a huge, huge opportunity for Poland. What has been our curse for years, our geopolitical positioning, we could try to turn it into our strength. I think for the first time we can play a bit different role that we used to have historically. US has been traditionally the source of the disruption, mostly coming out of Silicon Valley. It's now the source of the disruption, but in the world's order, which is a completely new thing for us, and we're trying to find a new way around it. The weakening economy of Germany is another factor that is completely new for us, hasn't been the case before, as well as potentially and hopefully the rebuild of the Ukraine can also put us in a completely different position. Just 2 weeks ago, I think all of us were proud really to see the cover of Economist saying the remarkable rise of Poland. And indeed, I do believe it has been a remarkable rise. But that's past. I think what brought us here won't bring us there. So that's I think one of the final conclusions I have here. And talking about the truth, as the media representative, I think that there is one thing that we should bear in mind, that what brings people together and what makes society survive, businesses being built, is trust. It's our trust in the banking system, in the society, in the ethical development of the technology. So just make sure, let's not lose that value, because that's what will bring us together as human beings at the end of the day. And I strongly believe that we should rely on the truth and try to find it in whatever we do, in whatever respect. So let's not lose this human part of us. That was the engine and the flywheel of the economy of Poland for the last 35 years, starting with the solidarity movements and bringing us forward. And let's continue with that, not forgetting that we are human beings, despite all the bots, artificial intelligence, and manipulated information. So with that, I'm going to thank you.
Trust as the key. Thank you very much for these closing remarks, for this conclusion. And in this way, ladies and gentlemen, the Warsaw Global Investors Summit is nearing its end here at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. I hope it was a good and interesting day for you, full of interesting debates and reflections. I think that this conversation won't stop, but will continue during the dinner, because now we are invited to have a dinner at the Sheraton Hotel just 5 minutes from here. I would like to thank you for being with us here in Warsaw and for your attention. Bardzo dziękuję, że byli Państwo z nami. Dziękuję za ten dzień pełen owocnych dyskusji i debat, która, mam nadzieję, te debaty i dyskusje będą kontynuowane podczas wieczoru. Na kolację są teraz Państwo zaproszeni do hotelu Sheraton, 5 minut stąd. Dobrego wieczoru, dziękuję za uwagę i do zobaczenia.